apprehensive. I don't know where Donald Trump is on the nuclear triad. He's never said that, and he's never been asked about it in a debate.
This is the heart of the matter. Joe, you've nailed it. This is the heart of the matter. Folks across the nation on your commute on YouTube, on Bloomberg Podcast, Matthew and Gura with us. I'm going to stop the show because we're going to go to Stephen Dennis, who's smarter than me, but we're going to stop the show now. The perception is his State Department is cozy little, foggy bottom, Tillerson was in charge in that. And the Pentagon is this ginormous, sprawling thing. David Gura, can you compare and contrast any president running state?
You should have subscribed to my channel if you haven't already.
Running defense.
Look, I think that obviously the Defense Department is larger than the State Department, and I think you could look at who President-elect Trump has picked to run the State Department. Yes, Marco Rubio has a long history of working on the Foreign Relations Committee and engagement with international affairs. I think that's important, but to pick up on something that Joe said a moment ago, and I'm going to let Joe...
Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today.
Not sure that's going to be the case, and Joe, I'd be eager to hear from you if your sense is the same. That yes, he knows these issues, he's engaged with them, but the direction here is going to come from the top, maybe more so than it has during this administration.
Yeah, just like every reporter in town, they all wake up every morning and look at Twitter to see what the boss said overnight and what's going to be the priority today. But I think, Tom, maybe where you're going a little bit is an agency that runs itself more than the diplomats in Foggy Bottom. And that's something that Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth, I guess to his credit, have said that they want to stop. At the same time, we're talking about the first $1 trillion defense budget in history likely to come out of this Congress. How's that money going to be spent? Does this person who's being interviewed right now have the answer to that?
This is wonderful. And Joe Matthew, with all of that experience, to continue our coverage at 12 noon today as this confirmation hearing moves forward. When Stephen Dennis writes, I lean forward. He has had more lunches and cold dinners in the Dirksen cafeteria in the basement of the building than anyone I know. He is our Senate reporter. Stephen Dennis, forget about my questions or even David Gura's. What's the backstory of this confirmation hearing in the halls of the Dirksen building?
Yeah, I think this is just a knockdown, drag-out fight between the Democrats and the Republicans here. Normally defense secretary jobs are love fests. Everybody wants to get in good with the new defense secretary and the big budget that they command. This is, you're seeing the Democrats really come out hard at Hegseth. Jack Reed setting the tone at the top, saying that he doesn't think he's qualified to take on this job, doesn't have the experience, has a raft of personal problems and accusations against him that he feels like he has not responded to. And it just continued from there. You're seeing some of the women Democrats on the committee, Kirsten Gillibrand, going very hot against Hegseth on his previous opposition to women in the military and combat roles. And Hegseth is having a hard time sort of parrying that. I don't feel like Hegseth is really trying to appeal to Democrats at all here. He's really shoring up the Republican votes he needs. I don't think he's expecting to get any Democratic votes. And this is just not the way things are normally done when you have a defense secretary.
Right.
That's normally the easy pick here.
I mean, David Gura, what's important here is coming up is Ernst of Iowa. And like the Quinn, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, she's ROTC Iowa State. I mean, this is some people with some tangible, every path is different.
Yeah.
But Joni Ernst is going to come up here with that ROTC experience from Ames, Iowa.
She has that experience, and regrettably, she's also a survivor of sexual assault, and that's germane in this circumstance as well, given what we've learned about Pete Hegseth, allegations made against him. And Steve Dennis, let me pick it up from there and just ask you, we were kind of surprised by the degree to which Roger Wicker, the chair of this committee, expressed support for the nominee. He hadn't done that very fully before this hearing. What are we expecting to hear from the senator of Iowa when she begins her colloquy with the nominee here in just a few minutes' time?
I'm going to be very curious to see what tone she strikes. Her initial tone on this nomination was chilly. She didn't like talking about him in the hallways. When she had a sort of a chilly statement after their first meeting, she got pummeled on social media, tens of thousands of comments, mostly ripping her. Radio host talking about potentially primarying her next year in her reelect. And so she's had a ton of pressure. She ended up seeking a second meeting,
Right.
putting out a much warmer statement. So we'll see. But I don't think right now people are expecting Ernst to go hard at him. But I do think he's going to have to do a better job of clarifying his statements on women in the military at a minimum.
And to both of you as pros, David, pick it up here with Stephen Dennis. She took 51.7% of the vote in 2020. This is not a Republican from the Deep South. This is a Republican. David, the heart of the matter is, could she get primaried?
It's a great question, Tom, and I think we're seeing kind of a new politics, maybe not brand new, but a new politics kind of taking hold here and Stephen, to that point, I mean, what is the way that this hearing is proceeding say to you about how these other nomination hearings are going to proceed here in the week ahead? Tomorrow, an exceptionally busy day on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rubio's going to be a bit of a love fest. He already has the backing of Democratic leaders. Dick Durbin says he plans to vote for him. I mean, it's going to be sort of some of those hearings where I think there's going to be a lot of agreement and happy talk. And then you're going to have some tougher hearings. Pam Bondi for Attorney General, she's certainly going to be confirmed. It's just a question of can she get some Democratic votes? And I think a lot of Democrats are worried about pardons of January 6th defendants. They're worried about how she'll run that department. Kash Patel at FBI going to have a very tough hearing. That's yet to be scheduled. Tulsi Gabbard is going to have potentially bipartisan problems given some of her past statements on Syria and Russia. So there's going to be some contentious hearings to come. But then you got people like Scott Besson coming up on Thursday where, he's certainly going to be confirmed, but everybody, certainly our audience, is going to be on pins and needles to hear what he says about interest rates, about tariffs, about tax policy going into, a very fraught year where those interest rates have been going up.
Right, Steve, what we got you here? And of course, we're looking at these hearings with Joni Ernst of Iowa coming up, Mr. Blumenthal of Connecticut speaking right now. Stephen Dennis, how's Mr. Thune doing? What's the Dennis report card on the leader from the Dakotas?
So right now, yesterday he had a bit of a flub where his staff started his fireplace. It had been used in a number of years, and they apparently didn't open the flue properly, and it was literally smoking.
This is why I love Stephen Dennis, folks. This is going to be a Pentagon budget. Do you think they'll spend $5 or $6 million cleaning the chimney? Bring in Dick Van Dyke and the people to clean the chimney. What happened, Stephen Dennis?
I do think, it did take a few hours to clean out that smoke, but I do feel like it was under a ton of pressure from the president and the president's supporters who have not always had a great relationship with him. He's not really a MAGA Republican. He's more of an establishment type. But he has been talking positively about the president's nominees, about trying to confirm them quickly. So he's under pressure to deliver on that. In the meantime, there is no good plan right now on how to enact the president's agenda. Lots of fights over reconciliation, taxes, spending, and they are not ready.
This is great. Every senator doesn't get a fireplace, do they? I don't think so. Stephen Dennis, thank you so much for your work. Really, 7 days a week leading our congressional and Senate coverage as well. Tom Keene and David Gura, a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance. So much going on with red and green in the markets and different investment news. Yields are higher. That's the headline today for those of you at Global Wall Street. I got a 4.99 on a 30-year bond, watching that carefully, of course, folding into mortgage rates. But we are focused on these hearings with the chairman speaking right now. David Gura, we await the senator from Iowa.
Yeah, I just look at sort of what we've touched upon over the course of the hearing thus far, and obviously Senator Shaheen and Gillibrand focusing on remarks that Pete Hegseth has made in the past about women in combat. Of course, Gillibrand effectively sort of reading from writings from Pete Hegseth in the past about that, calling them reprehensible and having him respond to them. Now, Senator Ernst, the gentlelady from Red Oak, Iowa, with her questions for the nominee, Pete Hegseth.
Mr. Mark Lucas, who is a fellow Iowan and Iowa Army National Guard member. Mr. Lucas and I served together in the Iowa Army National Guard. He succeeded Pete Hegseth as Executive Director of Concerned Veterans for America And in his letter, Mr. Lucas says that Mr. Hegseth, quote, laid a strong foundation that postured CVA for long-term success, end quote. And that Mr. Hegseth, quote, continued to be an invaluable asset to both me as a leader and the organization, end quote. So I would ask for unanimous consent to enter this Washington Times article and the letter from Mr. Mark Lucas into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Hegseth, and thank you very much. I appreciate your service to our nation. It's something that I know you are very proud of, and it is something that we have in common and that we share. You and I have had many productive conversations. And just for our audience, we have had very frank conversations. Is that correct, Mr. Hegseth?
Senator, that is a correct characterization.
You know that I don't keep anything hidden, pull no punches. My colleagues know that as well. So I do appreciate you sitting down and allowing me the opportunity to question you thoroughly on those issues that are of great importance to me. Just to recap those issues, three that are very important. One is the DoD and making sure that we have a clean audit. The second is women in combat, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And the third was maintaining high standards and making sure that we are combating sexual assault in the military. Okay, so Mr. Hegseth, I'm going to address the issue because this will tie into some of the financial concerns that have been raised here as well. And it's why, I, trusting my fellow Iowan, asked for unanimous consent of this letter to go into the record. But like me, a lot of Iowans are really, really concerned and upset about the wasteful Washington spending and of course, in our Pentagon. It's an issue that I have been combating for years. So there's significant room for greater efficiency and cost cutting within the department. And the DoD is the only federal agency that has never passed an audit. As the Senate DOJ caucus chair and founder, that's unacceptable to me, and it should be unacceptable to you as well. So I appreciate that you mentioned that in your opening statement. What are those steps that you will take to ensuring the Pentagon has a clean audit by the year 2028?
Senator, I appreciate your work on this topic, which you've been involved in for a long time. You mentioned Concerned Veterans for America. I just want to clarify. We have very generous donors who set a very clear budget that we stuck to every single year. So the latitude there was restricted, and we worked very hard and diligently inside it. You've also been a leader on the Pentagon audit for a very long time. I think when we met, Senator, I said 2014 was the first year. We discovered a 2013 op-ed I wrote about the need for a Pentagon audit, because an audit is an issue of national security and frankly, respect to American taxpayers who give $850 billion over to the Defense Department and expect that we know where that money goes. And if that money is going somewhere that doesn't add to tooth and instead goes to fat or tail, we need to know that. Or if it's wasted, we need to know that. So I think previous secretaries of defense, with all due respect, haven't necessarily emphasized the strategic prerogative of an audit. And myself, my deputy SecDef, and others already know that a Pentagon audit will be the comptroller, others central to ensuring we find those dollars that can be used elsewhere legally under the law inside the Pentagon. So you have my word, it will be a priority.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to women in combat, and I had the privilege of serving in uniform for over 23 years. Between our Army Reserves and our Iowa Army National Guard.
Get ready.
Did serve
Get ready.
in Kuwait
Get ready.
And missions in Iraq. And so it is incredibly important that I stress, and I hope that this is going to continue to stress, that every man and woman has opportunity to serve their that are set forward. And we talked about that in my office.
Are you ready?
I do believe in high standards. Now, I was denied the opportunity to serve in any combat role because I have a lot of gray hair. And it's changed since then. I've been around for quite a while. But for the young women that are out there now and can meet those standards, and again, I'll emphasize they should be very, very high standards. They must physically be able to achieve those standards so that they can complete their mission. But I want to know, again, let's make it very clear for everyone here today. As Secretary of Defense, will you support women continuing to have the opportunity to serve?
Discussed extensively as well. And my answer is yes, exactly the way that you caveated it. Yes, women will have access to ground combat roles,
I'm not leaving.
The standards remain high, and
I'm not fucking leaving! The show goes on! This is my home! They're gonna need a fucking wrecking ball to take me out of here! They're gonna need to send in the National Guard or fucking SWAT team, because I ain't going nowhere!
to be the Secretary of Defense for all men and women in uniform who fight so heroic. They have so many other options. They decide to put their right hand up for our country, and it would be an honor to have a chance to lead them.
Thank you. And just very briefly, we only have less than a minute left, but we have also discussed this in my office. A priority of mine has been combating sexual assault. And we were able to get changes made to the Uniform Code of Military Justice to make sure that we have improvements and on how we address the tragic and life-altering issues of rape, sexual assault. It will demand time and attention from the Pentagon under your watch if you are confirmed. So as Secretary of Defense, will you appoint a senior level official dedicated to sexual assault prevention and response?
Senator, as we have discussed, yes, I will.
Okay, and my time has expired. Thank you for your answers.
Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We say good morning, Tom Kennedy. What did you think of that? Almost a monologue. You didn't hear much from
Yeah, there were far fewer fireworks than I thought there would be, and just picking up what we were talking about with Stephen Dennis, our colleague in Washington, before that colloquy began. Joni Ernst, who, as she says, has served in the military for over 23 years, the reserves and the National Guard, overseas, and also as a survivor of sexual assault. I think we were expecting perhaps her to engage with those topics a bit more in a more forceful way with the nominee. And Tom, that didn't happen. I mean, she asked this question at the end: would he be in favor of having a senior level official dedicated to sexual assault prevention response in the Pentagon? Should he be confirmed? He said, yes, I will. And she alluded to the fact that there have been several conversations. I think she characterized them as productive and frank conversations between her and Pete Hegseth. Perhaps they were more heated than what we saw on display there, and that's why this wasn't as heated. But I think it'll take a lot of people by surprise, given how many folks thought that she was going to be perhaps the one Republican vote that he wouldn't be able to get here in this committee.
the Democrat Hirono questioning the Senate nominee. We welcome all of you across the nation and internationally as well. Of course, on YouTube, it's our new distribution. Subscribe to Bloomberg Podcasts after you commute. If you're Christopher Smart, after you do our work. But the bottom line is we're on YouTube. It's a new source of distribution. We're excited about it. Ready, green on the screen. Courtney Edline from Los Angeles. This is from the Los Angeles Sheriff. Now reporting, I want to make clear, this is not dead. This is missing in this disaster. 24 people missing near the Altadena Eaton fire and 6 in Malibu in the Palisade fire. David, again, those are missing in that flood. I hope you'll find some of those missing.
Absolutely. We're getting to how busy the news flow has been this morning as we pay attention, of course, to what's happening on the West Coast, trade our attention to what's happening on the East Coast. And you mentioned one Christopher Smart just a moment ago, former special assistant to the president, who served in 2013 to 2015.
You were close.
The way that the president-elect and his transition team are approaching this process of advising consent.
Well, I think in every new transition, every president faces a different environment and a different approach to this advise and consent process. I do think, looking at this particular nominee, and remembering all the way back to when President George H.W. Bush nominated Senator John Tower, a defense expert and veteran, who famously was rejected because of accusations over his alcoholism and again, what in the day we used to call, or was called, womanizing. This is a nominee. Clearly, I think when we saw the first opening statement from Senator Ernst, who seems to be sailing his way through to confirmation, and it's hard to see what is going to stand in his way right now, in spite of what are likely to be a continued set of short questions from the Democrats.
Christopher Smart, you're one of the most qualified people. I mean, the title here is former special assistant to the president for international economics, but you've got a sense of geopolitics and the defense extension of America with your decades of bearings. And I'm not going to mince words, Dr. Smart. It's just as simple as this. Will the generals and admirals rally around this Secretary of Defense?
Oh, I think they will. I think most of them, wish that these political sideshows would go away so that they could get on with the business of defending our country and ensuring national security, as they have always done through one Secretary of Defense after another. I mean, I think the real secret here is that no single Secretary of Defense is going to inflict significant change on the behemoth that is the Pentagon. One secretary after another has tried to make it more efficient, to make it more transparent, to get that audit. It is not an easy thing, and no single person is going to be able to do
Chris
that.
Smart nails this, David Gurley. This is the heart of the matter. The fact is the president-elect feels he can change the Pentagon. That's a fact.
He does. I think the open question is, and I'd love for Christopher Smart to chime in here, how much does he plan to change it, or think it can be changed, or force change on it? All through the morning, Chris, we've been talking about the degree to which there's sort of a script here for this nominee should be confirmed to manage this huge institution. Do we have a sense from him, from the president-elect, about what actually, notionally, would change at the Pentagon were he to be confirmed?
I think that's a very good question. I'm not sure we've had anything other than we're going to make it better from the president at this stage, or from the nominee to the Secretary of Defense. In finance, the most powerful force in nature is compound interest. In Washington, the most powerful force in nature is bureaucratic inertia. And I think it's very, very hard for a single person at the top to change that without, real legislation and a thoughtful plan about how we're going to do these things differently, how we're going to allocate money differently, when everybody wants to have finger in the pot and everybody wants to have a hand on the lever.
We're back to where we were a few years ago. That is, looking at social media for indications from the president-elect about what he might do. A lot of it is bombast. Some of it are policy pronouncements. Today, he indicates that he wants to create an external revenue service, as he puts it, to collect our tariffs, duties, and all revenue that come from foreign sources. We'll be charging those that make money off us with trade, and they will start paying finally their fair share. Drawing from your experience at the Treasury Department, we've talked a lot about the Defense Department, the direction that it might take. Your sense of what that looks like under a Scott Bessent, should he be confirmed here a little later in the week? I'm struck by how motley a crew it is when you look at the economic team that the president-elect has put together. Your sense of the direction when it comes to, yes, the IRS, perhaps the External Revenue Service, should it be created here by this president-elect and the Treasury Department more broadly?
Well, the Treasury Department, as you may know, used to be in charge of the Coast Guard, because the Coast Guard would collect a lot of these tariffs as ships would come into our ports, and tariffs were a more important part of our revenue mix. I don't think anybody who seriously looks at this issue believes that tariffs are going to represent a large part of our new revenue stream to cover any deficits that we have. First of all, if there is a tariff that is inflicted, is imposed on a particular good, people are going to find ways to find an alternative. And so I'm not sure what the president-elect has in mind by creating this new service. Whatever it is, probably isn't going to move the needle very much.
Christopher Smart, you have parchment in history from Yale. I assume you had the honor of lectures with Jonathan Spence, the giant in China, and then at Columbia.
I have a book right behind me, one of his.
Yeah, I'm sure you're one of them, and you're the only person. You know, I had the honor of interviewing him once with Orville Schell years ago, and I said to him, I've actually read the book cover to cover, and he said there's only like 12 people that have. It was like 850 books. This is the giant Jonathan Spence on China. Christopher Smart, as Nick Burns steps aside as ambassador in China, your thoughts on how President Trump must address Beijing?
Well, must or what he will do, or it's hard to kind of differentiate between the two. I mean, I think we in the United States and the Chinese government clearly have to figure out a new kind of set of rules for this superpower rivalry that is not going to go away anytime soon. And sort of as the United States and the Soviet Union did over the course of several decades, there were kind of rules of engagement, things we would argue about, things we would not argue about, that we haven't really set forth with the Chinese government yet. Unfortunately, it's not clear from the current incoming administration what kind of a relationship they want. I mean, it appears to be very confrontational, and yet there's this personal wooing of Xi Jinping that President Trump seems to continue to pursue. So I'm not sure what they have in mind. As a country, we're still in the stage of really wanting to kind of wrap the Chinese on the nose with a newspaper and hoping they'll change their ways. What we really need to accept is that they're going to have a big part to play in our new global system, and we have to figure out ways to work with that.
We've got to get you back on. Christopher Smart, it's been way too long. Thank you so much for joining this special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance today with arborist Christopher Smart, and I promise we'll get him on if he gets up. We'll get Christopher Smart on earlier as well. Right now, the confirmation hearings continue with Dan Sullivan of Alaska, the Republican from Alaska. I guess we're waiting for Senator Warren, and that would be a bit in black.
Yeah, I think suffice to say that might even happen after lunch as we kind of watch this proceed. But it's been, aside from the fireworks at the top, which we talked about, the protest that we saw there in the hearing in the Dirksen building, this has run rather smoothly and without moments of dramatic punctuation. We thought there'd be some, and we really haven't had.
Red on the screen here, Marcus, pulling back a little bit. Somebody said to me, how was the recent trip to Paris? I mean, Gulfstream was great, but, I said it was the best trip I've ever had to Europe. And they said, well, why? And they said, because we have Charlie Pellet, our Europe on $5 a day correspondent, giving me wisdom. He's not giving me wisdom nonstop here on what to do in Europe. We're going to talk about news. Right now, though, with a down -20, with our news in New York City, Charlie.
All right, I thank you very much, Tom Keene. And indeed, stocks lower since our last update. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ now all in the red. Russell 2000 index, though, holding on to a gain. That index of small cap shares up by 0.4%. Bottom line, earlier gains have evaporated, with the S&P now down 10, drop there of 0.2%. Dow Industrials down 18, a decline of less than 0.1%. NASDAQ down 44 points, a decline for NASDAQ of 0.2%. 10-year 4.78%. We have got the 2-year yielding 4.36%. Gold up 0.3%, 26.72 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.6%, 77.52 a barrel. There was positive news this morning on inflation, and with that story, here's Bloomberg's India Giudice.
The producer price index moderated in December, posting a less than forecast monthly increase of 0.2%. A key mover, wholesale food costs. They declined. Inflation turned stubborn in late 2024 after months of improvement, and the Federal Reserve has signaled it will bide its time on further interest rate cuts. Today's report sets the stage for Wednesday's consumer price index. Vinny Dowd, Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Of course, that number drops 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time. Complete coverage on surveillance. Starbucks says it will give catastrophe pay to workers affected by the fires raging in Los Angeles. Hot, dry winds continue to pummel the region. And Southwest Airlines pausing hiring from management, headquarters jobs, and outside workers in a new round of cost cuts. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie Pellet. Thanks so much, David Guru. We saw the customers Microsoft, Meta today. Well, I wonder what we're going to see in the earnings season in the conference.
Yeah, they start in earnest tomorrow. We have Sean Lawson on that. It seems like days ago, hours ago here on Bloomberg Surveillance, talking about the environment that banks have been in here and the optimism that seems to be pervading a lot of the big banks here on Wall Street.
The decorum within our culture war is witnessed by the Hegseth hearings. We saw that earlier as the chairman from Mississippi tried to maintain calm, not one, not two, but three protests, is a long way from Dwight David Eisenhower, who had a certain decorum, perhaps a quieter time. In that era, started the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. And joining us now, Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Shane Zano, Senior Democracy Fellow at Dwight Eisenhower's Center for the Study of the Presidency. Jeannie, where did our decorum go?
You're making me long for those days. It's gone out the window, and you guys are just talking about tech and where we go. I think that the birth of social media has a lot to do with it because, of course, these protesters, like we saw today with Hegseth's nomination, they benefit from this kind of, outburst that's captured on social media and then shared. So I do long for those days.
I want to ask you to react to what we've seen in terms of Democratic response to this nomination as this hearing has unfolded. And it strikes me it was done in a pretty targeted way. You had Jeanne Shaheen of New Hampshire, Kirsten Gillibrand focusing on women in combat, Richard Blumenthal bringing up comments that the nominee had made in the past. Then, of course, we had Joni Ernst, who is widely expected to talk a lot more about sexual assault, and she did touch upon it in the past where she's a Republican, not a Democrat. But what do you make of the way that this has unfolded? How much strategy has been applied here to the questioning on both sides of the aisle?
Yeah, I mean, they're both trying to get their points out, and I'm particularly watching the Democrats because this is new terrain for them. They don't want to make the mistakes they made confronting Donald Trump, 1.0 in 2016, 2017. They want to be more strategic and targeted in terms of how they take him on. And I think they're trying to get there today. We still, as you mentioned, are waiting for Elizabeth Warren, and that should be particularly tough. But I think their focus has been right. It's been on the issue of is Pete Hegseth able to manage an organization this big with this much, given how he mismanaged, in their view, the two nonprofits, and then, of course, the comments on women and LGBT.
Okay, but fine. They're in the minority. Okay? The fact is, David Guru is waiting to see what the senator from Iowa, the Republican, did. You listened to Joni Ernst. What did the senator from Iowa say that was detrimental to the nominee?
She didn't say anything I thought particularly detrimental. I did listen to her exchange, and what she said was she asked him to confirm what they talked about apparently in their private meetings, which is that he is not going to take steps to take women out of combat. She also expressed her real concern as the chair of the DOJ caucus on financial mismanagement in the DOD and asked for his support, and he mentioned that he published an editorial on this, and so it was not particularly damaging from Joni Ernst's side. And I should mention, you've got a lot of organizations on the conservative side who are threatening people like Joni Ernst and Republicans that if they don't go along with Pete Hegseth, they will face, some pushback when they go to run again and with their nominations in the primary. So they have a lot on the line here for people like Joni Ernst.
Jeannie, a question about balance of power and the might that the U.S. Senate has today. Of course, Republicans in the majority there, but we were talking just a moment ago about the management undertaking that this nominee would face should he be confirmed. I have to imagine that not too many years ago, if someone was put forward with this resume, yes, who led a platoon, and I'm not making any slight at that, but had such a checkered history running the two nonprofits that he did, neither of which was anything close in size to the size of the Pentagon. There would be a number of senators on the side of that president who might raise an eyebrow at least at that nomination. That is not happening here. That has not happened here. And I wonder what that tells you about this president-elect's ability to play politics and galvanize members of the Republican Party as he tries to push forward his agenda.
Yeah, it says that this is Donald Trump's party, that he has the power to set off these forces, like these organizations I just mentioned, Heritage Foundation and others, to threaten Republicans in Congress that they will face a primary challenge if they go against his nominees. And I think we should be clear historically. I just look back at this number. Since George Bush Sr., only 13 people have not been confirmed nominated by presidents, and only one of those was rejected. Historically, if you make it as far as a hearing, you will be confirmed. And so I think you have Republicans also looking at the history here. They want to give the president his team, but you're right. I mean, this is not a record we would ever.
Are you ready?
As somebody, I think, 20 years leading the DOD, and he would be the youngest, by the way, since 1947.
Jane, one final question. Is it feasible to run the Pentagon from the White House? As many would say, many different presidents could run the State Department from the White House.
It's feasible, it is not advised, and this is a real challenge. And so I think in this Trump, Washington D.C., that's what we would expect to see, that he's going to be trying to have his hands in all of that, and that includes the DOD. It's not advised.
Jane, thanks so much. Jane Shane Zano is National Senator on the study of the presidency and Congress. David Gura and Tom King, a special edition of Bloomberg Surveillance. Right now, Mr. King, I mean, you look up at the TV screen and you see Mr. King.
I know it's Mr. Yes, you do. No doubt about it.
On that, we're going to take a break here, and we're going to come back with some final thoughts of this hour. I've got to go look at the market, David, and there's been some reverses here, and the yields are higher, and the equity market was green, and it's given way here.
Yeah, we've talked about this all morning, but a particularly busy Tuesday here in New York, and Washington, and Los Angeles as well. We tried to keep tabs on all of it. Of course, the data that we got this morning, the PPI data, inflation data, coming in softer than I think a lot of folks expected here on Wall Street. We look ahead to the data that we're going to get tomorrow, CPI data, as we continue to look at the role of this Federal Reserve, see what the Federal Reserve is trying to do here in terms of recharting a path forward in light of the data that we've seen in inflation and the labor market as well, Tom.
Well, with the CPI tomorrow, but also we've underplayed it like I've never underplayed it. Earnings, I think we've got 8 of the top 6 banks reporting tomorrow. This will line up, I believe there's 4 Bank of America leads on Thursday, but we're standing. But the answer is we dive into the earnings season with Gina Martin Adams and others, Ed Yardeni with his bullish calls, John Stolfus with the bullish call. He said it's absolutely key to get some form of sprightly earnings off. That begins tomorrow, and we'll do that on Bloomberg Surveillance. We're back to, I think we're back to
Regularly scheduled program.
Regularly scheduled program tomorrow. Across the nation, across the commute, we say good morning on Apple CarPlay, Android Auto. Good morning, 99.1 FM in Washington, 92.9 FM in Boston. Thank you so much for your New England support in Bloomberg 1130 in New York. We are on YouTube. It is a new distribution. Subscribe to Bloomberg Podcast out on YouTube. We continue the down -73. David Gura and Tom King, good morning. Bloomberg Surveillance.
You're listening to Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Good morning, everyone. David Gurry in for Paul Sweeney. For our listeners in the United States, a reminder, you can listen to us via satellite radio at SiriusXM Channel 121, access the world's only global audio business network. We do that coast to coast, 24 hours a day. Bloomberg Radio and SiriusXM Channel 121, always presented by Oracle. Stay tuned for the latest market news and industry research the next hour of Bloomberg Surveillance. Well, it's going to be Joe Matthew and Katie Lines, and it will begin right now. We thank Oracle for their support. Greatly appreciate that today. We've got a couple minutes here, and my head is spinning over, should we do CPI tomorrow? Should we do further congressional hearings? And I think, David, you know, we can talk about the investment news and the layoffs announced at Meta, right sizing, if you will. I think we've got to go about what did we learn in these 2.5 hours as we go to the FBI designate, RFK designate. Gabbard came up twice, I think, here. What did we learn in these 2.5 hours about the police?
Well, we've seen laid bare the schism between these two parties, and the three Republicans have lined up behind their president-elect here just days before his inauguration, and I think that's going to be what carries through here. I mean, what made this hearing so fascinating, indeed what makes it so fascinating, it isn't over yet. We still have several senators left to ask questions of Pete Hegseth.
Senator Warren.
Senator Warren, chief among them, of course, senior senator from Massachusetts, who no doubt will ask some pointed questions of this nominee. Republicans have swallowed whatever hesitations they've had and are backing Mr. Hegseth as he goes forward here in the nomination process. And then I think we've seen a very calculated, nuanced way that the Democrats have approached their questions of the nominee. Look, we knew what the criticisms of him were going into this. What he said about women in combat, these allegations of sexual assault, the way that he's run these veterans organizations. And one by one, we've seen each Democratic senator sort of focus on a specific facet of his biography. I think that will happen going forward here, but again, I think the message is clear. These nominees are getting through.
But the difference is, David, where you don't do the Fed decides. And when the Fed announcement comes out, we're always like, who's going to dissent? That's decided at the Eccles building in the back room where they have one token dissenter, rare, two, much more fractious over in the United Kingdom. Would you suggest Republican senators have teamed up together and said, we can't go no, yes, no. So they cherry-picked one, or dare I say two, of these nominees to go after?
I will be very curious as we make our way through this if any Republicans dissent on these nominations. And you bring up the Fed, and it's maybe a better example than you might think because dissents have been so rare, as you say. I mean, again, we've had one here, but after a very long period of unanimous backing of the Fed's decision. I think maybe there hasn't been an explicit conversation here among Republican senators about the path forward, but each of them knows, based on what they've seen and what they've been told by the president-elect of his political team, that if they don't back these nominees, there are going to be consequences to that. And these are political consequences, and we've talked about them with Steve Dennis and Joe Matthew and others.
Right.
There are more right-leaning members of this party very eager to run against them, and you have a political apparatus helmed by this president-elect who is more than eager to put those alternatives in place if people hear out those.
How lame duck is Donald Trump? People keep coming up with every Congress type has to get reelected in less than 24 months. Ernst has an election, I believe, in 26 of Iowa. How lame duck is this president to really change the outcome for the elected officials in Congress?
Of course, on paper he is. He can't run for re-election.
On paper he is.
But in actuality, we have seen how fully he has embraced the mandate that he thinks he has, coming into this job, having lost the election the last time, feeling like there is a lot of wind at his back pushing him forward here. He is not approaching this job as a lame duck. If anything, he's kind of unbridled, and I think we're going to see that in his approach to a lot of the policy proposals he's put forward here, be that with trade, be that with changing the Pentagon, be that with changing the State Department and its outlook on foreign policy. I think that he feels like he has a new, fresh kind of mandate here, and you look at what these senators have said over the course of the day, they seem very willing to stand behind him and push some more wind at his back.
Is your experience the institutions can push back?
That has been the case historically, but I think that there is widespread fatigue in many corners of this country, and I think that there is, as I've heard anecdotally, some fatigue within these agencies agencies as well.
And the Pentagon and the others.
Yes, and I think that there are those who are fiercely apolitical, very respectful of those institutions, but we have seen threats here in broad contours on multiple fronts here facing those
Can the president-elect take credit for the Washington Commanders finally moving on in the NFL playoffs? You know he's going to...
We haven't seen him do that yet as we continue to monitor the Truth Social feed and the X feed. He is not taking credit for that. Yeah, we'll see if he shows up there at FedEx Field to watch a game.
For those of you at 99.1 FM, we are leading Michael Barr leading our coverage is, I believe they took him out.
He's resting up before the next round of all this.
Has this been fun?
Great. It's an ultra marathon. It's the full Sweeney. It's the 5 hours that I do rarely, and a credit to our vacationing colleague here. I mean, this is real work, but a real pleasure being with you, Tom.
Sparta just emailed me and said, "Can you guys go to 3 p.m. tomorrow?" And I said,
Send him my agent's email.
There may be too much surveillance, is what we would call that. We need to say thank you to our team. Gasping.
You doing all right over there?
I need a break.
Okay.
We need to say thank you to our team with a great set of conversations today with this terrific news flow. I really want to say thank you to Sri Natarajan of Bloomberg News, who on very short notice came over and gave us wonderful perspective of management changes at JP Morgan. They will report earnings tomorrow. We'll have complete coverage. JP Morgan and the other banks will do that worldwide and on YouTube. Again, subscribe to Bloomberg Podcasts. From New York City, this is Bloomberg Radio. Joe Matthew, Kaylee Lyons, next.
For defense secretary is before a Senate committee considering his confirmation. CBS's Cammie McCormick.
Republican Senator Roger Wicker admitted Trump's choice of Hegseth is unconventional.
That may be what makes Mr. Hegseth an excellent choice.
Ranking member Jack Reed.
I have voted in favor of all your predecessors, including those in the first Trump administration. Unfortunately, you lack the character and composure and competence to hold the position of Secretary of Defense.
Hegseth said Trump is seeking an agent of change.
We've repeatedly placed people atop the Pentagon with supposedly the right credentials. And where has it gotten us?
It's a tense time in Southern California as the forecast worsens and fire danger grows.
The worst winds are predicted today for the late afternoon and into Wednesday.
LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney, some of those gusts could hit hurricane strength. The big fires that began last week are blamed for at least 24 deaths and the loss of more than 12,000 homes and businesses. On social media, President-elect Trump proclaims his innocence and blasts former special counsel Jack Smith. CBS's Nancy Cordes says the volley came hours after the Justice Department released a portion of Smith's report in efforts to overturn the 2020 election.
Smith, who just resigned on Friday, sent a letter accompanying this report defending his decision to pursue charges against Trump. He writes, quote, "The admissible evidence was sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction at trial."
Inching closer, it seems, to a ceasefire deal in Gaza.
That's protesters forming a human chain outside of Israel's parliament, demanding the release of all hostages being held in Gaza. Arab, U.S. and Israeli officials tell CBS News a draft deal for such a release has been reached in principle. Israel's Deputy Foreign Minister Sharon Haskell.
I hope we will witness progress in the very near future, and especially today.
Allison Keyes, CBS News.
Well, correspondent Vicki Barker tells us now there's breaking health news about Britain's Princess Kate.
In a statement released on social media shortly after paying a thank you visit to the London hospital where she was treated, Catherine says her cancer is in remission. Writing, "The care and advice both she and husband Prince William have received, quote, has been exceptional."
And on Wall Street, right now the Dow is down 116 points. The S&P 500 down 27. This is CBS News. to keep TV fans off his famous front steps.
The owner of a brownstone in Greenwich Village, whose exterior was used as Carrie Bradshaw's townhouse rental in HBO's Sex and the City, is asking permission to put up a gate to keep people off the stoop. The New York Times says a letter to the City Landmarks Preservation Commission contends 66 Perry Streets become a global tourist destination with a never-ending stream of visitors at all hours of the day and night. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News, New York.
Starbucks is posting a new code of conduct for its company-owned stores and will now require people to make a purchase to hang out or work at a table or use the restroom. An open-door policy had been in place since 2018. The company apologized for the arrest of two black men at a Philadelphia shop who had gone there for a meeting. I'm Steve Payton, CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
The hearings begin. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as Pete Hegseth becomes the first of Donald Trump's cabinet nominees to face a confirmation hearing. It is underway right now, and it's been chippy. We're going to bring you highlights and analysis coming up with the best of Bloomberg. Nick Wadhams from our national security team will be here. Mike Dornan from our politics team. And insights from our political panel today. Democratic analyst, Bloomberg politics contributor Jeannie Shanzano is with us alongside Republican strategist Ashley Davis. We've got a lot to learn here in the next hour, and it's all after a look at Wall Street. We start, as always, with the mood on the markets, and Charlie Pellet has that for us in New York. Charlie?
Thank you very much, Joe Matthew. Lows of the day, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. This update brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. That's for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. Offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. Stocks and bonds lower with the S&P now at
Get ready.
10 down 25.
Get ready. Are you ready? Get ready.
That is a drop of 0.4%. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 113, now lower by 0.3%. NASDAQ down 101, a decline of 0.5%. The index of small cap shares holding on to a gain of just under 0.1%. The 10-year 4.79%, the 2-year 4.36%. Spot gold up $6.50 the ounce, 26.69, up 0.2%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.3%, 77.80 per barrel of WTI.
Right now, again, the S&P 500 index down 21, down 0.4%.
JP Morgan Chase has named Jen Pietzak its chief operating officer, but the new deputy to CEO Jamie Dimon says she just not going to succeed. S&P down 0.4%. Balance of power continues now in Washington. Back we go once again to host Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet. Thank you so much, Charlie. Great to see you on the Tuesday edition here of Balance of Power. It's the 14th of January. Big stuff in Washington. That's why we're here. Of course, the big confirmation hearing that is now underway, and it has been for the better part of 2 hours for Pete Hegseth. It started 9:30 a.m. actually. The Dirksen Senate Office Building. They've got some room in there, and that's a good thing. It's a big dais with 27 senators asking Hegseth some of the questions he wants to be asked and in many cases does not want to be asked. And we're going to be hearing from Senator Elizabeth Warren. She's, I believe, up next here. We might dip into that live for you. Her colleague from New England, the Democratic Senator Jeanne Shaheen, had some time with Pete Hegseth with the idea, of course, that he at one time at least opposed the concept of women in combat, serving in combat roles, and of course has been accused repeatedly, and he's, of course, to this very moment in the confirmation, talking about his innocence when it comes to sexual assault. Here's Jeanne Shaheen.
Senator, I would say it would be honored to have the opportunity to serve alongside you, shoulder to shoulder, men and women, black, white, all backgrounds, with a shared purpose. Our differences are not what define us. Our unity and our shared purpose is what defines us, and you will be treated fairly, with dignity, honor, and respect, just like every man and woman in uniform, just like the men and women that I've worked with in my veterans organizations, to include when I was a headquarters company commander in the Minnesota National Guard.
Well, I appreciate your 11th hour conversion. But Mr. Chairman, for the record, I would like to submit Chapter 5, The Deadly Obsession with Women Warriors, for the record.
The 11th hour conversion that Jean Shaheen talks about is shared by her Democratic colleagues. If you could have seen Tim Kaine, that was quite a ripper. Kirsten Gillibrand, as I mentioned, up next will be Senator Elizabeth Warren. As we dive straight into this here and bring you wall-to-wall coverage of this important hearing, it's the first of 13 this week for Donald Trump. And next week is going to be just as busy. Nick Wadhams is with us. He runs our national security team. He's got eyes on this confirmation hearing along with the others that will help assemble Donald Trump's national security team. Despite all the drama here, we keep hearing
I know Spanish speaker.
At this point, certainly I'll be saying mamacita. About what Joni Ernst might do, though, he could afford to lose 3 Republican senators. Unlikely he'll get any support from Democrats, given what you've seen there. The way you make me move, don't wanna stop it, no. Take it easy on the talkie-talkie. I'm starting to feel ya, it's not just tequila. Don't really care how you speak it.
Tim Kaine and others referring to this issue with alcohol bans. To Tim Kaine's point, infidelity, which Pete Hegseth pushed back on. Some pretty grisly moments there, to be honest. What's the purpose of all this? Is it just to bruise him up before he gets the job, knowing that he will likely be confirmed, or are they really trying to derail this?
I think Democrats are trying to derail this confirmation. I think it is also trying to get a lot of stuff on the right which Pete so there are a lot of questions around his behavior and his drinking as well. And I think what Democrats are trying to do is just get this on the record and point out a lot of the contrast with Republicans who are not asking any of these questions. You saw a little bit from Joni Ernst, who was a sexual assault survivor herself, but otherwise no pushback really from Republicans.
He did pledge to create a watchdog of sorts for sexual assault in the military, referring to their conversations that they had in her office. But each Democratic senator has been reminding them that he refused to meet with them before this hearing. How unusual is that, and what's the strategy?
Right. I mean, it's very unusual. I think he met with the ranking Democrat, Senator Reid, but otherwise no meetings. And what you've really seen is President Trump essentially using this as a loyalty test for Republicans and essentially as a demonstration of his powers. And I think I'm going to violate a lot of the norms on how these nominees go through, and you're going to see that continues to work. That it's successful.
He could have made an easier day for himself here, right? If he had sat down with Kirsten Gillibrand, maybe had that conversation behind closed doors.
Right. I mean, it's almost a sort of pointed snub saying, look, I know I'm not going to get your support anyway, so
I could take it.
Meeting with you, and it's going to be okay. I'll go through anyway. So in an interesting way, while Democrats are trying to get all this stuff on the record, in a way, the fact that it looks at this point like this confirmation will happen is sort of a testament to the
We'll hear next from Elizabeth Warren, as I mentioned, who last week made the questions for Pete Hegseth. 72 of them across 33 pages. What's the point?
Well, again, it's really, I think you're seeing a couple things. One is they do have legitimate policy questions. Okay, what are you going to do about this or that issue? Because his record as a manager is pretty thin for a nominee for a post of this stature. But also to point out a lot of the contradictions, which is something you've seen in the testimony so far. So in his books, I mean, he's made very explicit reference to only boys, men should serve in sexual combat roles. And now what you see is he's changing his tone to some degree, saying, listen, it's not about that.
it'll be a big test of his power to see if he could actually do that. But what he has said very clearly is he believes the general should be held accountable if the U.S. loses wars, thinking specifically of Afghanistan, and he suggested that President Trump-elect Trump will have a clear face to below the civil war.
She's starting right now. Let's listen to the senator from Massachusetts with Pete Hegseth. This is live. The Senate Armed Services Committee.
So we'll just have to do it here and dive in. I want to pick up on some of the questions asked by Senators Shaheen and Gillibrand and Barone. And I just want to make sure we have a list of some of the facts that I think are undisputed. I'm not going to talk about anonymous sources. I'm just going to quote you directly. We've got the video. We've got it in print. So going back to January 2013, you told a Fox News interviewer that women in the military simply couldn't measure up to men in the military, saying that allowing women to serve in combat roles would force the military to lower the bar. You picked up on that same theme in 2015, making remarks on Fox News, referring to women in combat as, quote, it would erode standards. June 2024, you said on Ben Shapiro's podcast, quote, women shouldn't be in combat at all. And then, of course, we've talked about it in 2024. You published a book, and you say on page 26 of your book, we need moms, but not in the military, especially in combat units. Page 48 of your book, you claim that women should not be in combat roles, because men are distracted by women. And then 10 weeks ago, you appeared on the Sean Ryan Show and said, I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles. Now, I presume you recall making all these statements?
Senator, I'm not familiar with the article you're pointing to in 2013, but it underscores my argument completely, because in that 2013 argument, I was talking about standards. Standards are what it's always been about.
Let's not have the same fight.
Always been about
I
standards.
quoted you directly. We've got the video. We're happy to show it. But I want to be clear here. For 12 years, you were quite open about your views, and your views were consistently the same. Women are inferior soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen, and guardians. And in case anyone missed the point, and these are your words from 10 weeks ago, women absolutely straight up should not be permitted to serve in combat. And I notice on each of these quotes, those are said without qualification. It's not by how much you can lift or how fast you can run. They don't belong in combat, period, or your words, straight up. And then, on November 9th, 2024, just 32 days after your last public comment saying that women absolutely should not be in combat, you declared that, quote, some of our greatest warriors are women, and you support having them serve in combat. Now, that is a very, very big about face in a very, very short period of time. So help me understand, Mr. Hegseth, what extraordinary event happened in that 32-day period that made you change the core values you had expressed for the preceding 12 years?
Senator, again, I very much appreciate you bringing up my comments from 2013, because for me, this issue has always been about standards. And unfortunately, because of some of the people that have been in political power for the last 4 years, priorities other than standards, lethality, and meritocracy have driven decisions.
I'm quoting you from the podcast. Women shouldn't be in combat at all. Where is the reference to standards? That they should be there if they can carry, if they can run? I don't see that at all, Mr. Hegseth. What I see is that there's a 32-day period in which you suddenly have another description about your views of women in the military. And I just want to know, what changed in the 32 days that the song you sang is not the song you come in here today to sing?
Senator, the concerns I have and the concerns that many have had, especially in ground combat units, is that in pursuit of certain percentages or quotas, standards have been changed. And that makes the combat more difficult
let me make a
for everybody
suggestion
involved.
about what happened in that 32 days. You got a nomination from President Trump. Now, I've heard of deathbed conversions, but this is the first time I've heard of a nomination conversion. And I hope you understand that many women serving in the military right now might think that if you can convert so rapidly your long-held and aggressively pursued views in just 32 days, that 32 days after you get confirmed, maybe we'll just reverse those views and go back to the old guy who said straight up, women do not belong in combat. Now, Mr. Hegstaff, you've written that after they retire, generals should be banned from working for the defense industry for 10 years. You and I agree on the corrosive effects of the revolving door between the Pentagon and defense contractors. It's something I would have liked to talk to you about and been willing to visit with me. But the question I have for you on this is, will you put your money where your mouth is and agree that when you leave this job, you will not work for the defense industry for 10 years?
Senator, it's not even a question I've thought about because it's
Think
not
about
one
it right
that-
now.
It's not one, my motivation for this job.
I understand
has
that.
never
I
been
just
about
need
what's
a yes or no
receiving
here.
from next.
Time is short. I just need a yes or no.
I would consult with the president about what the policy
In
would be.
other words, you're quite sure that every general who serves should not go directly into the defense industry for 10 years. You're not willing to make that same pledge?
I'm not a general.
You'll be the one, let us just be clear, in charge of the generals. So you're saying sauce for the goose, but certainly not sauce for the gander.
I would want to see what the policy is.
Oh, I'll bet you.
Thank you, Senator Warren. Senator Tubman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your hard work and your committee's hard work, Mr. Chairman. This is going well. I'd like to submit this letter, topic conduct at vets for freedom from excess. I'd like to submit that to the record, please.
Without objection.
General Hegseth, Mr. Hegseth, thanks for being here today and with your
All
family.
right, this is live sound from the Senate Armed Services Committee. We wanted to bring you that back and forth with Elizabeth Warren because she had given her questions in advance, and we had a sense of where that part of the conversation might go, knowing that this is, of course, the resistance here and an effort that may well result in, according to everything that we're hearing on balance of power from Democrats and Republicans, result in Pete Hegseth's confirmation to be the next Secretary of Defense. Nick Wadhams is still with us, our national security team leader in Washington, who had an ear and an eye on this as well. She really kind of illustrated the whole case against Pete Hegseth, but we come right back down to where you and I started. It just might not matter.
Right. I may not necessarily matter, but you saw the obvious thrust in Perry there, where she's saying, "Listen, there is absolutely no equivocation here. When you wrote these things and spoke on these podcasts, you said women should not serve in combat roles." And then he says, "Well, no, this is about standards." So, and as you saw from his response there, he essentially had no answer. And then when she moved on to the issue of whether generals should have essentially a 10-year hiatus from once they leave the military to going into the defense industry, and asked him to commit to the same thing, he essentially said, "Well, I'd have to see what the policy is." So, well, I think what she's trying to point out here is the sort of stridency that he would put forward, sort of for political effect, and then when it really comes down to it, whether he'd be willing to make the same commitments. Of course, this is something that is not limited to Pete Hegseth. Politicians, appointees do this all the time, but they're really just trying to show, I think, what they see as his unworthiness as a candidate for this job.
Should he be better prepared for these more difficult questions? Tim Kaine rather had him on his heels. Elizabeth Warren did there a bit. He's getting laughter from the gallery.
I mean, there's only so much he can say. On the one hand, I think, though, it is interesting. You're not seeing him. My sense from watching that exchange with Elizabeth Warren, since this is a tactic they use, get them flustered, get them stuttering, get them to commit some sort of an outburst or mistake that makes headlines or becomes a meme. And you did see him keep his cool.
He hasn't done that, has he? He hasn't made any news today, and that's the job.
Right. He has not. He is. There is. You are not. Have so far haven't seen any viral moments that are something that the Dems could essentially put on X and play ad nauseum. So he's keeping his cool, though he doesn't really have an answer. There was nothing in that exchange with Senator Warren. Yes, there was a bit of laughter. There's nothing really in that exchange that could go viral and truly embarrass him.
Nick, thanks for sharing that with us. Nick Wadhams, of course, will be busy in the newsroom, I'm sure, absorbing the rest of this. What are we, about halfway there, James? We've got 27 senators on the panel. Been for about a dozen so far, but I'm not keeping very good count. We've got eyes and ears on this for you. And we'll be back into the hearing room as need be. Mike Dorning's going to join us next, as I mentioned, from our politics team. Let's get a beat on Wall Street right now. As always, we hear from Charlie Pellet in New York at World Headquarters. How are the markets, Charlie?
Right now we are lower across the board, Joe Matthew. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the red. We have got the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares, though, holding on to gains up just under 0.1%. But here's where we stand midday. S&P down 20, a decline of 0.3%. Dow Industrials down 60, a drop of 0.1%. NASDAQ down 97 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a drop now of 0.5%. 10-year 4.79% with a 2-year 4.37%. Spot gold up $6 the ounce, up 0.2%, 26.69. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.1%, 77.98 a barrel on WTI. Bitcoin up 1.7%, back above $95,000, 95,760 now on Bitcoin. Meta Platforms is planning to cut about 5% of its lowest performing employees with the intent of backfilling their roles this year. This according to an internal memo that was sent to employees. In that memo, CEO Mark Zuckerberg noted that the company would provide, quote, generous severance. Meta Platform shares down now by 2.7%. So again, recapping, the S&P down 21, drop there of 0.4 with a 10-year 4.79%. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host here is Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. In the throes of the confirmation hearing for Pete Hegseth, or so he hopes, it is likely to end in his confirmation to be the next Secretary of Defense. This is the Army veteran, of course, Fox and Friends weekend host, who is in the conversation of his life right now with 27 senators who make up the Armed Services Committee. This is happening in Washington, in a Senate office building that is right near the U.S. Capitol. And it's the beginning of the process here. He is the first Trump cabinet nominee to be in the hot seat, and we've got a bunch. There are 13 scheduled for this week alone. Very few of them have the challenges that Pete Hegseth has, with accusations of sexual assault that he's been hearing about, alcoholism, and so forth, including his lack of experience as a manager, knowing that this is the biggest bureaucracy in the world. There are a lot of questions about his feelings about women serving in combat as well, something he had at least previously opposed. And knowing that the sexual assault component is still hanging out there, we had a lot of reason to keep our eyes on Joni Ernst, the Republican senator on this panel, who is a veteran and a crusader against sexual assault in the military, having been a victim herself. This is a bit of a Q&A back and forth between Joni Ernst and Pete Hegseth.
Will you support women continuing to have the opportunity to serve in combat roles?
Senator, first of all, thank you for your service, as we discussed extensively as well. And my answer is yes, exactly the way that you caveated it. Yes, women will have access to ground combat roles, given the standards remain high, and we'll have a review to ensure the standards have not been eroded in any one of these cases. That'll be part of one of the first things we do at the Pentagon, reviewing that in a gender-neutral way, the standards, ensuring readiness and meritocracy is front and center. But absolutely, it would be the privilege of a lifetime, if confirmed, to be the Secretary of Defense for all men and women in uniform who fight so heroically. They have so many other options. They decide to put their right hand up for our country, and it would be an honor to have a chance to lead it.
Pete Hegseth, who had met with Senator Joni Ernst, and it does seem that they worked out some of their issues, or at least he answered many of her questions in her office behind closed doors, because she actually left time on the table. With us right now at the desk, right here on Balance of Power. 2016. How's he doing so far?
He's doing okay. The main thing that was important was what you showed, Joni Ernst and the view she took. She had been someone who expressed doubt about Hegseth. She came under a lot of pressure at home from some conservatives in the state that wanted her to support Trump's nominees. She then sort of pulled back and sort of gave him some cover to continue through the confirmation hearing. How he presents himself in the confirmation hearing is a critical point. And then she kind of gave him a qualified endorsement in the confirmation hearing. And that makes it hard if she's going to be backing him for there to be enough moderate Republicans to block him. And it's all about the moderate Republicans.
Yes, right. You're looking at her as a more important indicator than, say, Elizabeth Warren. You knew where she was going to come from. It's pretty concerted and deliberate front by Democrats here. What is their purpose in the end, if not to derail the confirmation?
So their purpose is twofold. Number one, there are these serious questions that are raised about him, including about being supportive of women in the military and women in combat and allegations of sexual assault. So they, number one, need to stand up for a Democratic constituency. There are a lot more women in the Democratic Party than there are men. And secondly, their opportunity to become Pete Hegseth and Trump's Secretary of Defense. So he will be introduced to the American public in a way that has doubts about his sincerity and his support for women in combat, doubts about his trustworthiness in sexual assault, doubts about his competence to run the Defense Department, doubts about his character. And they can both define the Trump presidency that way and Trump stewardship of the military that way, and also sort of put up a blockade that these are concerns that need to be addressed.
Sure. Interesting to hear from Jack Reed, the ranking member. He was the Democratic chairman for some time, this important committee, Armed Services. And he made the point in his opening remarks that this is the 9th confirmation for a defense secretary in his tenure on this committee. He's involved in defense in Washington. He voted for all D's and R's until this year.
And he framed it a little differently in sort of a broader sense. The key quote from him and key thought from him, this is about character and competence, and that he has doubts about Hegseth's character and his competence. And that is a critique that you could have of other candidates for the cabinet that Trump has put forward. And it's a kind of a global critique of the administration that Trump is putting together. And, what have people shown in their character and what confidence do they have for these roles?
Well, it's not over because I mentioned we have a number of other senators to go here. I really haven't asked you about the Republicans. What is their job today other than to continue entering letters of affirmation and support into the record? We heard from Tom Cotton earlier, for instance, who actually challenged Hegseth on his evolution on women in combat. He seemed to think that he did have some standing to question the way things were going in the Pentagon. Will there be more of that?
Well, one of the things that the Republicans are doing is making the case for Hegseth by raising doubts about the way the Biden administration has run the Defense Department. There's both doubts about the competence they showed in withdrawing from Afghanistan, and Republicans have a critique that the Defense Department was too involved in sort of what they call woke, what others might call DEI initiatives.
Yeah.
And Pete Hegseth is an example that you can make that case with. Pete Hegseth says that he has a Christian tattoo and that marked him, he believes unfairly, as an extremist, and that then had him moved out of the inauguration detail for Biden, or one inauguration detail that questions about extremism. And so that goes to Republican concerns, critique that people who have a more conservative point of view don't get a fair shot.
Well, we're going to keep eyes on this with Mike Dorning's help, and we'll have much more for you as we make our way forward here on Confirmation Hearing Day for Pete Hegseth. There are others, by the way, not getting the attention that he is, and we'll have more on that for you with our political panel ahead. Mike Dorning, thank you so much, as always. Find his work on the terminal and online. Our panel's up next. Stay with us here on Bloomberg.
This is what you wanted. Mama said that you were bad for me, but you got me like, oh my, oh my. But you got me like, oh my, oh my. But you got me like, oh my, oh my. But you got me like, oh my, I can say it all I want to, doesn't mean that I don't want you. But baby, 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 I've been trying to get enough of you. But you got me like, oh my, oh my. But you got me like, oh my, oh my. But you got me like, oh my, oh my. But you got me like, oh mama, I can't help myself. I try to run away, but I can't help myself. Oh mama, I can't help myself. I try to run away, but I can't help myself. No. Oh my, oh my. But you got me like, oh my, oh
1240 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Just getting word that Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and Jeff Bezos will be attending Donald Trump's inauguration. That according to NBC. Stocks are lower across the board right now. Wall Street traders unwilling to make any significant bets as they await key inflation data tomorrow morning. The CPI report for clues on path of Fed rates over the next few months. Right now, the S&P is down 21, a decline of 0.4%. The Dow is down 71, down 0.2%. The NASDAQ down 109, a decline of 0.6%. But the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares is holding on to a gain now of 0.1%. 10-year 4.79%, the 2-year 4.37%. Gold up $8 the ounce, up 0.3%, now at $26.71. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.1%, 77.92 per barrel of WTI. Bitcoin now surging 1.8%, 95,908 on Bitcoin. American small business optimism continues to improve, and that story here is Bloomberg's video.
The presidential election has provided a boost. The National Federation of Independent Business reports December Small Business Optimism Index advanced to an almost 6-year high. 7 of 10 index components improved, led by a 16-point jump in the net share of businesses expecting better economic conditions. Benito Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Southwest Airlines is pausing hiring from management, headquarters jobs, and outside workers, and a new round of cost cuts following a fight with activist investor Elliott Investment Management. Now, according to an employee memo from CEO Bob Jordan that was seen by Bloomberg News, the latest changes also include a temporary halt to most internship offers, as well as the suspension of 2 of the company's popular annual rallies that celebrate accomplishments and lay out plans for the new year. Again, recapping, stocks lower, S&P down 19, dropped there at 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington, and once again, host, here he is, Bill Matthews.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. The fastest show in politics with an eye on the confirmation hearing. This is the first, if you're just joining us, of Donald Trump's nominees to build his cabinet. And some of the most controversial, Pete Hegseth tapped to be defense secretary. He's holding forth now in the Dirksen Senate office building with 27 senators on the Armed Services Committee asking him, in many cases, some very difficult questions. That's certainly the case for the Democratic members. We already heard from Elizabeth Warren, and soon we're going to be hearing from Tammy Duckworth, senator from Illinois, Democrat, of course, retired U.S. Army National Guard lieutenant colonel who served in Iraq. We'll have many questions for Pete Hegseth about, for instance, women serving in combat, as we heard already from veteran Joni Ernst. Right now it is Markwayne Mullin, the Republican from Oklahoma, getting a sense of what Republicans are asking Pete Hegseth. Let's listen in progress, live on Bloomberg.
For this country. And he's willing to still put himself through this. His wife is willing to still stand beside him, knowing he wasn't perfect, knowing that all this was going to be brought up. He's still willing to serve the country. What other qualifications does he need? That I yield back.
Senator Duckworth. And again, we really are going to strictly enforce the rule about no demonstrations or noise. Distinguished ranking member.
Just a point of personal privilege to make a correction. The reason that General Austin...
We're just hearing some crosstalk here between the chairman and the ranking member as we get ready to hear from Senator Tammy Duckworth, working our way around a massive dais in the hearing room with Pete Hegseth, as you can see for our viewers on YouTube. If you want to see what's happening in the hearing room, join us on YouTube now. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. For the benefit of our radio listeners, we're going to be taking you through the next couple of questions here with Tammy Duckworth, who has already released her opening remarks here to say the American people need a secretary who is ready to lead on day one. Skeptical of this history, of course, as I mentioned, comments about women in combat. While we wait for Senator Duckworth, let's bring in our political panel. I'm glad to say Ashley Davis is with us today in Washington, Republican strategist, joined by Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor, Democratic analyst, and political science professor at Iona University. Ashley, as our Republican, I'll ask you, how's Pete Hegseth doing so far? Everyone we talk to seems to think it doesn't matter what questions he hears today. He's got the votes.
still think there's something. John Curtis came out today saying that he wasn't 100% sure if he was going to vote for him or not. Obviously, you have Collins, you have Murkowski, maybe you have someone like Mitch McConnell that people are watching. I do think that this is something that is not as bad as it could have been. There doesn't seem to be any new information that hasn't already been out there in the public. He is doing a good job from what I've seen so far. There's still 9 members left, I think, maybe 8 left after Senator Duckworth. But I just don't think there's anything new. This is reminding me a lot of the Brett Kavanaugh hearing. There's a lot of pink, the Code Pink, or that name. They were in there, the protesters. I think there were more just protesters as you were. So I do think that this is a lot about the women's rights issue, and obviously some of his qualifications and some of his personal behavior.
Jeannie, we're going to hear from Tammy Duckworth in just a moment here. And Ashley's right. We saw quite a number of protesters removed from the room. I've never seen the optics before of a Capitol Police officer standing right behind the individual who's testifying before the panel here. Are Democrats landing gloves enough to make a difference?
I don't know if it'll make a difference in the final vote. James Dorothy still gets confirmed, but I do think, just listening a few minutes ago to Senator Peters from Michigan, he has made the point that Democrats are trying to make, that this nominee is concerned about lowering standards for women in combat, and yet he himself has not been able to show that he is qualified to run an organization of this scale and size. And so Peters asked him, should we lower the standards for you but increase them for everybody else? So I think Democrats are landing some punches, and I do think the issue they should stick to in the most important is the one about qualifications. Does this man have the qualifications to run this organization? And the answer is, if you were a board, you would not appoint him. He does not have those qualifications.
Well, and that's what Tammy Duckworth is asking him about right now. In fact, his experience. Let's listen to Pete Hegseth live on Bloomberg.
Did you need an audit? Do you not know this answer?
Senator,
Yes
every
or
part
no?
of my leadership
Yes
of these
or no?
organizations
Yes
has
or
been
no? Did you need an audit?
misrepresented
I will
from
take
top
that
to
as a
bottom.
no. What were the findings? So there were no findings because you've never led an audit. What guidance did you give the auditors? None, because you've never led an audit. Nobody expects you to be an accountant, Mr. Hegseth. What we expect is for you to understand the complexity of this Pentagon budget process that is absolutely necessary to outfit our warfighters. Look, the Secretary of Defense is required to make quick decisions every single day with high-level information that's being provided for them. A Secretary of Defense has to have breadth and depth of knowledge. Right now, I am concerned that you have neither. Mr. Hegseth, what is the highest level of international negotiations that you have engaged in, that you've led in? Because the Secretary of Defense does lead international security negotiations. There are 3 main ones that the Secretary of Defense leads and signs. Can you name at least one of them?
Could you repeat the question, Senator?
Sure. What is the highest level of international security agreement that you have led? And can you name some that the Secretary of Defense would lead? There's 3 main ones.
I have not been involved in international security arrangements because I have not been in government other than serving in the military. So my job has been to...
So no, the answer is, can you name one of the 3 main ones that the Secretary of Defense
defense
signed?
arrangements, I mean, NATO might be one that you're referring to.
Status of Forces Agreement would be one of them.
Status of Forces Agreement. I've been a part of teaching about Status of Forces Agreement.
But you don't remember to mention it? You're not qualified, Mr. Hegseth. You're not qualified. You talk about repairing our defense industrial complex. You're not qualified to that. You could do acquisition and cross-servicing agreement. It's essentially a security agreement. You can't even mention that. You've done none of those. You talked about the Indo-Pacific a little bit, and I'm glad that you mentioned it. Can you name the importance of at least one of the nations in the ASEAN, and what type of agreement we have with at least one of those nations? And how many nations are in ASEAN, by the way?
I couldn't tell you exactly.
No, you could.
But I know we have allies in South Korea, in Japan, and in AUKUS with Australia, trying to work on submarines with them.
Mr. Hegseth, none of those countries are in
allies
ASEAN.
across.
None of those 3 countries that you mentioned are in ASEAN. I suggest you do a little homework before you prepare for these types of negotiations. Listen, Mr. Hegseth, we ask our troops to go into harm's way all the time. We ask them to go into harm's way. And this behind me is a copy of the Soldier's Creed, a copy that usually hangs over my desk here in the Senate. And you should be familiar with it. It's the same over my desk at Walter Reed every single day that I woke up and fought my way back because I wanted to go back and serve next to my buddies who saved my life. This same copy, these words are repeated over and over and over again. And let me read out two things to you, two sentences. I will always place the mission first, and I am disciplined, physically and mentally tough, trained and proficient in my warrior task. Mr. Hegseth, our troops follow these words every single day, and they man up and they pack their rucksacks and they go to war. And they deserve a leader who can lead them, not a leader who wants to lower the standards for himself, but raising the standards for other people. And by the way, our troops already meet the standards. We ask troops to man that ship, fight that fire, fly that helicopter, and with their very last breath. And they do that every single day. They cannot be led by someone who's not competent to do the job. How can you ask these warriors to train and perform the absolute highest standards when you are asking us to lower the standards to make you the Secretary of Defense simply because you are buddies with our president-elect? And by the way, he has filed for bankruptcy 6 times. I'm not quite sure he's the kind of CEO you want to refer to as a successful businessman. Let me make it clear. You can't seem to grasp that there is no U.S. military as we know it without the incredible women that we serve. Women who earned their place in their units. You have not earned your place as Secretary of Defense. You say you care about keeping our armed forces strong and that you like that our armed forces meritocracy, then let's not lower the standards for you. You, sir, are a no-go at this station.
Thank you, Senator Duckworth. I would like to submit for the record a letter
Senator Tammy Duckworth here, the Democrat from Illinois, with live coverage of the Senate confirmation hearing of Hegseth. Knowing that she was not a fan, she certainly codified that as we reassemble a panel. Republican strategist Ashley Davis, Democratic analyst Jeannie Shazam. Ashley, what are we supposed to be learning from this process? We have people watching, listening, wondering why this is happening, especially with these movie.
Well, first of all, this is what the Democrats should be doing. I mean, this is their opportunity to, especially in the minority right now in the Senate and the House, and not having the White House, this is their opportunity to have their voice. And they're very well coordinated, the same topics, which is qualification, women, and some of his personal behavior. What I thought was very interesting is that Senator Wicker is just as coordinated, which is what he should be doing as well, because every time that someone comes up with some question about something that he's been accused of or something that he's done, he comes up with 3 other letters that support the opposite of what is being said. Yes, and so there is kind of a tit for tat there. And this is all popcorn TV drama right now. I do think that Senator Duckworth has a very personal message there. Obviously, you could see her anger was pretty significant and very emotional. I would go back to some of the other former secretaries of defense and ask some of those questions, and especially Don Rumsfeld, who's the former the youngest Secretary of Defense, and see if he knew some of these questions. But it's what they're supposed to be doing. It doesn't really bother me, but listen, I don't think he's 100% confirmed yet. I think I think that there's still some, like I said at the beginning, there's a couple members that could still go the other way, but he probably still will.
Are these fair questions to be asking this young man, Jeannie? And I'm not trying to go easy. I'm really curious what you think. Did he need to just answer that question and list the ASEAN nations? He couldn't name one.
Yeah, he needed to if he had the answer, but apparently he didn't have the answer. And I'll tell you one thing we haven't talked about yet that has surprised me as we've listened to this is the fact, and we've heard Gary Peters mention it, Elizabeth Warren, Kristen Gillibrand, that he did not meet with these Democratic members of this committee beforehand. I am stunned by that. And Gary Peters said, were you afraid to meet with us? He knew he was going to come in here and have to answer these questions. To not meet with them in advance, to not establish a relationship, I think was a strategic miss. And I do think the questions that Senator Duckworth asked are
more to get to with Ashley and Jeannie as this confirmation hearing continues. We'll welcome our global television audience, and Kaylee Lyons will join the conversation. So stay where you are. You can find us on YouTube. Right now, search Bloomberg Business News Live here on Balance of Power.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
It's happening as we speak. The first confirmation hearing for Donald Trump's cabinet nominees. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as Pete Hegseth endures quite a grilling here before the Senate Armed Services Committee in his trek to become the next defense secretary. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power. Kaylee, this has been underway for a few hours here.
Yeah.
We've got more senators to go, although most tell us that Pete Hegseth is on track to win confirmation in this hearing.
Well, keeping in mind that, of course, he's going to be confirmed by a Senate that does have a Republican majority, and we have clearly seen a partisan line drawn in this hearing, with Republicans sounding far more supportive of Hegseth's confirmation prospects than Democrats, who have criticized him on both character and on qualifications. While they've discussed his views on women in the military, specifically on his past allegations of sexual assault, he's also been pressed multiple times, including just now by Senator Tammy Duckworth, about his ability to lead an organization as large as the Pentagon, and especially the cost cuts that he'd like to see pursue.
Yeah, that's for sure. The back and forth has been deliberate. Democrats certainly are together on this, Kaylee, and we'll rejoin the process a little bit from now. We also have a conversation with retired Marine Corps General Arnold Pranaro, who has prepared more people for confirmation hearings than we'll probably ever cover.
Yeah, certainly I would imagine Pete Hegseth had to go through a lot of preparation for this hearing, because he had a pretty good idea of what he would face today, and we'll have more on the questions he has faced in just a minute. But we begin, as always, with a check on the financial markets, because it's PPI day after all. Let's turn to Charlie Pellet up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, Kayla Lyons. Indeed, PPI day today, CPI day tomorrow. Stocks right now, little changed on the S&P. The Dow just turning higher after earlier losses. Right now, we have got the S&P 500 index down 12, a decline there of 0.2%. The Dow swinging between gains and losses. We're calling that unchanged right now, with the NASDAQ down 81. A decline for the NASDAQ Composite Index of 0.4%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares advancing by 0.4%. 10-year 4.80%, with a 2-year 4.37%. Spot gold up $5.50 the ounce, up 0.2%, 26.68. West Texas Intermediate crude 77.74 a barrel, down now by 1.4%. J.P. Morgan Chase has named Jen Gibsack as its chief operating officer, but the new deputy CEO, Jamie Dimon, says she does not want to succeed him. J.P. Morgan Chase shares are up 0.3%. J.P. Morgan Chase will be among the many banks reporting earnings tomorrow, along with Citigroup, Wells Fargo, and Goldman Sachs. Citigroup shares up by 1.1%. Wells Fargo up 0.9%. Goldman up now by 1.1%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Meanwhile, here in Washington, a lot of attention is fixed on what's taking place in the Senate today, or more specifically, the Dirksen Senate Office Building, where the Senate Armed Services Committee is currently and still underway, holding a confirmation hearing for the Defense Secretary-designate Pete Hegseth, who, of course, has been tapped by President-elect Donald Trump to lead the Pentagon, an organization with more than 3 million people reporting up and through it. And it's been a little contentious at times. Perhaps no surprise, he's faced very difficult questions from Democrats in regard to a number of issues, but he also began the hearing by pleading his own case. Here's part of his opening statement.
Now, it is true, and it's been acknowledged, that I don't have a similar biography to defense secretaries of the last 30 years. But as President Trump also told me, we've repeatedly placed people atop the Pentagon with supposedly the right credentials, whether they're retired generals, academics, or defense contractor executives. And where has it gotten us? He believes, and I humbly agree, that it's time to give someone with dust on his boots the helm. A change agent, someone with no vested interest in certain companies or specific programs or approved narratives. My only special interest is the warfighter. Deterring wars, and if called upon, winning wars by ensuring our warriors never enter a fair fight. We let them win, and we bring them home. Like many of my generation, I've been there. I've led troops in combat. I've been on patrol for days. I've pulled the trigger downrange, heard bullets whiz by, flex-cuffed insurgents, called in close air support, led medevacs, dodged IEDs, pulled out dead bodies, and knelt before a battlefield cross. This is not academic for me. This is my life. I led then, and I will lead now.
Pete Hegseth speaking before the Senate Armed Services Committee in prepared remarks. That's how it starts. Not only trying to make the case for his nomination and confirmation, of course, but also trying to get ahead of some of the more difficult questions that he might be asked, and he's been asked all. And we've got more to go. Joining us, a voice of experience, who spent a lot of time with this committee If confirmed, an insider's view of the Senate confirmation process. What a perfect voice for today. General, it's been some time, and we welcome you back to Bloomberg TV and radio. As I mentioned, you've been in this room before. How's he doing?
Well, I think he's doing extremely well. I was very impressed with his opening statement. As you mentioned, I've been involved in the confirmation process for over 12 secretaries of defense, going all the way back to the Ford administration, both when I was on the committee, staff director of the committee.
What time is it?
It's time for lunch.
What time is it?
It's time for lunch.
What time is it?
It's time for lunch.
It's lunchtime.
Hey, what's for lunch? But he certainly had a very strong opening statement. I've reviewed all of his advanced policy questions. I've listened very carefully to the hearing, and he's doing exceedingly well, in my judgment.
Well, and for many of the questions he is facing, at least the ones posed by Democrats, he's kind of doing so for the first time, as multiple Democratic senators have pointed out, sir, that Hegseth declined to meet with them in advance of this hearing, even though he was taking meetings with essentially all of the Republicans on this committee. Do you think that that was a mistake, or was it unnecessary in this case when he wasn't likely to be able to rely on Democratic votes anyway?
Well, typically the tradition is that nominees are not just the Secretary of Defense, all our defense nominees, of which there are 65 in the Department of Defense. So he's going to have a very strong team with him if he's confirmed, and I believe he will be confirmed. And typically they try to meet with everybody, but everybody says, well, I don't have any inside information other than what I just heard in the hearing today. I know nominees try to meet with everybody. I know for a fact that a number of the other nominees, the Secretary of the Navy, the Secretary of the Army nominees, they're meeting with both sides of the aisle. I don't know what really happened here. It's unfortunate that he didn't have a chance to meet with some of them. But on the other hand, it's not unusual that schedules don't match up.
Yeah, they do all seem to be going out of their way to say the same thing on that front. But General, we'd love for you to bring us behind the scenes a bit and into the process. We hear a lot about mock hearings and murder boards. What goes into preparing someone like Pete Hegseth for a moment like this? How much time do you spend with them? How ugly does it get when you start looking at their record and try to give them a sense of the tough questions they're going to get?
Well, you know, I go back, and most of the SecDefs that I've been involved with, going all the way back to Harold Brown in the Carter administration, Cap Weinberger, Don Rumsfeld, Les Aspin, all got tough questions. So there's nothing unusual about that. Number two, it does take a tremendous amount of preparation. Some of the previous secretaries of defense that didn't prepare well did not do well in their confirmation hearing, and frankly, they suffered from that when they became, even though they got confirmed, you know, they did not have a good impression in the confirmation hearing. So I would assume, and I can tell from just the way he's answering the questions, I can tell from all the material, supporting material that's been provided to the committee, I can tell by reading his extensive advanced policy questions, they have done a tremendous amount of preparation to get him ready for this hearing, but that's appropriate. You need to do that. As some people have said, the Defense Department is the largest, most complex organization in the world, and it's all about war fighters. So I would think that obviously they spend a tremendous amount of time with him, getting him ready, and it shows he's doing a good job.
So you think, General, that he's doing a good job in arguing that he is in fact qualified to do this job, even though he's, as has been raised in the hearing, he hasn't managed an organization bigger than hundreds of people, let alone millions, that he actually hasn't led an organizational audit, let alone one that could number in the hundreds of billions of dollars? I mean, is your takeaway from this hearing that Pete Hegseth is firmly qualified for this position?
He's qualified in terms of the things that the Secretary of Defense is involved in, and they are, as I understand, somebody brought up one of the requirements. There are requirements in Title 10 in the U.S. Code that creates the Department of Defense and the Secretary of Defense. He brought out a few things that I think are most important. He's focused on improving the deterrence, because those of us that have been in combat like him, like myself and others, I've been wounded in combat and been to war, but you want war. You want to deter wars. You don't want to have engage in wars, and you want to focus on war fighting and lethality. That's the role of the Secretary of Defense. He's going to have 65 confirmed people. They've already named a very strong team to be in there with him. John Phelan to be Secretary of the Navy, Dan Driscoll to be Secretary of the Army, Rich Colby, a real expert on policy, Mike Duffy, a very tremendous expert in the acquisition area, and the Deputy Feinberg, a very, very successful businessman. And the number two person is the Chief Operating Officer. So the notion that somehow the Secretary of Defense has got to run the Pentagon all by themselves. And plus, you've got the service chiefs, you've got the joint chiefs, you've got the warfighting commander. So, in my judgment, it takes that kind of a team. And the names that I've seen so far, because I know most of them and worked with them over the years, very experienced. It's going to be a very strong team.
General, we all remember John Tower in 1989. I don't know if you have any personal anecdotes from that experience or any first-hand stories, but can you speak to our audience about how rare it would be for a nominee like this to go down in a vote in committee or on the floor?
Well, in the history, the only one that's not been approved was John Tower. That was a very sad day. Great chairman of the Senate Armed Committee. The full expectation was that he would be confirmed, but there were issues that came up during the confirmation process, particularly as it relates to the FBI reports that believe him not being approved. But the committee and the Congress turned around and the Senate very quickly and put Dick Cheney in very quickly after John Tower's nomination was not approved. And so I think, frankly, the Senate deserves to give Pete Hegseth an up or down vote on day one. He's the only other civilian in the warfighting chain of command, from the commander-in-chief to the combatant commands. We need a Secretary of Defense on there on day one, and he should get an up or down vote, which has been the precedent for Secretaries of Defense. And people that want to vote for him can vote for him. People that want to vote against him, vote against him. And, a majority vote rules. And if he gets a majority vote, then he will be eligible to be sworn in and appointed day one. But he deserves an up or down vote on January 20th. That's been the plan and the precedent going all the way back to Democrat and Republican presidents, that on a new president that has a new Secretary of Defense gets an up or down vote on day one. And I hope that will be the case.
Well, and assuming he is confirmed ultimately to leave this position, talk, if you will, General, about what exactly he's going to inherit. We've heard in this hearing a lot of kind of bureaucratical challenges, if you will, about the acquisition process, about an audit for the DoD, but then there's also the very real challenges in multiple theaters around the world where there are live conflicts or the threat of conflicts. How is he going to be able to navigate both those internal and external questions?
Look, he's inheriting the same challenges as the last 2 or 3 presidents have had. We live in a world that's more dangerous and unstable than the peak of the Cold War. We don't have the right strategy for dealing with the threats that we face from Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, and global terrorism. We need to get back to basically being able to deter, and if deterrence fails, to fight and win 2 nations create a world on a near simultaneous basis. We're not getting the bang for the buck we should for the dollars we spend in the Pentagon. In constant dollars, we're spending more than the peak of the Reagan buildup, and the force is 50% smaller. One of the things he brought out today is we need to get people, into the combat arms. And we have over 300,000 active duty military serving in inherently non-governmental jobs or serving in the rear of the gear. The overhead in the Pentagon is massive. The requirements process needs reform. The acquisition process needs reform. We spend over $420 billion a year in the Pentagon on goods and services, supplies and equipment, and about the only thing you can say about that output is spend more, take longer, get less. And these problems are well known. He's with his team, going to have to tackle every single one of these. If you want to improve deterrence is really important. You need to have the military capability. It has to be credible, and your adversaries have to believe that you're going to use it. So he's going to inherit significant challenges in all of these areas.
We're spending some time on Bloomberg TV and radio. Retired Marine Corps General Arnold Gennaro literally wrote the book on Senate confirmations. General, I want to ask you about some criticism that we've heard from Democratic members of the committee about the FBI background check into Pete Hegseth. There are multiple reports here that the FBI did not interview Hegseth's ex-wives or the woman who actually accused him of sexual assault in 2017. How unusual is that? Would that have been riding on a request from committee leadership to look into that and interview those women? Or is this a problem for the FBI to have not been as comprehensive as it should be?
First of all, I want to applaud the new leadership in the Senate, the leader Thune and others that said, look, we're going to require the same kind of FBI full-field investigations for the Trump nominees that has been required in every single previous president, Democrat and Republican. And so that request doesn't come from the committees. It doesn't come from the Senate. It comes from the White House counsel's office. In this case, the transition counsel, because their White House counsel for Trump has not been set up till January 20th. And so they had the FBI go out and do what's called a full field investigation of potential nominees. And then that material is provided to the chairman and ranking member on the Senate Armed Services Committee. And it's at the chairman's discretion, as it was when my boss was chairman for 8 years, as to who else might get access to that. One of the things you have to understand, it's not like an inspector general report. It's not like a Article 32 in the military where there's an investigation, their findings and their recommendations, and they come to a conclusion and they say, well, this person is right and this person is wrong. It's just raw investigatory files, and they can be very misleading. And so the FBI reports have to be treated with great deference in terms of what they can be used for. One of the things that I felt, and people know, that was very unfair in the power thing, is there were a lot of things that got leaked out of the FBI report that weren't corroborated, and it was very damaging. And so I think the approach that Chairman Wicker is taking in terms of restricting the FBI report is appropriate. In terms of what's in it, none of us are ever going to know, because it's not going to be made available publicly. And certainly you have to rely on the investigatory skills of the FBI that they did a thorough investigation. So typically what happens is, if the counsel believes there's disqualifying information in an FBI full field investigation, they'll notify the president, and the president will have to decide whether he still wants to go forward or not. The fact that the report was provided to the chairman and ranking member, the fact that things are going forward, I don't have first-hand knowledge. I certainly don't have access to it. I don't have any leaked information. My working assumption would be there's nothing in that report that's disqualifying, because the proceedings are going forward.
All right, General, thank you so much for joining us on Balance of Power today. That's retired Marine Corps General Arnold Canaro, who, as Joe mentioned, is also the author of If Confirmed, an insider's view of the Senate confirmation process. Of course, we're all observing that process in real time today with this hearing for Pete Hegseth still underway. And to the point on FBI background checks, we do have questions for some of these other nominees as to whether their hearings will even be scheduled because of concerns over people work life. For example, Tulsi Gabbard, who's been tapped to be the Director of National Intelligence, elect to be in charge of the intelligence that the military sometimes has to act on. Absolutely. We're not really sure how her process will proceed.
Well, and it really kind of throws cold water on the idea of accelerating these nominees because of what happened. I remember the cry after New Orleans and Las Vegas to hasten these hearings. We're probably not going to see Kash Patel set to run the FBI if confirmed until February. So I think we can forget that.
Yeah, we still have a long way to go. It's really just begun today in the Senate, with many more confirmations still scheduled for later this week. We'll have more on this ahead with our political panel today. Jeannie Shanzano and Ashley Davis will be here straight ahead.
Hey, you just got money.
subscribe to my YouTube channel.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. A turnaround for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, now advancing by 60 points. The S&P does remain lower, but the Dow being led higher by Caterpillar, 3M, and Salesforce.com. S&P will call it unchanged on the day. NASDAQ, the composite index, down 0.2%, but the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up now by almost 0.6%. The 10-year 4.79%, the 2-year 4.37%, and the 30-year right at 4.99%. Gold up $3.50 the ounce, 26.67, up by about 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.4%, 77.71 a barrel, and Bitcoin now up 2.4%, 96,424 on Bitcoin. Meta Platforms is planning to cut about 5% of its lowest performers with the intent of backfilling their roles this year. That according to an internal memo sent to employees. In the memo, CEO Mark Zuckerberg says the company will be providing generous severance. Meta Platforms down today by 2.4%. Recapping stocks, little change right now with the S&P down 1 point. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. And Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Watching Wall Street as we watch the hearing, the confirmation hearing for Pete Hegseth get underway here. Actually, it's soon to draw to a close. It started at 9:30 this morning in the Dirksen Senate office building. 27 senators have an opportunity to ask Pete Hegseth, in some cases, very difficult questions. Kaylee, we've heard about his history with alcohol, allegations of sexual assault, to which he maintains his innocence, some emotional testimony from the likes of Tammy Duckworth, some very difficult questions from Elizabeth Warren, lockstep support, though, from Republicans in the room. When do you expect him to be confirmed?
Well, and interestingly as well, the one Republican many were keeping an eye on is Senator Joni Ernst from Iowa, who's a combat veteran and sexual assault survivor herself, and even their rapport seemed friendlier than maybe you would have anticipated. She noted that they have met multiple times in private and had what she described as very frank conversations, and she just reiterated on some of the points that I guess they had discussed in private that she wanted to raise again today in the hearing. But she was going to be potentially the linchpin vote on this, knowing only 3 Republican votes can be afforded to be lost for him to
One
get through.
time she was the one to watch, but after their meeting, she seemed to back off. And by the way, a deliberate pressure campaign from the MAGA world against Joni Ernst that seemed to change her narrative, as did her meeting with Pete Hegseth behind closed doors. To your point, Kaylee, she actually left time on the clock, which says a lot about the point she was trying to make.
Yeah, so let's get into all of this now and turn to our political panel today. Jeannie Shanzano is with us, who, of course, is a senior democracy fellow at the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress and a Democratic strategist alongside Republican strategist Ashley Davis. Welcome to you both. Jeannie, let's begin with you. Was incredibly intense is that they went after Hegseth on both character and qualifications for this job. But is anyone's mind really changing because of this Q&A?
I don't think we see that yet. Could it happen? Sure. But I don't think that there has been a misstep of the degree or sort of a surprise that would elicit changes on the Republican side. And you know, part of that, I think, is the pressure campaign that you were both just talking about. There has been an organized pressure campaign from the right in support Hegseth and also to take on any Republicans who would stray offline. So I think so far no minds changed, but I do think Democrats are doing what they need to do and wanted to do. They are getting their points out. And, you know, I would just add, two things surprised me. One, that he didn't meet with them in advance or even try to set up a meeting, if you believe what the senators are saying. And number two, that we're only going to go one round on this. It is typical to go more than one round. I think we need, as the American public, to hear more from him. But we're only going to get one round, 7 minutes each, which is pretty short.
Yeah, one round indeed, and I just want to go back to the moment between Pete Hegseth and Joni Ernst that Haley mentioned here, the senator from Iowa, with questions specifically about women serving in combat.
Will you support women continuing to have the opportunity to serve in combat roles?
Senator, first of all, thank you for your service, as we discussed extensively as well.
My privilege.
And my answer is yes, exactly the way that you caveated. Yes, women will have access to ground combat roles, given the standards remain high, and we'll have a review to ensure the standards have not been eroded in any one of these cases. That'll be part of one of the first things we do at the Pentagon, reviewing that in a gender-neutral way, the standards, ensuring readiness and meritocracy is front and center, but absolutely, it would be the privilege of a lifetime to, if confirmed, to be the Secretary of Defense for all men and women in uniform who fight so heroic. They have so many other options. They decided to put their right hand up for our country, and it would be an honor to have a chance to lead.
All right, let's bring Republican strategist Ashley Davis back into the conversation. If that's as tough as it gets from a Republican on the panel, are we all done?
Pretty much, but I still want to, as I was talking about earlier, I do think we need to watch John Curtis, especially, who came out just a few hours ago saying that he needs to take another look at him as well as Tulsi Gabbard. So I do think that there's that, plus the three that we've always talked about in regards to Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, and also Mitch McConnell.
Tell our audience why Mitch McConnell.
Just because Mitch has always had a little bit of a thorn in President Trump's side, and I also think that he takes the stance of the United States and the world, especially in regards to the military, very, very seriously. He is not up for re-election anymore. He's not running, and he's not the majority leader. So he has the ability to vote against someone if he needs to. I'm not saying he will. Sure. He just has those chains have been broken, so to speak. Yeah. But John Curtis, I think, is something to earlier watch. I agree. I don't think that anyone's mind has been changed today. Nothing new came out. Obviously, I thought Tammy Duckworth was probably the strongest on the Democrat side in regards to her personal history. But I just don't think, and obviously Senator Ernst's questions teed him up to answer the question that was very important, which was about obviously women in the military.
As you make the point that Senator Curtis has expressed concerns not just about Hegseth, but Tulsi Gabbard as well, do you see a relationship here where the better this process goes for him, the greater threat that it doesn't go so well for her, because that could potentially open the door for, if Republicans are exercising one pass on shooting down a nominee, it might become her instead of him?
It could be, and will there'll be a sacrificial lamb, so to speak? I mean, obviously RFK is still a concern. I mean, the question here, and obviously Kash Patel as well, but the main question here is some of those FBI background checks that are still happening. So there's obviously a lot of different conversations out there about Tulsi Gabbard, from what I understand, with her ability to get her clearances continue to be extended and confirmed, that I don't know what is there that's not classified that us as the general public don't know. So I think that she probably is someone that could be a sacrificial lamb, as well as I still think that RFK has an uphill battle.
Has to still have a lot of meetings for us to get a better sense of that. Jeannie, I know where you are on Pete Hegseth not meeting with Democrats. Democrats here. I wonder where you are on the background check. We talked to General Panaro about this earlier in the hour, that many Democrats on the panel have complained that the FBI did not interview Hegseth's ex-wives or the woman who accused him of sexual assault in California in 2017. Those apparently would have needed to be requested by White House counsel. Either way, do they have a full picture of the man?
Well, from what they're saying, they don't. They are also complaining about the late timing in which, these reports are being given to the Senate. And they don't feel like they're getting a full rundown. There was also reporting that his previous wife, one of his ex-wives, reached out to the FBI and didn't get a call back. I think that is worth thinking about, but I think the reality here is that not only do we need more time with Pete Hegseth, I think as an American public, I think there's also an awful lot of conversation that hasn't been had. I mean, we've heard an awful lot about audits, internal challenges in the DOD, about his issues involving women and other things. But how about issues involving the security of the United States? How about the fact we're losing the race with China in particular when it comes to how we're going to be a 21st century fighting machine? All of these things have sort of gone by the wayside when you give senators 7 minutes each. So to me, I think Republicans could do better in terms of giving their members more time to have more robust conversation with all of these nominees. I understand they want to do this fast, but this is the last time we get to hear this kind of back and forth, and I think we deserve more. So that, abandoning that practice to me is really problematic.
Ashley? There's two things that I just want to address. So the FBI background checks after a huge slate of cabinet secretaries like this, they always, at least under my experience under the Bush administration, they do come up last minute. Obviously the same thing happened under the Biden administration. The thing that I really want to get into here quickly is going through numerous FBI checks and at various levels. The point is not to call the ex-wife. The point is to call the ex-roommate or the neighbor that you had when you were 25 years old. The FBI's role is to get to the third layer, the fourth layer, not the public information. So it doesn't bother me as much that he didn't talk to the ex-wife. They didn't talk to the ex-wife. It's more, and by the way, it's not common that FBI backgrounds are given to every single person on the committees. So that is not something that happens.
And in this case, it was the chair and ranking member, right?
Correct, which is
that
very normal.
Procedure.
Yes. But so I remember when I went through my own personal background checks, I remember like a random person in college that I barely knew was called, but not like my college roommate, so it's like, that's what they do. Yeah. So it doesn't bother me as much.
Well, important knowing that this has been a point of controversy, and I suspect will be for all of these confirmation hearings. Kaylee, Donald Trump didn't want any of them to have FBI background checks.
Well, yeah, they weren't signing those typical transition documents in order to speed this process along. Just quickly here, though, on the president-elect, Jeannie, it was pointed out by Senator Gary Peters during the course of his questioning that there were 5 either confirmed or acting secretaries of defense in the first Trump administration. Even if Pete Hegseth is able to get the votes and be confirmed, should we have more confidence this time around that he'll be able to stick in that job?
Oh, I don't know. Donald Trump likes to fire people. We've seen that. He's done it on TV. So, I'm not sure he'll stick, but that's the president's prerogative. So Pete Hegseth, if he's confirmed, could be the first of just a few.
Jeannie, thank you so much. Jeannie Shanzano. Ashley Davis with us here at the table in Washington. I can't imagine going through the process, the full FBI background check.
When she said random people from college, I
shook.
That proposition is terrible.
It's why you don't lie. You do say what you did,
You have to warn all your family and friends, though, right? Hey, you might be getting a phone call.
That's what I did, and none of them got the phone calls. It was the third layer that got the phone calls.
The ones you
nice
would
to
least
people.
expect.
Yes, at every stage. What a great panel. Thank you both so much. Kaylee, an important conversation ahead. We'll check the markets as well in the throes of this confirmation hearing, and I'll remind everybody that we're just about there. We've got our eyes on the hearing room. The final Democrat, Lee Slotkin, asking questions now. He's just about to conclude his experience.
But of course, this is just the beginning of hearings for this week. We have much more on deck. Marco Rubio, Pam Bondi. There's 13 in total
this
that
week.
are scheduled over the course of just the next few days.
That's insane. We'll do it again next week, too. We've got a lot of seats to fill.
Yep, an inauguration on Monday, so stick with us here on Bloomberg TV and Radio.
S&P up 10, a gain of 0.2%. The Dow up 137, up 0.3%. NASDAQ little changed, up by 1 point. Ahead of the CPI report tomorrow morning, the 10-year 4.79%. We have got the 2-year 4.36% and the 30-year 4.99%. Gold up $8 the ounce, higher by 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.5%, 77.68 a barrel. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau says Capital One Financial misled customers when it rolled out a new savings account with a higher interest rate it didn't also give to existing savings accounts. Capital One up by 2%. United Rentals of Stamford, Connecticut has agreed to buy H&E Equipment Services for $3.4 billion in cash. United Rentals up 5%. H&E Equipment up by 105%. A New York Governor Kathy Hochul delivering her State of the State speech. She is proposing tax cuts on income up to $323,000. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much with us here on Balance of Power. Watching Wall Street as we cover politics. They frequently cross over. It's a little bit different today, although there has been a conversation about defense contracting, the DIB, and of course, reforming procurement at the Pentagon as part of Pete Hegseth's wide-ranging conversation before the Senate Armed Services Committee. That hearing is still underway, but just about to conclude, with 27 senators each taking their time to ask questions of Donald Trump's nominee to run the Defense Department. Kaylee, at times it has been about cultural issues, some of the allegations that have surrounded Hegseth, including his personal behavior when it comes to women, when it comes to alcohol, DEI, women in combat, but also just the hard brass tacks of managing a massive bureaucracy, massive budget that you'd be in control of, managing people, which is experience that he does not have, though he seems to have convinced a lot of Republicans that he can do the job.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've heard a lot of numbers throughout the course of this hearing. The idea that the Pentagon Department of Defense does have 3 million people, that has a budget of $850 billion. These are really big figures that we're working with. We've also heard over the course of this hearing, including from Senator Joni Ernst, for example, and from Hegseth himself, about a desire to get some of those figures down, specifically on the dollar figure side, as we talk about the auditing process at the Pentagon, or perhaps the lack thereof. It's those kinds of internal substantive issues that we want to get into now with our next guest. Dr. Anya Manuel is joining us. She's co-founder of the strategic consulting firm Rice, Hadley, Gates and Manuel, also executive director of the Aspen Strategy Group. Welcome to Balance of Power, Anya. Good to have you here on Bloomberg TV and radio. When we consider the kind of size and scale of that internal DoD challenge that Pete Hegseth is making the case he is able to take on here, if he is indeed confirmed to be the next Secretary of Defense. Just how hard is it going to be to actually execute in a period of just 4 years?
Happy to be with you, Kaylee. Thanks for having me on. You stated all the numbers. This is an enormous department. It's the biggest department that the U.S. government has. So real experience running large bureaucracies is important. Let me give you 2 points. One, the outside challenges that the United States faces. This is really a more dangerous period we haven't faced since, frankly, between the 2 world wars. Great powers are acting badly. You're dealing with a rising China that needs to be managed. You're dealing with Russia that is continuing to pummel Ukraine unjustly. You have Iran, which is currently on its back foot, but can always cause trouble. So there are enormous geopolitical challenges that the next Secretary of Defense will have to face without getting us substantially involved in any of these wars, as we currently are not. On the internal side, you said a lot, and apparently it's come up in the hearing. This is an enormous budget. One of the big things that will have to happen is the procurement of the Pentagon will need to be reformed. We are not currently buying the weapons that we need for the wars of the 21st century.
next two aircraft carriers for Bill Clinton and for George W. Bush. Is that in itself part of the reform that needs to happen? We keep hearing from Elon Musk, it should be all unmanned. It should be drones from now on. But we have massive and very expensive weapons programs that are set to continue on for years. So where does the reform begin?
Yeah, we do. There's lots of opinions on how you reform. It's been tried multiple times. I think the Biden administration deserves some credit for doing things like the replicator program, which is getting drones and unmanned vehicles much faster into our system. But these are still small things. You can't just scrap the large weapon systems full-heartedly. But you can start trimming some of them, cutting the ones that are likely to be sitting ducks. There's going to be a huge, I don't want to get into the details of this because there are going to be huge debates on what do you cut, what do you not cut. Every time you try to cut any big procurement weapon system, people crawl out of the woodwork because those are good jobs in America in certain districts. And so you need to have a good relationship with the U.S. Congress to do some of those things. I would say one of the most effective secretaries of defense we have had is my own current business partner, Bob Gates. He cut billions in over 10 years from the Pentagon budget, and he did it without ruffling too many of the feathers.
Well, obviously, as we consider the budget and what exactly it pays for, a lot of that is heading into the defense industrial base, which you were just speaking to. Obviously, a lot of this is made in the U.S., and this has come to the fore of conversation in regard to the supply of ammunition and other weapon systems for Ukraine. It was argued that that really is an investment in the defense industrial base here at home, even though we're sending it elsewhere. How much progress really has been made when it comes, though, to the DID, Anya, versus what actually needs to be done to fortify the U.S.'s ability to continue providing for its own defense and the defense of its allies?
Yeah, very good question. Hard to quantify it. Boy, if we started at zero, we're now maybe 30, 40% of the way there, but more has to happen. What's always very difficult is to tell companies to ramp up production without having very clear contracts going far into the future about how that will be used. And that's going to continue to be a problem. And the next administration will have to continue to wrestle with it. I would say the Biden administration has made a really pretty good start.
Are senators asking any of the right questions today?
I have only watched part of the hearings. I do hear a lot of substance, a lot of what you said in your preview. This is a large organization, 3 million people. It needs to be run well. You can't just break the system in order to rebuild it. You have to manage it from within. And by the way, the department is doing a lot of really important tasks right now, and you can't take your eye off that ball. So I do think some of the questions that have been asked about Indo-Pacific security, how we continue our work with our allies in the Indo-Pacific, which I think is one of the strengths of what the Biden administration did, really rebuilding those alliances with Japan, with Korea, with the Philippines, with Australia, with India. Those are all very important, and I do hope the next Secretary of Defense keeps those things.
Well, of course, Pete Hegseth would like it to be him. We are looking here on Bloomberg TV and on YouTube at a live shot of the hearing room, which has just, of course, concluded the hearing itself. And Pete Hegseth, along with his wife by his side, are now sharing cups with a few members inside the room. Anya, some of what we've heard from Pete Hegseth today in regard to the operations of the Pentagon, and especially when he was under question from senators on his views around things like DEI or women in combat, was this notion that some of these initiatives that we have seen in recent years, whether it is allowing more equal gender opportunity or keeping diversity, equity, and inclusion in mind, that it was slowing down the Pentagon or somehow making the Department of Defense less able to be the most lethal fighting force in the world. Is there any real truth in that statement that these other initiatives that were described in this hearing as being politically oriented issues are actually affecting the defense capability of the United States?
I don't have the in-depth knowledge to evaluate whether that's been harmful or helpful or neither. When I interact with, as an outsider, with our troops around the world, with our military leaders around the world, I find them engaged and strong and smart and practical. And I think our military leaders are doing an extraordinary job managing a really complex geopolitical environment. And I
talk about same-day confirmations, or day one confirmations, I should say. Will Pete Hegseth be among them, assuming that Democrats play along or Republicans have the vote on January 20th, confirmed to be the next secretary?
I can't speculate to that. You'll have to continue to hear the hearings.
Well, when we consider, though, the urgency senators may feel, or that the president may feel, in making sure that these and him and other nominees are confirmed quickly, it does speak to some of the very things that you were just discussing with us. This notion that we are at a very tense time geopolitically in many parts of the world. There has been a lot of conversation, including just yesterday here at Bloomberg, when the outgoing U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan joined our colleague about this notion that the Biden administration initially came in wanting to be able to focus on the Indo-Pacific, on the threat from China, and got instead sidelined by the events in the Middle East. How do you see the kind of balance between these different theaters heading into this next administration over the course of the next 4 years, especially if there is some kind of at least temporary resolution between Israel and Hamas that all sides are fighting for right now?
Yeah, the Middle East just draws people back in over and over again. And as much as repeated U.S. administrations have wanted to wash their hands of it and walk away, unfortunately, we need to be engaged. That doesn't mean directly involved in war, but we need to be engaged in the world to prevent wars, to keep us from having to be threatened. Because the international geopolitical system hates a vacuum, and every time there's a vacuum, it's filled, frankly, by the bad guys, like you saw Russia filling in Syria. You've seen Russia invade Ukraine. You've seen an increasingly belligerent China that we need to be watching. So we don't have the leisure as leaders in the United States to turn away from any of these very important conflicts. We need to be engaged in all of them. And if you talk to our friends and partners around the world, they want us to continue to be engaged.
All right, Dr. Anya Manuel, co-founder of the strategic consulting firm Rice Hadley Gates Manuel. We thank you so much for your insights and expertise today on Bloomberg TV and radio. We can tell you that the hearing has just concluded. It has come to a close for Pete Hegseth and Kaylee. Based on what we're hearing, that's going to be it. There had been talk of multiple rounds. Each of the 27 senators got their time. You've heard the questions asked. You've heard his answers. That's it. We're moving on to the next nominee.
Well, and frankly, for all of that questioning and answering, doesn't really feel like any new substantive material or revelations emerged from this hearing. What was known about Pete Hegseth and his views coming into the hearing largely were either reiterated, him obviously defending himself when it comes to changes in his viewpoints on things like women in combat that he's made recently. But again, a lot of that was already known. It's unlikely that any minds, especially in the United States Senate, were firmly changed by this testimony.
That's right, and that was the idea going into today. Will there be any new revelations? It does not appear that we've had any, although we've had some pretty deliberate presentations put forth by Tammy Duckworth, by Elizabeth Warren, some others. Tim Kaine had the nominee on his heels for some time, but this was
Party is what we're going to be looking for, that he can't afford to lose. And again, there's much more still coming up this week in regard to hearings, including
for Marco Rubio and for Scott Bassett on Thursday. We'll be bringing that one to you live and in full here on Bloomberg TV.
Jingle, jingle, pay attention. This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week for this Tuesday, January 14th. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenivek. And Tim, kind of one friendly inflation print down for the week.
Yeah, one unknown, one to go this week. So it's only Tuesday, Carol.
It is only Tuesday. We are seeing, though, stocks coming off their lows of this session. We're going to get more on the economic data today and the kind of what was earlier a risk-off trade, but it seems like investors are coming back in. We'll get more on that in just a moment. We're also going to get an update.
Plus, a change in the C-suite at JP Morgan. Also a clue, Carol, on who may or may not be the next CEO.
That's a Bloomberg exclusive. Also this hour, the Illumina CEO, and then Sam Altman on ChatGPT.
Hi there, this is a school announcement. All junior pupils are no longer to receive lunch breaks from now on. Thank you.
Big take. Also a rare interview. All that more coming up over the next hour right here on Bloomberg Business Week. First up, though, to check out the day's traded top business stories. Here he is.
We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, Russell 2000, all in the green right now. Stocks are gaining as investors await the
Subscribe to my YouTube channel.
That's coming up tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. Wall Street time, and our Michael will have a whole lot more on the inflation data coming up in just a moment. So here's where we stand. The S&P now at 58.54, up 18, a gain of 0.3%. The Dow up 206, up 0.5%. NASDAQ up 0.2%, and the Russell 2000 index of small cap shares, a broad advance there, up by 1.2%. The 10-year, 4.79%. The 2-year, 4.36%. And the 30-year, now at 4.9%.
2 hours later.
$9 the ounce, 26.72, up 0.3%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.5%, 760 for a barrel of WTI. JP Morgan Chase has named Jen Piepszak its chief operating officer, but the new deputy to CEO Jamie Dimon says she does not want to succeed him. Right now, JP Morgan Chase shares up by 0.7%. JP Morgan will be reporting tomorrow morning along with Citigroup, Wells Fargo, and Goldman Sachs. Citigroup shares up 1.4%. Wells Fargo ahead of earnings up now by 0.9%, and Goldman Sachs up by 1.6%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, thank you so much. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. We do have a headline crossing involving BlackRock.
Yeah, BlackRock's Mark Wiedman is leaving the firm. He's decided to pursue other opportunities. He's a 20-year veteran of BlackRock, head of global client business, also a potential successor to Larry Fink. He is leaving BlackRock.
Yeah, and just taking a look at the stock. It's up about 1.2% here in today's session, so just off its highs of the day. All right, surprise, and it kind of was a good one, at least on the inflation front. We got this earlier this morning. U.S. wholesale inflation unexpectedly cooled in the month of December, helped by a drop in food costs and flat services prices that may help temper some of the concerns of lingering price pressures. Here with what you need to know, back with us is Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy correspondent Michael McHugh right here in the studio. So, Mike, what do we need to know about this data? Is it a lot friendlier?
It's a lot friendlier in most categories. There are a couple that are not friendly. The problem with that is these are the categories that the CE. So we could see the Fed's favorite index rise at the end of the month by a lot more than people thought. The basics are that PPI for final demand, the headline number, came in up 0.2 for the month, which is half of what was anticipated. It does, on a base effects basis, push up final demand to 3.3% from 3%, and then core was flat during the month, no change. That too on a, well, it didn't really move it because what happened was last month was revised up to 3.5, so core is 3.5. So it's no progress specifically at a year-over-year basis, but a little progress on a month-over-month basis. But when you dig underneath it,
So the devil in the details.
the devil's in the details, because mostly economists and Fed officials, and now we've gotten to a point where a lot of in the markets just look at what's the what are the components that are going to go into the PCE, and airfares were up by like 8%, and that's going to push up significantly the PCE number. Also, after declining, portfolio management went up, so it's going to be interesting. I was giving Chanel Dawson a hard time for us tomorrow. She gets all the bank earnings, and we'll see if they made a lot of money on the back of the American people by pushing up portfolio costs.
Hold on, portfolio management is a separate line item?
It's a separate line item, yeah.
What is it?
Well, it's basically the commissions and profits that the portfolio managers make on trades.
And what
managing your money.
What has the trend been? I mean, because hasn't the trend been for those to go lower?
No, the trend has been going up because of the volume of volatility of the trades going on in the market. So that's been an issue. There was a big drop last month, but now it's gone up again. So now they're predicting we're going to see this higher rate of the PCE.
We talk a lot that this isn't the Fed's preferred measure. We get that at the later end of the month. But we do get CPI on Wednesday. So is there something important in that one that you're watching out, or do you kind of disregard it?
Well, no, we don't disregard it. And one of the important things is about the CPI is that it's where Americans get their impression of inflation from. We talk about the PCE because we talk to the Fed, kind of, we're nerds and do that sort of thing. But the American people look at the headlines in the paper, and the paper is going to really play out the CPI and that sort of thing. And so, it's just so the Fed worries about inflation expectations. So what you get in the PCI can push that up or down. Then the PCI is also much more stratified, many more categories than the other inflation indicators, so you can see where some of the inflation pressures are. And you asked what we'll be looking at. We'll be looking at housing, as I've been saying, and everybody else for the last 2 years, waiting for housing prices to go down. They did last month. They were only up 0.2, so it was the lowest since the pre-pandemic. And so if that happens again, that should be good news.
Hey, Mike, I'm just going to throw a curveball out here because I thought of this as you were talking about housing. But you talk about what's going on in California and all the homes that have been destroyed as a result of fires. I mean, in some cases, it's going to be years before these homes are rebuilt, if ever. I'm wondering how economists look at events such as this in the context of California being such a huge economy. And if you think about it from the perspective of the resources that it takes to build at scale, there's going to be a lot of economic activity that happens in that area.
Yes, I have to give the standard economist disclaimer, which is this is a tragedy for the people who live there, and we feel terrible on their behalf and wish we could help. But on a macro basis for the U.S. economy, it's not going to be all that much. Hurricanes, in terms of total damage over a wider area and more money, you notice when they're doing the damage estimates for the fires, they're comparing it to other fires because hurricanes are a lot worse. And what happens is people spend so much money replacing everything because now you're not paying for a 50 or 60 or 70-year-old house, you're paying for a brand new house, and the costs have gone up to rebuild that. So actually disaster recovery adds to GDP. And when you go back and you look at GDP during periods when there were natural disasters, it's really hard to find it. But it will have economic effects in the short run because those things don't wash out right away. We'll see a decline and then a switch in retail sales in terms of what people are, and it'll probably be large enough that you'll notice it. Obviously, jobless claims will go way up in California, and we may have an effect of the non-farm payrolls. There's one estimate from one of the Wall Street houses that it might affect it by about 20,000 or so, because this is the survey week, and so people are going to be out of work during the survey week. So there will be impacts from it, and there'll be some inflation. I think we talked the other day about inflationary impacts because a lot of things are going to be more expensive because they'll be in shorter supply. And then on top of that, Trump puts on tariffs, say on Canadian lumber, it just raises costs.
I want to ask you about that because the president-elect says he will create an external revenue service to collect tariffs, duties, and all revenue that come from foreign sources. This is according to a post on Truth Social. Because we have you here, I want to ask you about UBS, which has a note out that a decision by Trump to ramp up tariffs gradually once he takes office would be problematic, their words, for the Fed, which is, as we know, still battling kind of the last mile of inflation, because you wouldn't have just a one-off impact from the tariffs, rather a kind of rolling effect because of multiple rounds of tariffs. What are your thoughts on that?
When you go back to 2018, the Fed staff put together a briefing for them when Trump was putting on his first rounds of tariffs, and the advice from the staff was, you probably just want to look through the tariff increase because it'll be a one-time increase in prices, and then that doesn't contribute to ongoing inflation. But if it's ongoing, if you still have additional price increases coming on board, depending on what it is in tariffs, then it could be a problem, and you might have to raise interest rates to try to tamp that down. Now, it's really hard to know what's going to happen because every day there's a new tariff squirrel for news people to chase. And one of the things that came out the other day, I mean, we had this. Now we got the gradual. The other day we had the emergency declaration for everything, and the other is on what do they put tariffs on, and there was a suggestion that he wants to avoid putting it on to a great extent consumer goods because he doesn't want you mad at him. And so if he's just doing intermediate goods, some of that price pressure gets absorbed in the process of manufacturing and the middlemen and transportation and things like that, so it might not be as bad. So yes, UBS is right. It's a pain for the Fed because they've got to try to figure all this out.
Right, and just kind of go back and forth here. Mike, thank you so much as always. Michael McKee, International Economics and Policy Correspondent here at Bloomberg News, right here in studio. So that's what you need to know on the economics front. Let's get to now what's been going on Capitol Hill.
And what you need to know specifically, officials that may be calling the shots in the Trump administration today on the individual that could be the boss of the U.S.'s largest government agency, employing more than 770,000, that's based on current numbers, with a 2024 budget trail of more than $841 billion.
That's right. We're talking about Pete Hegseth, President-elect Donald Trump's choice for Defense Secretary, former Fox News host and military veteran, appearing today before the Senate Armed Services Committee. Here's some of Hegseth's opening statement, followed by Senator Jack Reed, the top Democrat on the Senate Armed Services Committee, in the senator's prepared remarks. Hegseth is the first voice you will hear.
He believes, and I humbly agree, that it's time to give someone with dust on his boots the helm. A change agent, someone with no vested interest in certain companies or specific programs or approved narratives.
Mr. Hegseth, I do not believe that you are qualified to meet the overwhelming demands of this job. We must acknowledge the concerning public reports against you.
Of course, that last voice was Democratic Senator Jack Reed in this morning's Senate Armed Services Committee hearing of Pete Hegseth, nominee for Defense Secretary. For more on the hearing, we welcome Bloomberg News National Security Team Leader Nick Wadhams from the Bloomberg Washington, D.C. Bureau. Nick, first up, Secretary of Defense is a big job. Give us some context on what are the key responsibilities of the Secretary of Defense, and what is at stake in terms of getting the right person for the job.
Well, there's a lot to go over here, but I think this is, as you mentioned, the biggest U.S. government agency, one of the biggest employers in the world, with military and civilians. I think the total number of employees is well north of 1.5 million people. Budget $850 billion, set to go to $1 trillion in the next few years. And also, obviously, the Secretary of Defense will be a key advisor and decision maker when it comes to strikes, when it comes to flowing weapons to U.S. allies such as Ukraine, when it comes to negotiating with allies, partners, adversaries all around the world. And then again, of course, pushing back or having conversations with the defense industry, deciding what weapon systems are important, what should go ahead, what systems should be killed. I mean, it's an agency with vast responsibilities. Obviously, as you heard there from Senator Reed, real concerns from Democrats that Pete Hegseth, who has very little managerial experience, he is a military veteran, as you mentioned, but that he would be able to manage that agency and also stand up to so many of the powerful vested interests that would be looking to have their way in a second Trump term.
Nick, does it matter what Democratic senators think about this? Think about him?
Well,
Does that even matter?
It's a great question, Tim, and that to me was really the whole point of what you saw at the hearing today, really a display of President Trump's authority and power over the Republican Party. As Democrats made clear, Hegseth did not meet with almost any of them before his hearing, which is standard practice. He would go in and check in and have conversations. He did none of that. Despite all of their protestations and concerns, you saw pretty much unanimous support from Republicans. They have the votes. There's very little evidence. They have the votes, at least on the committees, slightly more tenuous in the broader Senate, which must approve him. But what it really looks like is that the Democrats are sort of whistling in the wind here, and Republicans, and specifically President Trump, are going to get their way.
So a done deal?
Well, I wouldn't quite go that far. We have had some conversations with sources within the Senate among Republican lawmakers and others who say, listen, if there are credible on-the-record accusations against Hegseth, we would be willing to consider them. You have had, he's been saying for a while, listen, a lot of these claims against me about abuse, about public drunkenness, things like that, are anonymous smears. That's not quite true. One of the people who criticized him, of course, was his own mother, who called him out for his treatment of his ex-wives. So not quite true that these are anonymous smears, but there has been a lot of speculation that there might be more there. Richard Blumenthal, Democratic senator from Connecticut, said as much. And so, we're still waiting to see. Confirmation has not yet taken place. That vote would be expected on Inauguration Day. If something comes out between now and then, it is possible. You only need 4 Republicans to defect and vote against him. So, it's a distinct possibility, certainly not a done deal.
Have any Republicans come out and said they're not convinced at this point?
You've had some expressions of hesitancy and concern from a few. We haven't had specifically from Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski. They have not specifically said 100% yes, I will support him. So it is possible that you could see some defections. So it's very much a wait and see game at this point.
I mean, is there any viral moments here?
Well, that to me is from that perspective, I think Pete Hegseth actually succeeded quite a lot in this hearing. You had a couple stumbles, for example, when Tammy Duckworth asked him if he could identify any members of the ASEAN alliance in South Asia, and he could not. He named Japan and South Korea, I think, as allies to work with. Neither of them are partners in the ASEAN alliance. He was also asked if he would commit to not working in the defense industry for 10 years after being Secretary of Defense, and he refused to say that, though he has made that demand of generals. He said, well, I'm not a general, and that prompted laughter from the room, but none of those really viral moments that would give Democrats something to hang on to or would give Republicans a reason to defect from his candidacy.
Not even his tattoos?
No, he didn't. I don't believe he displayed his tattoos. He was asked about them, but again, nothing really there that provoked a viral moment. He has successfully repelled the Democratic concerns around the tattoos that they may signal some sort of Christian nationalism or something like that. He says these are really just demonstrations of his religious beliefs and of his patriotism.
Yeah, fascinating though, and interesting. Hey, listen, Nick, thank you so much. Bloomberg News National Security Team leader Nick Wadhams there in D.C. Coming up next, we're going to catch up with the CEO of Illumina, out with an update, Tim, on the company today.
Also, Sam Altman on ChatGPT's first 2 years, Elon and AI under Donald Trump. All that when we return right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Small gains for the U.S. stock market with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all back in the green. 20 points higher right now on the S&P. That's an advance of about 0.3%. We've got the Dow higher by 222 points on the Dow, a gain of 0.5%. On NASDAQ is up 44. That's an advance of 0.2%. The Russell 2000 index, though, the outperformer, surging by 1.1%. 10-year 4.79%, the 2-year 4.36%, the 30 at 4.98%. Meta Platforms planning to cut about 5% of its lowest performers. Meta Platform shares, they are trading lower now by just about 1.9%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now wherever you get your podcasts. And that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, hot, dry winds are pummeling the Los Angeles and surrounding areas of Southern California, raising wildfire risks through at least Wednesday through tomorrow as the region reels from blazes that have killed at least 24 people and burned neighborhoods to the ground. Let's head to D.C. and to Bloomberg News national team managing editor Sarah McGregor, who we have been talking to over the last few days and who has been on the West Coast in our LA bureau. I know you're in D.C. now, but LA is your home, and I'm sure you're keeping up to it, updated, I should say, Sarah, on it. What's the latest?
So we're feeling a little bit of deja vu right now because the high winds that sparked the fires to begin with are back, these Santa Ana winds, and I think everyone had a little bit of a reprieve, breathed a little bit of a sigh of relief yesterday as the winds died down and things seemed to be sort of at least contained in some respects, but everyone now is just expecting these winds to sweep in, and especially in the overnight hours. And the big problem, of course, is that these winds can keep planes on the ground that have been doing a lot of the firefighting, keeping things at bay. And so I think there's some feelings that if those get grounded again, that things may get out of control. So everyone's just on edge right now.
One thing that we saw last week was schools closing, and we saw yesterday that the Los Angeles School District opened schools once again. As far as disruption goes, for many people who haven't evacuated, are things back to normal to a certain extent? I was surprised that they opened schools given air quality and given the strain that so many people are feeling.
I think a lot of parents like myself were surprised, in some ways pleasantly, of course, because I think a lot of us remember COVID when our kids were at home for an extended period of time. And so, in a lot of respects, I think, some of the social issues and whatnot that we know the kids went through, we're happy for them to, of course, be in school and have a place to go. But, my son is at Santa Monica High School. It's, it's only a few miles from an evacuation warning area. My other son's in an LAUSD school closer to our house in Westwood. And I think, we'll see where that goes in the next day. Authorities had been telling us to stay off the roads, of course, so emergency vehicles can get through. So I do think, there could be air quality issues. There could be issues if the fires pick up again about emergency personnel having to prioritize the roads for themselves. So again, many of them are back in school right now. And of course, there's some schools in evacuation zones that were actually burned down where those students are either online learning or going to go back next week in different forms.
Yeah, still incredibly difficult. Sarah, thank you so much. Appreciate the update. Our thoughts are with you and with everybody out there on the West Coast. Bloomberg News national team managing editor Sarah McGregor. So we are continuing to keep a watch on those wildfires. We're going to also stay kind of on the West Coast because we've been watching developments out west in the pharma space, in the healthcare space, because out in San Francisco is the 43rd annual JP Morgan Healthcare Conference. Tim, that is continuing.
Reporting from it, Bloomberg Open Interest co-host Katie Greifeld, who's sitting down with the CEO of Illumina, the company giving preliminary 2025 revenue guidance today. Katie, take it away.
Tim, thank you. Like you said, sitting down now with the CEO of Illumina, of course. It's a gene sequencing company that basically makes the machines that decodes DNA. Jacob Tyson, it's great to see you.
Thank you very much, Katie. I'm thrilled to be here.
I want to talk about you because you were named CEO last September after a pretty rough period for Illumina, of course. You had the acquisition and then, of course, sale of Grail. You've had the core business weakening a little bit. You also had a tangle with Carl Icahn. So a year and change in, how would you say that the stabilization is going?
Yeah, Katie, I've now been 15 months into the company, and it has been...
Might feel like 15 years.
Yeah, it might feel like 15 years, but 15 months in, and it's first of all, Illumina is a fantastic business. And but the last year has certainly been extremely busy. First and foremost, me coming in, getting a good understanding of the business, our customers, our technologies, and where we position the market. And of course, all the other things that you mentioned also, having to make considerations, what was the right path going forward, and a lot of other things. So we have done a lot of transformation in 24, but what I'm most proud about is that we came out with a strategy in the middle of last year that really honed into our core business and how we're going to get back to growth and really also drive high margins in the business. So I'm excited to be here today.
Well, let's get into some of the updates that you provided this morning. Of course, you beat on EPS, but your preliminary revenue guidance for low single-digit growth, looking like that's in 25. It looked like it disappointed investors a little bit. The stock down a bit today. What's the plan to improve profitability here? What levers can you take?
For sure. And first of all, I'm really pleased to see how we have been able to move the stock upwards over the last year since I've come here also. So we're certainly on the right trajectory. We have last year in 24, we came out with the total year was declining a little bit. And just a step back, what we did a few years ago, and what Illumina has been extremely good at is that 20 years ago, sequencing, DNA sequencing, as we're doing, cost millions of dollars for sequencing the whole genome. Over the past 20 years, we have taken the cost down of sequencing from millions of dollars now down to a few $100. And that has enabled so many opportunities in healthcare and our understanding of the genome. Now today in healthcare, genomic insights are used for example, cancer, understanding cancer profiling. So just a few years ago, if you were a patient and you had a cancer, you would immediately be treated with a treatment that might not have been exactly right for you. But now when you profile the cancer, if we made it cheap enough, you can actually profile the cancer molecularly. You can actually get the right treatment at the right time and go out there and have a much better outcome. So I'm super excited that Illumina has been driving that. We are just getting started. But with that price reduction, we took the prices down from $600 to $200 for sequencing whole genome a few years back. So when you take down prices 60%, it takes time before the volume comes back. And while you see a lot of volume, the price-volume balance is still not ready to be. And that meant that we out in 24 came out with a slightly below negative growth. But we're stepping out now up to low single digit and expect to actually go.
Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today.
Absolutely, of course. And you're taking down pricing, trying to boost volume there. That's a story I can understand. But that was today's news. I want to talk a little bit about yesterday's news as well, because you announced a partnership with NVIDIA that certainly turned a lot of heads. And my understanding is that you're going to use their AI platforms. What capabilities does this add for Illumina?
Yeah, this is a super exciting time to be in our industry. And while I also mentioned here, we've changed how we think about and understanding of the genome over the last 2 decades. Now it's time to take it to a completely different level, meaning that while we're super excited about genomic sequencing, biology is much more complex than that. So having a deeper understanding of biology means that you need to combine genomic information with proteomics and other omics, as we call it. That complexity, no individual can actually in front of their computer get that full understanding. So the combination of our detailed understanding of genomic and other proteomics, and now also combining that with AI capabilities to really get much deeper insight, build what we call foundational models, is really the relationship NVIDIA and Illumina is not going to drive. So we are allowing a lot of the tools and a lot of the compute power that NVIDIA is providing, we can now offer that for our customers to really drive new insights in biology. It's exciting for 2 reasons. One reason is understanding better biology. Our understanding of biology will change over the next decade. And what it really means is that it will change also the way we think about healthcare. We will have much better treatments, but also much more preventive treatments or healthcare decisions we can make. So instead of today, what we're really doing is sick care, we're going to healthcare. And that's really what excites me and why I'm super excited about being part of this industry, is that shifting the industry completely into healthcare.
And I have 2 minutes left with you. I have 3 questions. I'm going to try to fit them in.
All right.
So we're less than a week away from inauguration, of course. One of your big customers is the National Health Institute, and there's debate that, of course, there could be budget cuts under the second Trump administration. Is that something that concerns you?
Well, first of all, the last 5 years there's been plenty of curveballs in industry, so I think we have shown that we can actually do very well independent on the economic environment or some of the changes in legislations. But what I will say is that we work on both sides of the aisle, and my insight, my view is that all politicians want to, of course, continue to improve healthcare. And what we are helping with is to drive down the cost of healthcare and create much cheaper insights. So even though there will be changes maybe in funding, I actually think that there'll still be a lot of funding going into genomics and multiomics going forward. So I'm less concerned about where this is going to go.
All right, so the optimistic angle there. We got to talk about M&A. Of course, you have a fraught history with Lina Khan's FTC, to put it mildly. You've done a few bolt-on type deals over the past recent history, but could you see pursuing more big ticket sort of deals under the administration?
I think our focus will continue to be on really expand our current market opportunity. So that's where I see ourselves in the next period of time. That there's a lot of exciting technologies out there. There's a lot that's
back to you, Carol.
With the CEO of Illumina. All right, let's get back to an update on some of today's U.S. trading and top business stories. We do also have a headline which potentially could be impacting some of the market trade, but Israel and Hamas have agreed in principle to a draft deal for a ceasefire and hostage release. This is coming from CBS News, citing an unidentified Arab U.S. and Israeli officials. The deal could be finalized as soon as this week, Tim.
If the details are approved and the Israeli government also votes for its approval, implementation of the deal could begin as soon as this week, and that again according to CBS. All right, for an update on the trade, because we are seeing stocks tick just a little bit higher, let's head on over to Charlie Pellet. Hey there,
Hi, thank you very much, Tim. And here's what's going on. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index, Russell 2000, all in the green right now. And advance on the S&P, we're at 58.55. That is a gain now of 20 points, up by about 0.1%. Dow Industrial is up 239 points on the Dow, up 0.6%. NASDAQ up 0.2%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares now up by 1.1%. 10-year 4.78%, the 2-year 4.36%, and the 30-year 4.98%. Gold up $11 the ounce, up 0.4%. A retreat for crude. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.6%. Bitcoin now higher by 3%, closing in on $97,000. Starbucks says it will give catastrophe pay to workers affected by the fires raging in LA. Starbucks shares down now by 0.2%. And in New York, Governor Kathy Hochul has proposed a middle-class tax cut in her State of the State address focused on addressing pocketbook concerns. Her plan would provide tax relief to New Yorkers making up to $323,000 a year for joint filers. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. It's more than 2 years since things were kind of quiet over at OpenAI, which back in November of 2022 was a startup so small and sleepy that the owners didn't bother tracking their web traffic. So reminds us and writes Josh Tierney, who caught up with the OpenAI co-founder and CEO Sam Altman to talk about his infamous 4-day firing, how he runs the company, thoughts on another co-founder, Elon Musk, of course, and the impact of a Trump presidency on AI and more. It's all in the conversation. We welcome Bloomberg Business Week freelance contributor Josh Tierney. He is, of course, former editor of Bloomberg Business Week, and he joins us from New York City. Hey, Josh, great to have you here with us. I have to say this has to be one of the most sought-after individuals to talk to. When he does an interview, we all kind of sit up and listen. How did this come together, and why did he want to talk now?
I've spoken to him a bunch of times over the last couple of years, and he reached out basically saying, look, it's been 2 years since GPT launched. It's been about a year since the board firing. I think he was eager to kind of put a bunch of this stuff behind him. He's probably tired of being asked questions about it. So he invited me to come out and really talk through it all and do it at some considerable length. You know, we spent 2.5 hours together just really rehashing it and did a past, present, future. So it was really his initiative.
Okay, well, let's go to that. You talked about, and I think one of the most interesting takeaways for me, Josh, was the drama that occurred when he was briefly ousted as CEO. We're going to get to that in just a few minutes. Before we get there, though, is the origin story of the company. Not everyone knows how it was started, who started it, who was involved. What was top of mind when you sat down with him to talk?
You know, I think he was in a reflective mood. Anniversaries are pretty arbitrary. Some people observe them and get sentimental around them. Some people don't. I think that he was feeling very much like, you know, this is a different company today than it was 2 years ago. You know, when we talk about the sort of founding myth, you know, companies that are successful get, you know, sort of hardens, and there's this belief that there's this kind of founding dinner at OpenAI where all the founders came together, declared their intent, and that was the beginning. And in fact, what he wanted to correct the record on is it really started because he was a deep AI nerd, you know, a decade and a half ago. It was not particularly cool. As he was monitoring progress, he really pursued Ilya Sutskever, who was, you know, his co-founder, and who was a researcher who was really pretty into, you know, pursuing artificial intelligence. Sam really pursued him, and he just wanted to say that the first thing for him was this dinner to do it, and that dinner produced a lot of the sort of philosophical, research-driven take that's still very much at the core of OpenAI.
Josh, did they have at that time, and as you know, there were kind of multiple dinners these guys had in starting to think about the concept, I guess, of the company or what they wanted to do, but did they have any idea kind of what they were dealing with? As you note in the story that Sam Altman said, even thinking about doing this was like cancelable. So, you know, it was kind of not something anybody was considering doing, but did they have any concept that 2 years later, like, this is might kind of been where we would be?
I think it's great. It's a sort of easier overnight success, right? I think that they felt like they could scale artificial intelligence. They didn't quite know, you know, what that journey would look like, but they were pretty confident that they were going to be able to make AI happen and make AI happen for ordinary consumers. Obviously, there's a ton of twists and turns, but yeah, they did have a pretty strong sense this is what they're going to be able to do, and they actually saw the size of the company, that was quite small, as a distinct advantage from those things.
Yeah, one of those twists and turns, I promised we'd get to it, was his brief ouster as CEO, brief ouster from the company. Explain how it went down differently than what's been reported. What's the inside story there?
Well, I think the key component was just a complete capacity around exactly what happened. You know, there was this sort of 4-day hostage taking where nobody quite knew what the future of the company was going to be. We knew the basic details, which are that he had been fired, and the board had fired him for what they termed as not being consistently candid. Didn't know what about, didn't know what they're referring to. He says still he's not totally sure what they're referring to, and I think, you know, in the piece I kind of challenge him a little bit. I think ultimately what it comes down to, what he talks about, is that, you know, the company was founded with this very, you know, noble and pure idea about AI research. What they determined along the way is that if you're going to be competitive in the field of AI, and if your product is going to be meaningful, you need to be able to pivot, you need to be able to devote very large sums to compute, which is the process of actually training these AI models. And there was a divorce coming at that point. The board was genuine in its convictions that AI had been monitored a certain way. There was some sort of schism coming. It feels like that schism was inevitable. Sam, in the interview, says he probably should have been aware that there was greater risk of that schism than he actually was. He says he doesn't have great EQ on these things. But, you know, what we really get out of the piece is just him telling us moment by moment what those 4 days were about. The negotiations to back, the brief window where it looked like he was coming back, the issues, coming forward next year as a CEO, and ultimately, you know, kind of rebellion from the company that brought him back, I think led to changes that were probably inevitable. In the future, we may look back on this and say, you this was a company that could have done all of these things over the course of a couple of years, and they ended up doing it over the course of a couple of months as a result. So it may have turned out to be a blessing. At the same time, clearly, it's a strange and traumatic experience to be not only fired in public, but then to be dangling for 4 days in public while there are reporters outside your door, reporters outside the door of your former company. So I think we try and put that in perspective. I believe we got more information on it than was ever been out there before. Just a very strange episode, even looking back on it.
Yeah, it's like watching, I feel like a streaming series when we were reading or going through it. Having said that, does he feel like, Josh, that the board, that the company is behind him? Does he feel kind of comfortable, or does he feel like he sometimes has to look over his shoulder and kind of gauge where everybody is?
Well, it's a completely new board, but he had a large role in imposing. I think that the brief firing was an occasion to basically say, look, are you in with the new vision for the board? Without a bunch of attrition, some of it my profile, some of it their profile. He seems completely comfortable inside the company, completely comfortable. I think that they are on a trajectory as far as procedure. So I don't think they're discomfortable.
What about moving forward in the future? Ilya's not there anymore. Elon Musk, of course, isn't there anymore. Microsoft has made huge investments in OpenAI, but is also doing their own thing. Anthropic is out there. You've got Meta Platforms doing its own thing as well. What does the landscape look like from Sam Altman's perspective right now?
Competitive. It's super competitive. There's trillions of dollars in profits to be made by AI, by the agentification of AI. Everybody is seeing the same thing. They have, I think at some point the marketplace will diversify and everybody will kind of choose more of a lane. But right now they're all competing with these very large models of AI to get to the brass ring. And so, I think they feel very comfortable that because they were there first and because they're pretty disciplined about what they're actually pursuing, which is a research-focused company, getting to artificial intelligence, general intelligence, they're able to attract talent. There are other companies have big war chests. They are successfully getting talent. But it's going to be a battle. And I think it's going to be a 3 to 5 year battle to determine who really owns the AI space and what pieces of it are they own. And he's determined that not only does OpenAI want ChatGPT to be a very successful product with them, but that product is not the end goal. The end goal is advanced technology to be purchasing. So he's pretty clear what he sees there.
What does that look like, though? And that's one area that I'm having trouble envisioning. Maybe it's because I'm not in the heart of Silicon Valley. Maybe it's because of not necessarily using ChatGPT to its full potential. But what does that world of AGI look like, or that world of AI in the next 3 to 5 years? Like, how are our lives going to be different?
Well, look, you're not wrong. I mean, this is one of the confounding aspects of being alive during AI, is that the people pursuing AI are research scientists, for the most part. They speak like preachers, right? They speak with this sort of evangelizing faith about what's coming. But when you ask them, as I asked Sam, what in your mind is art? Sort of decent definition. And at the end of it, he said, if we achieve that, that would be AGI-ish, right? And so there is a lack of precision in our terms when we talk about what AI is and when we talk about AGI. And so it's confounding. It really is. It is not on you, though. It is on the industry to ultimately come up with these definitions of what it is so that people can figure out what it means for their lives. This is not standard technology. This is really more disruptive. And I think there's a ripple between these companies and the potential consumers. I don't think it's the consumers who are benefiting. We're not yet at a place where everybody agrees on what these things are.
Josh, it sounds like he thinks, based on the interview, that he thinks Elon could be continue to be trouble for them going forward.
I simultaneously think Sam is very sincere and certainly not above being practical. And so, knowing full well that a opportunity will be read far and wide, I'm certain that he said things knowing other people would read them. And so the idea that maybe he was creating some distance between his view of the Trump administration and Elon Musk would certainly benefit OpenAI. He knows Elon better than us. I think that I've heard from many people that Elon is very sincere about his concerns about artificial intelligence. We also can't deny he has an artificial intelligence company that competes with OpenAI. So I took that answer in particular to be fairly tactical.
Well, he did say he said he thought he could get more lawsuits. Some might be dropped from Elon, but he also thought he didn't think Elon would abuse his political power in the end.
Yeah, and many people have told me the same thing, which is that Elon is 100% sincere when it comes to technology, but that when it comes to competitive corporate warfare, he'll do anything. And so I think OpenAI, much like everybody else in the space, is kind of prepared for anything, so long as it is in a position to influence the Trump administration's policies.
Something that Elon has talked about has been the dangers associated with AI and with AGI. What did Sam Altman tell you about dangers that could come up as a result of this technology?
He has been fairly consistent in the short term. There's biological weaponry concerns, but the ability for AI to create small-time proliferation of weaponry could happen. We need to be on the lookout for it, and that in the longer term, we don't know what AI is capable of. His feeling very strongly, again, coincides with his self-interest, is that the only way to move this forward is to actually make product, test it, regulate it, as opposed to be concerned about things that we don't know regarding AI and its capabilities. So yeah, that's what he sees. That's pretty standard view from the industry. There are still people at the edges who believe that the risk of, existential risk from AI is as high as 20%. I think that's a little bit of an outlier, but people think that we're going to be in for it, for sure, as people come up with new and nefarious uses for the tech.
Josh, I only got about a minute left. You get into so much, including energy demands of AI and the data centers and impact on climate, but I am curious in these final seconds, what stood out for you in this conversation?
I'm really interested in thinking about companies like this. I do not know how granular he really is. They now have a couple thousand employees to even million users. He's on those research meetings. He's in the Slack channels. And there are parts of the company that they really delegate to other people to handle. That's interesting. It's a different kind of style from other folks. He's also very reflective and analytical. He came from Y Combinator, which was largely this nurturing fund which scouted CEOs. He's very aware of what he's good at and bad at as a CEO. And that kind of reflection is not common in many of the CEO interviews I've done. So, I was both impressed by it and I found it to be, relatively abnormal.
Well, thank you so much, Josh. Really appreciate the time. Josh, of course, is Bloomberg Business Week freelance contributor and also former editor of Business Week. And you can catch the whole story in the current issue of Bloomberg Business Week, also online and on the Bloomberg terminal. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Something to say, something
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, thanks, but no thanks. Meaning, thanks for the COO job, but I don't know that I want the CEO job. So COO, yes. CEO, no, at least for now. That is our read on it, and we'll see if that's right as the largest bank in the U.S. makes some changes in the C-suite. This is a Bloomberg exclusive tip.
Yeah, here with more Bloomberg News senior finance reporter Sri Natarajan here in our Bloomberg Business Week studio. First up, Sri, this news, we're talking about the C-suite over at JP Morgan Chase. Some big news out today. What are the highlights?
A bunch of promotions. They have a new CEO, they're new head of banking, they're long-term 40-year veteran of the firm, they're number 2 at JP Morgan, the top lieutenant to Jamie Dimon. Daniel Pinto is leaving. So clearly a lot of shake-up in the top ranks, but we don't care about it just for the series of promotions and for reasons of congratulating the people named in the memo. When we see management changes at JP Morgan, the one thing that is of top interest to us and everyone else is, what does this tell us about who will be the next Jamie Dimon? Who will be the successor to the CEO of JP Morgan, who also happens to be the Dean of Banking, who also happens to be the King of Wall Street? When he leaves that seat, it will be a significant moment. Whoever replaces him in that seat will also have a lot of eyes on them, and to start with, we just need to figure out who it will be.
So what did we learn about that from today's announcement? Absolutely nothing.
But we talk so much of the reporting, we focused on Jen Peepsack. So why are we, and why are we also when she's like, CEO, yes, CEO, maybe not.
So let me actually elaborate on what I mean by absolutely nothing. Like, on the face of it, you would see that someone being able to is clearly written out from the fact. In fact, if you go back the last 12 to 18 months, it was sort of clear that with the two-horse race, Jen Peepsack and Marianne Lake would be...
Hi, welcome back. Certainly glad you could join us today.
Welcome to the bar. Hey, welcome to the bar. Had a bit of an upper hand, but here she comes out saying that she's not interested in being the CEO of JP Morgan. So in the words of Jeff Bezos, I mentioned earlier to someone else, when he bought the Washington Post, he talked about how it's a complexifier for him. Well, Jen Peepsack's stance is certainly a complexifier for Jamie Dimon.
So Jamie Dimon, 68 years old, he'll be 69 in March. So he's getting, there's like this unofficial retirement age on Wall Street, right, at 65 that he's passed.
I don't know, Jamie Dimon will say, speak for yourself. He will tell you 69 is the new 59 on Wall Street. And look, the one clear winner, initially I would have said Jen Peepsack, but now I feel like compelled to say the clear winner here is Jamie Dimon signaling he's not going anywhere.
That's what I'm wondering.
Is that right? Is that it?
I mean, even without Jen Peepsack's comment, look at what we saw in the memo. We heard in the announcement that Daniel Pinto will retire from the firm at the end of 2026. Now let me try and spell out the significance of that. For the last few years, Jamie Dimon has been on record talking about the fact that Daniel Pinto is likely the hit by the bus candidate to be the CEO of JP Morgan. That is, if Jamie is hit by a bus, Daniel Pinto could be the next CEO of JP Morgan. So with the hit by the bus candidate leaves, will Jamie stick around much longer? With Jen's announcement today, all that we probably got was we probably got a new hit by the bus CEO candidate, not necessarily the next long-term CEO.
But who's the next hit by the bus CEO candidate?
Because Jen Peepsack is stepping into that CEO role, you sort of put her in that seat. But she says no. But she doesn't want to be. Well, she clearly does not want to be the planned-out long-term successor of JP Morgan.
Could she change her mind?
That's a very good question because there were 3 words attached to the end of the statement that JP Morgan provided, which said she would not like to be considered for the role of CEO at this time.
Okay, bam. I mean, come on.
So whether that changes look, it's a
on.
pretty strong indicator, and it's the kind of flip-flop you will not expect from a place like JP Morgan. I think the best way to sort of describe the state of play there is, I think with Jen's stated stance today, I would say the list of actual candidates to succeed Jamie Dimon narrows.
Right.
Because you're taking Jen off that list for now.
For now, at the moment.
For now.
Jingle, jingle, pay attention.
Now you've suddenly added Troy Rohrbaugh, who's the co-CEO of the CIB, who suddenly, if he was a dark horse previously, he's not that dark anymore. He's more of a
give Jamie more time in the top seat, more candidates could emerge. So that's what I mean by the list of plausible candidates actually exists.
I do wonder, right? Like, come on, he's a super smart dude, no doubt about it. Like, I do wonder if that's what they want to do, is they kind of lead open the field again.
Depending on how much time he wants to spend on that throne, that will ultimately be the deciding factor.
Five more years, that's what it says, right?
5 more years from now?
I don't to say that it would be 5 more years, but through the end of 2025, it's only Jamie Dimon up there. Most likely through the end of 2026, it's Jamie Dimon.
At this time, what was it? Great stuff. And congratulations. Please for you guys.
Are you ready?
If you're watching on television, the close is coming your way in just a moment. Do not go anywhere, though. Tim and I are continuing right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
Are you ready?
I'm Michael Wallace. President-elect Donald Trump's choice for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is done fielding questions from the Senate Armed Services Committee.
This hearing is adjourned.
Virginia Democrat Tim Kaine brought up the sexual assault allegations against Hegseth.
Are there any other important facts that you chose not to reveal to the president-elect and his team as they were considering you to be Secretary of Defense? Senator, I sit here before you in open book.
Committee Chairman Roger Wicker commended Hegseth.
Mr. Secretary, it seems to me that you supervise only the people who manage the United States Military
CBS's Torian Small says the questioning lasted 4 hours.
It's clear that Democrats are pretty upset by how fast this process is moving. Several Democrats protested the fact that they didn't get a second round of questioning for him in this hearing.
Flags will fly in full during next week's inauguration.
House Speaker Mike Johnson says flags at the U.S. Capitol will fly at full staff during the inauguration next week to, quote, celebrate our country coming together behind the inauguration of our 47th President Donald Trump. Johnson says the flags will be lowered back to half staff the next day to continue honoring the late President Jimmy Carter. Following U.S. flag code, President Biden ordered flags to be lowered through the end of January out of respect for Carter. Trump claimed Democrats were giddy that the period of mourning would overlap with his inauguration. Matt Piper, CBS News.
As the Santa Ana winds pick up again, officials are urging Southern Californians to be ready to evacuate quickly. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass.
Firefighters who've been on the job for 25, 30 years, that in their entire careers, they have never seen construction. They have never seen wind so fierce.
Rain surgeon Dr. Chester Griffiths saved 6 of his neighbors' homes from the flames in Malibu.
Each wildfire that happens, we pull out equipment and practice and get prepared. So that really helped us jump into immediate action.
Federal inspectors found problems at several Boar's Head deli meat plants, not just the one in Virginia that was shut down last year.
An outbreak of listeria food poisoning tied to the plant in southern Virginia killed 10 people and sickened more than 60 others. Federal inspectors found serious problems at Boar's Head plants in Indiana, Arkansas, and another in Virginia. The problems at the meat processing plants included dripping condensation, green mold, insects, slime, and, quote, general filth. Jim Crisula suggested.
Stocks mix now. Dow is up, NASDAQ down sharply. This is CBS News.
store rules. CBS's Chanel Collins.
In a reversal, Starbucks is now requiring people to make a purchase in order to hang out in its stores or use its restaurant. The company had put into place an open door policy 7 years ago after 2 black men were arrested at a Philadelphia location while there for a business meeting. That incident resulted in national embarrassment for the company, but since then, the company says staff have struggled with unruly and dangerous behavior in stores.
The CDC says this winter's level of norovirus infections is more than double last season's peak in March. Nearly 28% of norovirus tests run over New Year's week came back positive. A highly contagious stomach bug is the leading cause of foodborne illness in the U.S. Cases are up all across the country, but especially in the Midwest and on many cruise ships. Health experts blame a new strain of norovirus. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are less than an hour away from the closing bell on this Tuesday, January 14th. Carol Masser, Tim Stenovec live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We are on radio, we are on YouTube, we are on Bloomberg Originals, and just taking a look at the trade, kind of like a crazy ski slope, Tim, in terms of just bouncing around, whether it's on some of the news headlines, some of the inflation print. Who knows? But right now, we've just seen in the last, I would say, 10 minutes or so, another leg down, back to kind of near our lows of the session here.
Yeah, the S&P 500 down 0.4%, the NASDAQ down 0.7%. We'll have more details from Charlie Pellet in just a couple of minutes. Carol, still ahead over the next couple of hours. Is it the beginning of the end of the Israel-Hamas war, the latest on a potential ceasefire deal?
Yeah, and it looked like maybe the markets were moving on that as well, so we're going to get an update on that. Also, a columnist writes that investors should be preparing for a self-driving car crash. Happy Tuesday, everybody.
And it's the most powerful tech company in China. No, it's not Tencent. It's not Alibaba.
Nope.
It's not JD. It's not Meituan. We're talking about Huawei. We've got the author of the brand new book on the company.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that with her in just a moment, a little bit later on, actually, on Business Week. First up, though, let's get to the day's trade. Bouncing around here, a lot of volatility, and your top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
I think around it's indeed choppy session. In fact, NASDAQ right now, low of the day. NASDAQ down 142 points. The composite index lower now by 0.7%. We've got the Dow Industrials holding on to a 5-point gain, while the S&P, to put it all in context, down now by 0.4%. 10-year at 4.78%, the 2-year 4.36%, the 30-year 4.97%, gold up 0.4%, 26.73 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.7%, 77.51 for a barrel of WTI. Next up for Wall Street, 2 major events. Consumer prices tomorrow morning, but before that, bank earnings from the likes of JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, Goldman Sachs, and Wells Fargo. Those bank earnings come amid questions about potential policies from the incoming Trump administration. Raquel Oden is head of U.S. Wealth and Personal Banking at HSBC.
To me, it's kind of wait and see, because the administration can say a lot of things. The question is, will they do it? And the 2 things that are going to be big catalysts, right? We all know deregulation, especially the Basel III, right? The ability for banks to not put that much money in reserve will absolutely hit profitability.
Raquel Oden of HSBC interviewed on Bloomberg Press, recapping S&P down 21, down 0.4% for on-demand news 24 hours a day. Subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, back with the Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, Israel and Hamas have agreed in principle to a draft deal for a ceasefire and hostage release. This is according to CBS, citing unidentified Arab, U.S., and Israeli officials. A deal, the company reports, could be finalized as soon as this week. If details are approved and the Israeli government also votes for its approval, implementation of the deal could begin as soon as this weekend. Bobby Ghosh is Bloomberg News senior editor. He spent many years reporting from the Middle East. He was Times Baghdad bureau chief. He also served as a correspondent in Iraq, and he's reported from the Palestinian territories. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Bobby, is this the beginning of the end of the war?
Well, that's something to be wished for. The reason I'm sounding slightly skeptical is that we've been to this place before. Several times over the last year or so, we've come to this place where both sides looked on the cusp of making a breakthrough and making a deal. and then for one reason or the other, the deal doesn't get made. So there is a big part of me that says, I'll believe it when it actually happens. The reason to be optimistic is that now you have the weight of two American presidents behind this deal, both the outgoing president and the incoming one. Both the Biden administration and the incoming Trump administration have made it very clear they want this deal to happen. Trump wants to be able to say, as he had promised during the campaign, I make sure this deal happens even before I'm sworn in. Biden would like this as part of his legacy as he goes out. So there's that. But the problem is that Hamas has not yet actually formally signed off on anything. And then in Israel, within Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition, there are very, very strong voices that are completely opposed to the deal and are going so far as to threaten to bring down his government to prevent this deal from happening. So there's still too many ifs and buts for me to be absolutely certain that this is the beginning of the end. But as I said at the top, for the sake of the people in Gaza, for the sake of the hostages, for the sake of the people of Israel, for the sake of the wider world, let's hope that this happens.
Bobby, is this though about a truce or about an end to all hostilities? That it's not a case of in a year or 2 years we see something happen again?
So that is one of the sticking points. Israel says that it will not budge from its overall ambition, which is to completely destroy Hamas. Hamas wants it to be a permanent ceasefire. Israel is not agreeing to that. What Israel seems to be agreeing, if we are reading the tea leaves here, is that there will be an exchange of hostages for prisoners. There will be a moratorium. There will be a period in which Israel will gradually draw down its troops. There's not a commitment to when Israel will take out the last of its troops from Gaza. There will be a buffer zone between Gaza and within Gaza, close to where Israeli communities live, to prevent the sort of the terrorist attack we saw from Hamas, not last October, but the October before that. So we know some of the outlines, but the sticking points are the same. Hamas wants this to be a permanent ceasefire. Israel says, no, we're not willing to commit to that much.
The president-elect has said that the hostages need to be released by inauguration. What do we know about hostages who are still in Gaza, and will they be released as part of a ceasefire or a deal?
We know that 98 hostages are unaccounted for. We hope they're all alive, but there have been incidents in the past where Hamas has announced very late in the day that so-and-so and such person is no longer alive. So we can't say with certainty, we can hope. Some of the reports around this deal, and I have to emphasize these are only reports, we haven't seen the actual documents, say that in the first tranche, 33 hostages will be released in exchange for a period during which Israel agrees not to bomb Gaza.
So what do you make of the president-elect's threats that there will be all hell to pay if the hostages are not released?
With Trump, it is always the maximalist position, right? That has been traditional, his position throughout most of his career as a businessman as well as a politician, which is promise big and settle for maybe not so big. And this could be another of those instances. If we've also seen that when he has promised big and delivered little, he has the ability to take that little and spin it into, I've always meant for this to be the outcome. This was always the plan. So he has it both ways, and that's the art of politics, to take something small and spin it into something big, and he's good at that.
As you said, this isn't the first time that we've had hopes, high hopes that maybe there's an end to all of this. Having said that, why is it happening now? What is it about the timing right now?
So that's the million-dollar question. I've been following the Israeli media, speaking to my friends who are journalists there. There's a lot of wild speculation about it. The one consistent line of speculation has been that Bibi Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, has been waiting for this moment to make this deal, so that he can, if you like, present it to Trump as a gift to earn brownie points for the Trump administration. Again, I'm a little skeptical of that. It seems a little too simple an explanation. There may be an element of that is true, but it can't be that's the only reason. I mean, this is the Prime Minister of Israel. It's a small community. It seems all politicians are cynical in one way or the other, but this seems like an especially cynical thing, especially given the Israeli lives that are at stake, that the lives of these hostages. Many of the families are quite angry at these long delays. There is widespread support. There have been poll after poll after poll that shows that the majority of Israelis seem to support the idea of a deal and have supported the idea of a deal for many months now. The reason why Netanyahu has waited this long may have to do something very straightforward and quotidian, that Hamas has taken this long to agree to all the terms that he wants, or it may be a political, there may be a political deal, or very likely a mixture of both.
Speaking of politics, I mean, if indeed a deal gets done, is the Prime Minister's career over, political career over? Like, what's happens? Like, is he? Would you expect, because of the waning support among Israelis, that he would be out?
Well, so there's support among Israelis on the whole. So the larger electorate is in favor. The smaller segment,
In favor
which
of
is,
him?
well, if he gets the deal, if they like the deal, then some of that will rub off on him. And he too is very good at spinning small things into big victories. But within his right-wing coalition, without that coalition, his government has not survived. Within his right-wing coalition, there are parties that oppose this deal tooth and nail. And the question is, will they abandon him if he makes that deal? If they abandon him, then his government goes down, then we go into a cycle where there's another election, and then, all bets are off. Then there will be an accounting for the failures that led to October 7th in the first instance. Some of that will stick to him. So it's a little bit of a high wire act for Netanyahu. If he can persuade his coalition to stick together, if he can sell this deal within his own cabinet, then that's the best outcome.
Bobby, what happens to Gaza at the end of this war?
Well, so what Israel would like is for the oil-rich Arab states, Qatar, the Emirates, and Saudi Arabia, and so on, to pay for the reconstruction. They're not so keen. From their point of view, their question is, why should we clean up the mess you made? So it will take an international effort to rebuild Gaza, and let's remind ourselves, we have not seen that level of urban destruction since the Second World War. And so it will cost tens of billions of dollars, and that's just the physical infrastructure. We're not even going into human lives, the trauma suffered by the Palestinians, but just the physical infrastructure. The big question is, who will pay the bill? There's been no resolution.
That's part of it too, but politically I'm also curious what happens, and if the Gaza of the next post-war, still the Gazans who live there still face the same restrictions that they faced under Hamas.
There's been no suggestion from Israel that Israel will loosen any of its restrictions of access and egress to and from Gaza. And as for Hamas, Secretary of State Blinken made an interesting statement today where he said that the United States is now assessing that that all the soldiers that Hamas has lost, it has gained the same number of recruits from the Palestinian community in Gaza that has been traumatized by the events of it. So at the end of the day, Hamas will have lost a lot in terms of seasoned fighters, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of ammunition and arsenal. But those things can be rebuilt over a period of time. And so the worst outcome is that you have a Gaza that is being leveled, you have a population that is even more radicalized, and you have a Hamas that has the breathing space to rebuild.
10 seconds, are you more hopeful or still so many questions?
Well, I've been covering that region and that particular conflict for 25 years now. I have never been less hopeful.
I think about it with, just coming off the passing of Jimmy Carter and what he had done in terms of the Middle East and how many years ago that was, and here we are today. Bobby Gosh, thank you so much. He's, of course, Bloomberg News senior editor. Hey, coming up, we're going to check in with Max Chapkin, who writes that AI investors should worry about the self-driving car crash. Yep, we're going to dig into that next on Business Week.
decidedly mixed market right now, with the Dow Jones Industrial Average holding on to a 59-point gain, up by 0.1%, but both the S&P and the NASDAQ are trading lower. Right now we got the S&P down 16, drop there of 0.3%. The NASDAQ Composite Index lower by 0.8%. The Russell 2000 Index, the small cap shares, holding on to a gain right now of just about 0.7%. 10-year, 4.78%, the 2-year, 4.35%, and the 30-year, 4.97%. Spot gold up 0.4%, 26.72 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.8%, 77.57 a barrel, and Bitcoin rallying 2.7%, 96,680 now on Bitcoin. Next up for Wall Street, a key report on consumer prices. So how does this morning's better-than-expected report on producer prices set us up for CPI? Sarah House is senior economist at Wells Fargo Bank, and she was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
There are a few parts of it that are pretty highly correlated with CPI, like, for example, consumer food prices. But for the most part, these are looking at inflation from different surveys and different perspectives. So those from what consumers are paying versus those of what producers are receiving.
Sarah House of Wells Fargo Bank. Meta Platforms planning to cut about 5% of its lowest performers. Meta Platform shares down now by 3.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Really do appreciate it. Well, it is time for another edition of Bloomberg Plugged In. It's your weekly look at EVs, and today we're talking about EVs in the context of self-driving cars. Carol, I took my first ride in a Waymo.
You were so excited.
Back in November in San Francisco. I was blown away.
You were. You just couldn't stop talking.
I still talk about it. It's like boring for our audience talking about it. Max, have you been in one?
I have.
What do you think?
I think it's very impressive. I think that there are real questions about just how widely we see these things going and whether it's profitable anywhere in the near term.
Okay, so let's get to that. You're hearing Max Chapkin's voice. He's a columnist for Bloomberg Business Week. He's also the co-host of the Elon Inc. podcast. He's the author of The Contrarian, Peter Thiel, and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. So a few weeks after I took that ride in the Waymo, Mary Barra at GM basically shuts down the cruise division at General Motors.
Yeah, this was the GM's version of Waymo. It was GM's robo-taxi business. And the thing about this that was kind of surprising, this happened in December. There were lots of warning signs. There had been a very serious accident involving a cruise vehicle in San Francisco. The company had been tangling with regulators. There were reasons to think something like this is coming. On the other hand, we're talking about a major AI effort at a major American company getting essentially killed just at the time when everybody in the world, you and all the guys in Silicon Valley and everyone else are talking about how great these self-driving cars are, and also how AI chatbots are going to be doing customer service and maybe writing news articles and taking all of our jobs. And so you got to ask yourself, like, well, what is going on here? Is there just a sort of a unique problem at GM, which is an explanation that you've seen offered, or maybe there are things here that, despite GM's problems, signal challenges ahead for all of these companies. And that's kind of the argument that I make in this Business Week column, that, like, you could look at this and say, wow, great news for Waymo. Their main competitor has just given up. On the other hand, I would argue that the challenges that Cruise faced, which, there was definitely some mismanagement, there was a very bad accident, and I think what, pretty much everyone would agree was a poor response to that accident actually led to criminal behavior on the part of GM. But that they also had massive losses and a pretty small fleet. I mean, GM spent $10 billion over about a decade, a little less than a decade, getting a few hundred cars in very small number of places. And if you look at Waymo, as great as those rides are, and Waymo, especially in San Francisco, have become something of a tourist attraction. People go there.
Oh yeah.
And they want to, like enjoy they're in Silicon Valley. That aside, we're still talking about a very small fleet in a limited way, and Google, Alphabet, the parent company of Google, which also owns Waymo, they don't break out the finances of Waymo. But if you look at their other bets division, which Waymo is like the most famous one, probably the most substantial operation, it has burned through $37 billion over that same period. So again, we're talking about rides that almost certainly cost a lot more than they bring in.
Mine was $29.
Well, and you know what's kind of
In the Waymo.
crazy is you are such a safety nut.
Totally.
And so, like, I thought, oh my God, you're going to be freaking out. Like, you were in the car for half hour?
Yeah, it was about a half-hour ride, which I didn't know you could take a half-hour drive to San Francisco and still be in San Francisco. But
And you were totally comfortable.
Yeah,
You
totally
could not-
comfortable. I was excited about it. And in fact, I was visiting a friend who lived outside of she lived just north of the city, and she drove me back into the city specifically to a place, just after the bridge where I could actually get into a Waymo. And she said, we had some friends visiting recently, and their kids really wanted to ride on the trolley. So we went into the city and we decided instead of riding on the trolley, we'll all get in a Waymo together. So you're absolutely right, Max. About
It's like a cable car, and I mean, you're bringing up a couple of issues that I think should give people pause, especially if you're building a financial model. Like I think it's important to say that what Waymo has done, and honestly, a lot of what Cruise did was very impressive, statistically impressive. They have managed, as you said, to take humans mostly out of the loop and drive safely in a very difficult urban environment. But doing that requires all sorts of compromises. It creates all sorts of costs. These vehicles are very expensive. They have these huge sensor arrays. You have large staffs of people making sure they don't do anything bad, and then sitting around responding to customer complaints. When a car gets stuck in a parking lot or something, there's a button you have to press on the Waymo, and a customer service rep has to essentially troubleshoot your supposedly driverless car. So it's like there are a bunch of issues that are problematic. I think if you're seeing this as some investors are as a real replacement for like Uber or Lyft. On the other hand, as a thing you can do when you're done riding a cable car, it seems really, really fun.
So what's going on and why Mary Barr and others may be rethinking it? Expectations too high, timing issue, the infrastructure not there yet, technology not completely there. Like what is the issue? Because I think about people get into, I'm not saying apples to apples, playing devil's advocate, but you get into a car every day, people lose their lives, unfortunately. So what is it?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's basically all the things you mentioned. Now the most important thing is that 2023, a Cruise vehicle got into an accident, actually hit a pedestrian, ran a pedestrian over. It wasn't the initial impact was actually not really the fault of the driverless car. It was the pedestrian was hit by a human driver, knocked in the path of the Cruise. The Cruise braked, and then what happened next is what was really troubling. A normal person hits somebody on the road, they get out and they move forward. In this case, the Cruise just drove to the side of the road, dragging this woman 20 feet along with it. And so you're talking about an incident that doesn't happen in a normal car, and doesn't. And there have been reports on this. This led to a huge back and forth with Cruise and federal regulators, California regulators. Fines were paid, as I said. So there's that, and then there's the fact that GM had been making these huge promises about this thing. And what was so stunning is Mary Barra at this, as recently as 2023, was saying this is going to be a $50 billion business.
And just over a year later, they pull the plug.
So part of it, of course, is the sense that maybe there's a breach of faith, right? That relationships with regulators are really important, but also losing huge amounts of money and having already moving probably not as quickly as they wanted, and now with this latest thing having to move potentially even slower. I just think the economics here are not that great, and the accident created a bunch of pressure on the division that wasn't there. Maybe would have been able to go along for a lot longer. Waymo is a little different, partly because Google is a very profitable company, and Waymo benefits from an essentially unlimited cash cushion, or as it's up to the CFO of Alphabet, but a relatively generous situation. Waymo also, unlike Cruise, has moved a little bit more slowly in terms of commercial adoption. I think people in the industry think that Cruise was operating somewhat more aggressively, and in that sense. But if you talk to experts in the self-driving car world, right, they all expect that there will be additional incidents like this because it's just a numbers game, right? Like, as you said, humans create a lot of car crashes. Even if robots are much, much better than humans, you're still going to see some very messy situations, and that's going to create further uncertainty.
Enter Elon Musk has entered the chat, and he's entered the White House as well. As the New York Times reports, Carol pointing out this morning that he's going to have potentially some office space at the White House where he gets things done. He has the ear of the president, the robo-taxi that he promises. He says has built a better mousetrap for cheaper than Waymo. Can he pull it off?
Well, I mean, the question is, can he, what do you want him to pull off? And I think I should say one thing. Mary Barra said when she folded the robotaxi thing that they were going to roll the cruise technology into their existing vehicles, which is more or less what Elon Musk has done, right? I think if you look at Tesla, they have a great ADAS that stands for like a driver assistance system, a system where it can take control of the car, but you're there, you've got your hands ready to grab the wheel at any time. It's very much not a robotaxi. And Elon Musk's bet is that they can somehow, by some combination, stream, hardcore, Elon Musk style technical prowess, and putting pressure on, or maybe just asking the White House to change the regulatory environment. They'll be able to get to full robo-taxis really quickly, as quickly as this year. And I think when you look at where Waymo and Cruise are and how long they spent and how many miles they've done in terms of driving without a steering wheel, you got to ask yourself, is Elon Musk being realistic? I mean, no relationship with President Trump can, magically make a technology that isn't ready for prime time.
Saved a minute. Got to ask you this story about Elon Musk and maybe buying TikTok.
Hey, it's
floating out there.
The president-elect has its perks, I suppose. Yes, this has been something that people have been kind of chattering about, and we learned that the Chinese government is at least discussing the possibility.
According to people familiar.
Yeah, and if you squint, you can sort of see it, because if Trump wants to keep TikTok going, as he said, if the Supreme Court indeed bans it, they're going to have to find a buyer. And the universe of buyers is not going to be huge. You need someone the Chinese government will approve, that the U.S. government is going to be okay with, and is going to have the money. So
Elon checks those boxes.
It would appear so. I think there are definitely going to be people who say this is an abuse of power. There are going to be a million criticisms here, but you can sort of see why, as an idea, it might be worth considering. Like if you're sitting in Beijing, or if you're ByteDance, or even if you're President-elect Donald Trump.
Wow. I'm just going to say thank you to Max Chafkin.
Thank you to Max Chafkin.
Yeah, that's what he said.
He is columnist for Bloomberg Business Week. This is in the upcoming new issue of Bloomberg Business Week, so be sure to check it out. It's already on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com. Thank you so much.
Max is the co-host of the Elon Inc. podcast. You can catch that wherever you get your podcasts. So pick up a copy of The Contrarian, Peter Thiel and Silicon Valley's Pursuit of Power. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. 20 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is higher, but both the S&P and NASDAQ in the red. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares holding on to a gain now of 0.9%. To put that in context, the S&P down 17, down 0.3%. The Dow up 75, up 0.2%. NASDAQ in retreat, down 0.7%. 10-year 4.78%, the 2-year 4.36%, the 30-year 4.98%. Gold up $11 the ounce to $26.74. That is a gain of 0.4%. While West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.4%, $77.71 a barrel, and Bitcoin up 2.3%, 96,373 on Bitcoin. Has been a choppy session. Wall Street investors unwilling to make significant bets as they await the CPI report tomorrow morning. Also tomorrow morning, the other big event, bank earnings, fast and furious. JP Morgan Chase up 0.5%. Citigroup ahead of earnings up 0.8%. Wells Fargo up 0.4%. And Goldman Sachs also reporting tomorrow up by 1.3%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car.
Now that you let me drive.
Oh, no. This is not a toy. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the drive to the close.
The funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we've got just about 18 minutes left in today's trading session. We've been bouncing around a bit here in the Tuesday trade. There's a lot going on and coming at investors right now, as you heard from Charlie. We're definitely off our best levels of the session. Bit of a mixed market, the down market slightly lower on both the S&P and the NASDAQ 100. Let's see what Doug Sioka has to say. He's CEO and partner at Kavar Capital Partners. They've got about $1.5 billion in assets under management. Back with us from Leawood, Kansas. Doug, it's great to be talking with you again. We continue to think about all the things that are coming at investors, and as Donald Trump gets ready to take over a second term, he'll be sworn in on Monday. Do you feel like there's still a lot of questions, especially on one of the big issues that he campaigned on, tariffs, in terms of how they ultimately come down?
Thanks for having me on, Carol. Happy New Year. I think that's in the psyche of the market right now. It might be elevating from the intraday flux, but it generally feels like there's a lot of fear in the market, but I feel like it's fearing fear itself that might be really at play, if that makes sense. I mean, we've had two really good years, the S&P back-to-back. We have an index that, I mean, it's fully valued, it's not a little bit overvalued, but so much of last year's move was courtesy of multiple expansions. It's responsible. I think we're going to get much more of that in 2025. We've got a bond market that's indecisive because the Fed's kind of firmly wait-and-see mode. And we've got an economy that refuses to slow. So I just feel like the market is unsure from where propulsion is going to come at this point. And as the market often does in the short term, it's likely to wear itself out without accomplishing a whole heck of a lot. But I'm kind of giving a little bit of a answer to your question. We don't have a big fear about trade war 2.0, only because we went through 1.0 in 2018 and 19, and we kind of come to the administration. We've been saying we take Trump seriously, but not literally.
We heard that many times over the last 9 years. That was a common thing that we heard. How do you know when to take him literally and when to take him seriously?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things, right, we've seen, which is also really helpful, is there's an extent of Trump's power. Even coming in with a theoretical mandate of both the House and Senate and having one of the popular votes electoral college, right, some of the issues that need congressional, particularly senatorial endorsement and approval, right, you're already seeing that. There's some disappointment that there will be checks and balances of his power, probably because the people that have to live the decisions are going to want to retain office long after Trump's second term expires.
All right. Do you trade on what we might get out of a second Trump administration at this point, Dave?
We don't. We trade based upon interest rates and earnings. Right? And again, if you just met with your colleagues this morning as well. That you've got huge implied volatility out of tomorrow because interest rates and profits are going to be critical. You have CPI, which is kind of an interesting one following on the CPI today, and the big banker who's coming to tell us how profitable they've been and what their outlook is. It makes sense that we see kind of a floppy trade today for sure. But I think one of the things with Trump, and he's been pretty upfront about this in his first term, he considers the stock market more than the economy as a scorecard. I know you've heard a million people say that.
Yeah.
People say it a lot because it is actually proven out of the first term.
Does he consider the bond market a scorecard too?
I don't think so.
I think maybe rates, certainly when it comes to like mortgage rates, but I don't know about, I'm just trying to think of the power of bond vigilantes here.
Yeah, I think the bond vigilantes are driven by other things than the occupant of office right now. So if you think about like term premiums, it's a real thing because if we don't have a legislative coalescing around the understanding that this is unsustainable, following on 2 years of record revenue, right? Revenue of the government, taxation over the course of the last 2 years is up 60%, and spending's up 99%. Trump exhibited no interest in reducing spending in his first term. We'll see what happens with this Department of Governmental Enforcement, the governmental excess, the DOGE department. We'll see if that does anything other than become kind of a token gesture, but maybe even a token gesture can give people second thoughts about endorsing spending initiatives that at this point, 5, 10, 15 years from now, are going to be impossible.
All right, so how do you think, how do you position a portfolio? What do you do for some of your clients, Doug? And I know when we talk with you, we think about the long-term perspective and view of your clients, and everybody's got their own kind of mission. But I am curious for folks who are listening right now and thinking, okay, what do I do in this market environment as we get ready for earnings to kick off this week and so much still coming at investors? What do you do? Where do you invest?
Yeah, great question, Carol. So a couple of things. Like, one of the things going back to Trump's scorecard, probably as much as the stock market is more than the bond market, is the value of the currency. And the currency to us is kind of the ultimate arbiter of where things are going to transpire and reverse over the course of the next 6, 12, 18 months, right? Follow the dollar. Today was fascinating. CPI number came out cool. Dollars have sold off. Only 2 real fast statistics seeming higher than small cap international. The 2 components of the market that have been dying to be beneficiaries of the mean reversion trade. That is going to be really interesting about to see because it's undervalued based on the processing and rating capability. So those areas were overweight. We do really feel like M&A is going to tick up. Already in the last 2 weeks, Howard Hughes, United Rentals, Paychex, J&J, we're seeing the animal spirits of the market start to get excited about tying up with the companies, about deploying capital. They're excited about a low regulatory environment that Trump definitely will represent. You're going to see more scale come about because of that, and that's really good for markets. We think ultimately this is super good benefit to balancing the portfolio right now. The 60-40 portfolio had a good year in 23, not so good in 24. We think if rates are higher for longer, if you extract substantive benefit to the total return from the bond portion of your portfolio, it's considerably less risk. We're able to lock in with duration positive real yield. If other sectors of the stock market decide to kick in, I'm not talking about broadening, I'm talking about nuanced asset classes that have not made a contribution in that part of that 60-40 and forever. This could be the year sort of sunshine in that direction. We want to be optimistic and take advantage.
Do you want to take advantage of cheaper international stocks right now?
We do, Tim, but again, that goes back to the main thing we're watching, which is the dollar. And we see the dollar trade off of extreme high interest right now, right? And the dollar's going to move in tandem with rates. If those just come off the boil, you'll see that profit repatriation for companies elevate at the same unit volume of sales. That's going to really magnify the profitability. It'll kind of put a light on the fact that the valuations that are historical discounts to those in the United States. You should see money that follows in that direction.
All right, good to catch up as always. Doug, be well. Doug Sioka, he's CEO and partner at Kavar Capital Partners, about $1.5 billion in assets under management, joining once again from Leawood, Kansas. All right, folks, just about 10 minutes left to go in today's trading session. Down about 8 points on the S&P 500, up 129 on the Dow Jones Industrial Average, and decline of about 97 on the Nasdaq.
listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, yes, indeed, everybody. Just under 7 minutes to go, and then we're going to wrap up the trade on this Tuesday, January 14th. We'll head over to our TV colleagues in just a moment. In the meantime, Tim and I checking out some of the stories catching our attention today, including among the most read. This one definitely grabbed our attention. This has to do with the Los Angeles housing market. Already, as you know, one of the areas of the country that has had a housing affordability issue, really crisis, before those devastating wildfires burned entire neighborhoods to the ground. The disaster apparently making it worse. This story gets into an LA rental. Incoming calls at LA Estate Rentals, which manages and leases home in some of the area's costliest neighborhoods. They have jumped to 500 a day. People looking for homes, more than 10 times the number before the fires. This is according to the owner, Michael Patrick. Let's talk about the cost here.
Okay, so he recently arranged for a tenant to pay $35,000 a month for a place in Beverly Hills. That's a 12-month lease. After the fires, but before the deal closed, the owner raised the rent to $40,000.
Yeah, so going up a lot. He said what's going on in the real estate market is disgusting, he said by phone. This is, again, the owner of LA Estate Rentals. People are price gouging. It's become like the eBay of homes, a bidding war. We talked to the team over at Airbnb, the foundation, right, on Friday, who are looking to help people and place people. So I'm assuming, and let's hope that they're keeping things in terms of the cost in check.
Well, like many more than 12,000 structures. Many of those have been homes. So that does is it creates this large new group of people up and down the income scale who suddenly have nowhere to live.
And, you know, again, the crisis was there beforehand. Here's a little context. Only about 5% of LA apartments were vacant before the fires, with a median rent of almost $2,300, just below it a month. Real estate service CoStar Group putting this out. The market was even tighter in the areas affected by the fires. The vacancy rate was 3.8% in Pasadena near the Eaton fire and 2.1% in western LA County, where the Palisades fire is burning. So again, you're starting with an incredibly tight market, an affordability crisis, and then it really is kind of discouraging to see people maybe taking advantage.
Yeah, and I wonder, where these people are going to go in the long term. It's going to be a years-long process to rebuild many of these homes.
Long time, right?
Yeah, you can't build a home in a short period of time. Families have to stay in areas because their kids go to school in certain areas, people work in certain areas. This is home.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe on the brighter side, if there is one here, Zillow Group has pulled down hundreds of listings that appear to violate price gouging rules since the fires began. This is according to a representative of the company. Zillow is exploring new processes to identify gouging, but for now it's assigning workers to investigate listings that have been flagged by users. So looks like they're on it, trying to keep this in check. Yeah, I know. I hate it. It's like supply demand, but it's in situations like this you hope that people do the right thing.
Yeah, I also wonder, we've mentioned this a little bit. I'm actually going to be hosting a Bloomberg Live Q&A tomorrow about house demolition, wildfires, and storms becoming increasingly more common across the U.S., climate disasters, and insurance markets. The question we have for our group is, are climate disasters going to topple the insurance market?
I mean, I keep wondering that. We talk about how you price for risk, right, so that insurance companies can cover it. But I get to a point where if we continue to see the frequency of these events pick up, is it a case of, you either it becomes so expensive that people can't afford it, and then what? I don't know. Where do you go? Do the states pick up, or do they create funds? But then who funds that, right?
Yeah, where do you go, and do you have to get a new career to move somewhere else? These people who have their jobs their whole lives in certain areas, I don't know what they're going to do.
We've often talked about, look ahead for climate refugees, people leaving areas or in areas where they've lost their homes, and then, do they move elsewhere? And so then you have areas, that they can live in and are affordable.
Reminder, the fire's still not out.
Yeah.
I'm checking with Hannah Elliott in about an hour out in L.A.
All right, good stuff. Hey, right now, though, we want to head over to our TV colleagues. The closing bell starts right now.
Poking into the green. Stick with us. This is The Close.
The
Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romain Bostic alongside Bonnie Quinn. We're here to help take you through the closing bell. It's a global simulcast, and it is already started. Cheryl Massar and Tim Stenovic in the radio booth. Scarlett Fu and Alex Seal have the day off. A lot to parse here, guys. I'm not sure the market reaction that we saw to that PPI report this morning was good or bad, but they seem to be taking it in stride. The S&P unchanged on the day, though we're seeing modest gains elsewhere in the Dow, the Russell, and the Dow Jones.
Yeah, but it's not like it's been a straight line all day, right? Like we're bouncing around in a big way. There are some outperformance. KB Home kicking the whole home builder group to the upside. Got 18 numbers in the S&P 500 home building index, and it's up about 3.3%, Tim. So there's some outperformance.
There is, but if you look at the index level, it's really hard to see what direction things were moving today. Yes, we finished in the green, but the index searching for direction much of the day, moving between gains and losses, more than half a dozen times today, Bonnie?
Not just that, Tim, but have you noticed the rest
right now heading into the close. We're down about 18% from yesterday, though we'll see if that changes.
And that's all, folks.
Well, I guess you got a little bit to cheer about, at least if you paid attention to the Dow. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is going to close out the day higher by more than 200 points, or roughly 0.5%, 42,505 and change. The S&P up about 6 points on the day. A gain on a percentage basis of about 0.1%. The NASDAQ in the red, down about 0.2%. The NASDAQ 100 down 0.1%. But as Bonnie was just talking about, there's the Russell 2000, a gain of 24 points for more than 1%. S&P mid-caps up 1.1%. The Dow Transports Carol up 1.1%.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, is it finally the moment for small caps? We'll have to wait and see. Having said that, I'm going to go back to the big caps. Look at the S&P 500, Bonnie. You've got most names in the index actually higher today. 382 to the upside, 118 to the downside.
Yeah, if you look into it and look and see what's going on under the hood, we have many sectors, maybe 8 of the 12 sectors in the green, Carol, particularly utilities and financials, but obviously utilities have sold off big time, so that might be to be anticipated. Financials, we're about to head into earnings season, so we'll see if that can continue. And then, areas like healthcare and communication services rolled over.
All right, let's get to some of the individual outperformers today. Constellation Energy, once again on that list, up about 3.5% at the close today. It was a top gainer, but the S&P 500, the NASDAQ 100, it's just off of announcing its deal to buy Calpine, which sent the stock, up about 25% on Friday. Today, both UBS and Jefferies raising their price targets on Constellation to $329 a share and $274 a share, respectively. Jefferies has a hold rating called the Calpine acquisition deal positive and value accretive. UBS, by the way, has a buy rating. The stock closing at $288, just under actually $289 a share. I mentioned how the home builders really some outperformance in the group overall, and that's because of KB Home. That stock at its highs up almost 14% today's session, finishing the day up 4.8%. KB Home reported earnings and revenue and also deliveries for the fourth quarter that all top average analyst estimates. The stock up the most, I should check, in intraday it was about 2 years, but we really saw some major outperformance. The highest since about December, but up the most intraday in more than 2 years. One more for you, Whirlpool. Also some outperformance at 4.4%. The company rising to its highest since about October of 2023. Goldman Sachs analyst out maintaining a buy rating but raising the price target from 125 to 138. Stock closing at just about 126 a share.
Okay, you got the gainers. I got the decliners. I do want to start with shares of Meta Platforms, falling today by 2.3%. The company cutting roughly 5% of its staff through performance-based termination. The company does plan to hire new people to fill those roles this year. That's according to an internal memo sent to all employees. Eli Lilly shares, the biggest drop since March of 2021, the biggest drag on the S&P 500 today. Did you see this?
I am so fascinated by this thing. Did you see the reason why?
Yeah, the weight loss drugs, the GLP-1s that we've been talking about for years at this point. They couldn't make enough of them. Well, now they have too much of them. Shares down 6.6%. We're talking about Zepbound and Mounjaro, obesity and diabetes drugs, respectively. Demand skyrocketed over the past 2 years as Americans sought them for weight loss. Companies invested more than $20 billion to boost supply, now facing the problem of having more drug than it thought it needed. And I know you guys were talking about this a little earlier. I looked up and saw you're talking Signet Jewelers. Worst day going back to March of 2020, down 22%. This after disappointing
by your significant other this holiday season.
No, in fact, what they're trying to do is have more jewelry that will appeal to people who are shopping for themselves. Engagements are down as well. That's a huge issue. Lab-grown diamonds. They didn't have enough supply of those. Those were less expensive, obviously. And then gold jewelry as well. They didn't have enough supply of that. That's what people wanted. They didn't necessarily have the right product mix. So, sort of a perfect storm for us.
I mean, I just feel like trends shift so fast, and I don't know how these people actually do it. I don't envy them. I just want to point out too, just on the stock front too, guys. I mean, I was just taking a look here. The outperformance that we saw from small caps relative to large caps, one of the biggest gaps that we've seen now going back to November, at least if you measure up against big tech and the next 7 and things like that. Just pointing that out. You see yields on your screen there. You did actually see a drop in yields on the short end of the yield curve, but that was primarily just the 2 and the 5-year yield, and that was only by about 1 basis point. So 10-year yield pretty much went nowhere. At one point, it was above 4.8. It's going to settle today pretty much unchanged, and you did see a slight bump in the 20 and 30-year yield.
All right, we're waiting for a lot to come at us, right? We've got another inflation print this week. We've got big bank earnings, a lot going on, and yet what really caught our attention is we're starting to get some early indication on the congestion pricing in New York City and whether or not maybe it's actually having an impact on the traffic in and around New York City streets. Well, we found traffic actually dropping by about 7.5% during the first week of congestion pricing.
Yeah, we're just going to get to some earnings real quick here, Phil. Just on Applied Digital. Crossing the wire right now. The adjusted loss per share coming in at 6 cents a share. Believe it or not, that's better than expected. The street was actually looking for a loss of 13 cents a share, so a little bit of an improvement there in the company's financials. Revenue pretty much in line with estimates, $63.9 million. Just want to make sure I get that right. Street looking for 63.4 shares, up 7% in the after hours.
Yeah, we should point out too, they were up about 10% in today's session, right? They actually signed up a deal. Macquarie, right?
Yeah.
Will invest up to $5 billion in their data centers being built by Applied Digital. So that gave it a big boost back ahead of the earnings.
So why did you bet against data centers?
I don't know, because maybe we need the energy to
Hey, that's why the energy. That's why the energy. All right, are still gaining every day.
I'm a little concerned about the climate. Have you, I'm just saying.
Okay, good segue for us to talk more about congestion pricing, I guess.
Well,
I think
can I tell you about this?
Please.
I kind of forgot this existed, and then I was like looking at my Easy Pass thing or whatever. So, like, you get charged $9 for coming into Midtown, basically the central business district.
Yeah.
Then if you leave, you do get charged again, I think, or something.
No, it's just one charge for the day. Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, that's pretty hefty. I know they give a discount for like taxis and Ubers, right?
Yeah, they do. The whole motivation here, though, is to reduce congestion in the central business district, of which our office is in, but then use that money to then support the public transit options here from the MTA. So the idea is that the subways get better, the trains get better, the buses get better.
Okay.
The environment, less pollution.
I wrote this up.
Well, apparently they're going to be.
Better.
Well, they're putting police officers on the subway now overnight, every night. So that has potentially something to do with this idea that people have to use the subway a little bit more often with this congestion pricing, because it's pretty onerous. Peak times start at 5 a.m. and they go to 9 p.m. on a weekday.
To 9 p.m.?
Mm-hmm.
What are we chatting about, guys?
CFA rates.
That's right.
Romaine, you should be keeping track of this, because I know that you are the king of the CFA here at Bloomberg. CFA rates.
I'm just a prince.
They did stay elevated, the pass rate, but still nothing like you would imagine, falling to 43% above the historic average. But that's a lot of people that are failing the CFA every time. Now, first-time takers takers did particularly well.
Yeah.
They had a pass rate of 49%.
Yeah, these are the level 1 takers. And these are of the 3 levels out there. This is the first one. Technically, the easiest one. But, I mean, this is a voice. I did power lightweight. But, it is difficult to have the pass rates. I should point out, the pass rates when I took it were even worse. So they've actually improved.
So you're better, that's what you're telling us, right?
Well, it was harder when I took it.
How many times did you have to take it?
Oh, no. Yeah, I did not pass. Well, I passed level 1 on the first try. Level 2 took some time.
I bet
but I got there.
well.
And
I
then
bet
level
you
3.
That's journalist right there, Carol.
Doesn't matter how you get there, Carol, as long as you get there.
You still passed, right? You still passed.
I got my certificate. It's on the wall. It's glorious.
It's very cool. All right, well, congratulations. All right, guys, that's
I had to take down my grandmother's picture and put it right.
She didn't have a CFA, you see. She had one, you would have left it up.
That's harsh. All right, that's a wrap. Our cross-platform radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We call it the closing bell. Folks, we will see you again. Same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors that bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenbeck on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. That is Carol Masser. I'm Tim Stenbeck. Carol, we learned yesterday that U.S. consumers said they will see higher inflation. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie.
She's lead at the Carney Consumer Institute. It's a company that studies consumers and their behavior to understand the current business and economic environment. We know sentiment can be, certainly consumer sentiment, so powerful. She usually joins us from Pittsburgh, which is here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Really nice to have you in studio. How are you?
I'm great. It's great to be here. It makes it feel much more exciting being here live.
We are fun in studio.
Yeah.
But we may say so ourselves.
Exactly. Pat on the back, pat on the back. Hey, how's the consumer doing?
The consumer is in an interesting place right now because ultimately we're still hearing a lot of voiced stress about everyday purchases such as grocery. But in reality, we all know they're still spending, right? The question I keep asking is, why are we so concerned about groceries when malls and airports are more crowded than they've ever been?
Okay, I'm really glad you brought that up because I was digging through your website, the report that you have out about the power of the consumer and and keeping up with the consumer. Watch what people do, not what they say. And what you guys do is you look at behavior. You don't necessarily look at what people are telling you about their behavior because there's this distinction there.
Yeah, you have to kind of combine the two because perception is reality. So if people are talking about things or voicing stress, you can't completely disregard it. But what we're seeing right now is really a parsing out of the needs versus wants. So for a long time, we've heard the narrative of, people are spending on experiences over things. But I was always questioning that, like what things are losing? Well, actually what we're starting to see is people are willing to save on their everyday items like groceries. You're seeing Aldi, Walmart, those kinds of companies, strong value props report well. People want to spend and optimize their needs so they really can spend on their wants. And so you're starting to see that really shake out in terms of how people are thinking about where they spend.
I guess, I think about, was it Walmart, their last earnings, and the higher end, I think that's becoming an even important aspect of their business. They're seeing that kind of upscale consumer shopping more and more.
Exactly. Consumers want to get the best bang for their buck on their everyday items so that then they can spend it on the things they want to, whether that's luxury, clothes, going, my Aldi has an Ulta across the street, whatever that may be.
So what does that mean for the way that consumers are making choices? What they're choosing? You say that the airports are crowded and flights or hotels are expensive, but yet they're also saying that grocery prices are
Right, so that's kind of that voiced stress. In reality, when you run the numbers, you can see that the percentage of food as compared to wages is basically flat. So we started to run this from 2019 to 2024. The biggest challenge we're seeing is that consumer psychology, which people are stuck on reference prices and anchor prices from 2019.
That's because for many people, Carol, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but we never experienced inflation as adults.
Yeah, I think I totally agree with you. That I think our perspective is like, well, this was the norm, and then all of a sudden, it's like, why am I don't know, why am things, it just feels so unusual and feels like it's very out of whack.
Exactly, but and it is from a historical perspective, but not from a math perspective in terms of someone's budget. The good thing was a rising tide lifted all ships. When wages lifted, it wasn't just white collar, it was across the board. So people still feel they do feel the strain, and the price increases are real.
Yeah,
but they can't afford
because the prices haven't come down, right? I mean, who's stressing this, right? The rate, the pace of inflation of prices going up has come down, but it's not like all of a sudden we're seeing decreasing pricing.
Right, and that's why you're seeing people want to optimize their high frequency everyday items. That's why you're seeing a lot of the retailers with strong value dropping grocery and some of those core categories, even apparel do well.
So let me ask you, Katie, so in terms of the consumers or the retail environment, we just talked about, we were talking about, Romaine, like we were talking about we were talking about Signet Jewelers, and that he's like, I would want to be a retailer, trying to figure out what the consumer is going to do, when they're going to do it, how they're going to do it. It's really, really tricky. So are there parts of the retail environment that you think, well, we should watch out that, especially as we get into earnings, it could be really difficult for them?
So one of the things that we're talking a lot about in our research is the idea of consumer options, and in particular as it relates to the proliferation of choice. So we've seen optionality just go through the roof, and that's part of the reason consumers are really able to optimize their spend, is they have all these options in retailers and brands where they can really pick and choose.
And they can also just do it online and type something in and see many different options from
Exactly,
companies,
they
and
can
those
price
companies are
match.
competing with each other. That's probably why Business Week back in 2019, and I just looked this up, Carol.
Yeah.
Joel would always remind us of this. From our editor at Bloomberg Business Week, there was that cover that asked, did capitalism kill inflation? It was a picture of a dinosaur.
Right.
2019, people thought inflation was over.
Yeah.
That was it.
Right. So, I mean, that's exactly the challenge we're seeing with consumers. I mean, they've really been able to start to figure out where they're going to pick and choose and where they're going to buy. On the brand side, that actually calls into question this ongoing choice, this innovation for innovation's sake, this growth strategies, portfolio strategies. So that's a lot of what we're watching with retailers, is who's actually got that relevant choice figured out that's really tapping into what the consumer wants, actually arguably tightening up how much new is on the shelves in favor of having something that's like, this other thing we're hearing from consumers is, I'm totally overwhelmed a lot of times.
Yeah,
Analysis paralysis. I get so overwhelmed I don't even buy. I abandon cart. I give up.
All right, so then do you have a clear, like I'm thinking about our audience who are listening, right? I'm thinking about certainly the publicly held retailers that are out there. I mean, who's at risk?
I would say the people at risk are the ones that really, we talked for a while about depth in the middle, the mushy middle. I think that's a little bit of what you're still seeing, which is those mid-tier players that don't seem to quite know what they stand for with the consumer.
The department stores that sometimes struggle, or is it more specialty, or what?
Yeah, I think it's more specialty, frankly. I think department stores are navigating, but they have the advantage of being cross-category. So I think when you're like a little bit tighter on a category or even a consumer segment, so athleisure, I think, is a sector that I would be a little bit wary of. Those can be very like cool brands that kind of rise and fall quickly. Even athletics, same things happen. Those can go in pretty big waves. So those are the kinds of companies I'm watching. Are you really understanding your consumer? Are you innovating too much? Are you optimizing effectively?
What companies are poised to do really well in an environment such as this?
So I think it's, in some cases, it's the ones that are able to merchandise effectively and really give a consumer that curated experience. So one that comes to mind, for instance, is just Trader Joe's. People will tell you they like, and I know that's like a bit of an obvious example, but my argument here is people will say, oh, I like it for the seasonality and my special treats, but really that's a tight merchandise selection. And I think people don't realize the reason they like it is it's easy to shop. Yes.
I agree with you. I get very, very overwhelmed.
Don't go to the ones in New York City while you're there, because that is not easy.
Yeah,
They are lines
I've
out the
been.
door.
Yeah.
It's true, right?
Lines
They're
out the door.
notorious for nightmarish parking lots though, all around the country. Like those are parking lots.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. Well, it'll be fun as we head into earnings season. I mean, the retailers come kind of later on. the consumer, would you say any signs that we're headed towards a recession in terms of consumer spending? Just got about 20 seconds.
Yeah, short answer is no. The biggest thing I'm watching is personal job security. If that gets worse, then I'm good.
All right, good stuff. Nice to have you in the studio. Be well, be well. Happy 2025. Katie Thomas, lead at the Carnegie Consumer Institute, joining us here in our studio. Coming up.
Yeah, the new book. It's out today. It's about what the author calls the most powerful tech company in China, the House of Huawei, the secret history of China's most powerful company. Eva Doe, Bloomberg, the Washington Post technology reporter. That's coming up next.
It's 421 on Wall Street. New tech markets all day long here at Bloomberg. This Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention, growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. For new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment, offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P both higher today. NASDAQ lower. The Russell 2000 the leader, up 1.1%. To put that in context, S&P up by 0.1%, higher by 6. NASDAQ down 43, a drop of 0.2%. Dow Industrials up 221, a gain of 0.5%. 10-year 4.78%, the 2-year 4.36%, and the 30 4.97%. Spot gold up $14 the ounce, up 5 cents of 1%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.3%, 77.83 a barrel. And Bitcoin today up 2.5%, 96,573 on Bitcoin. Another down day for NVIDIA shares. NVIDIA slumping today by 1.1%. The decline has now hit 12% in a 5-day losing streak. Briefly, United Rentals out of Stamford, Connecticut has agreed to buy H&E Equipment Services for $3.4 billion in cash. Shares of United Rentals up by 5.9%. H&E Equipment Services up 105.4%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, our next guest calls it the most powerful technology company that China has ever built. No, we're not talking about ByteDance, the parent company of TikTok. It's the app that has a future that's up in the air. We're not talking about Tencent, which last week was blacklisted by the Biden administration for alleged links to the Chinese military. No, we're not talking about Alibaba or JD.com or Meituan. We're talking about Huawei, the privately held maker of telecom equipment that really, I think, came into focus for a lot of people a few years ago, back in 2018, when the company's CFO, Meng Wanzhou, was arrested in Canada and set off an unprecedented diplomatic uproar. We've got with us the person who wrote the book on Huawei. Eva Doe is technology policy reporter at the Washington Post, and the author of the new book out today, House of Huawei, The Secret History of China's Most Powerful Company. She joins us from Washington, D.C. Eva, welcome. Congratulations on the book. We're going to spend quite a bit of time talking about Huawei in just a minute, but you also write a lot about TikTok, U.S.-China technology, security. You've been very busy, so we wanted to pick your brain a little bit about the latest in that realm. Let's start with TikTok, because the fate of this app is up in the air. What do you see as the probable future for TikTok?
Well, the Supreme Court is supposed to be ruling very soon, probably this week. And many people think that the Supreme Court will be upholding the ban on TikTok, and that would mean its only hope for being saved is probably going to be President Trump's administration doing something to make this app continue to be operational in the United States.
What could the Trump administration do to say that?
Well, under the law, TikTok could continue to operate if it is sold to other ownership. This is, of course, something that the company in Beijing are strongly resistant to, so it probably would involve diplomatic negotiations between the Trump administration and the company in Beijing to convince them to do that.
Is it likely, though, if that's the case, and I think about the powerful algorithm, does that go with it, or is it a very different TikTok that would end up in the hands of a different owner?
Well, those are some of the questions that are on there. So there's a lot of moving pieces here in the incoming Trump administration's plans for China, including tariffs, including a really tough policy on trade, and so TikTok is going to be part of it. And so it really depends how they prioritize it and how they negotiate it.
I feel like this transitions well into your new book out, and I guess what I want to ask is the outcome of what happens with TikTok. Does that indicate to you a very serious and significant change in U.S.-China relations and really the global business environment and global tech environment? Or is that TikTok or Huawei, which we're going to start talking about? Are they separate? Are they individual cases?
Well, certainly. I think both of them are part of the same trend was much more space for technology that was seen as consumer technology. And there's been, the line in the sand has really moved very rapidly to where security concerns are taking precedence. And, both with an app like TikTok and with the telecommunications equipment that Huawei makes, there is this growing understanding among policymakers that there's enormous amounts of data flow through these systems, and that the security angle is now taking precedence.
Well, Eva, and I want to also then ask maybe about the flip side of the U.S. in terms of our own tech giants. But I think it is fair to say the assumption that it's maybe different for a Chinese tech giant. Can we assume that a company like Huawei, I mean, your new book out is The House of Huawei, The Secret History of China's Most Powerful Company. I mean, for a company to become as giant and successful as Huawei, should we assume that there is some Chinese involvement, some Chinese oversight, some understanding among Huawei and the access that the Chinese government can and will probably have to that company or their information or their abilities?
Well, this is really the question that has been debated by policymakers around the world and key to whether they keep Huawei in their systems or not. And so I think one thing to remember is that the companies are not necessarily in control. They can't necessarily say for sure if someone is accessing their systems or not. Certainly, the equipment being developed in a certain country would mean there's an elevated risk of it being accessed by intelligence agencies, whether in the development process or in the shipment process. And sometimes that happens even without the company's knowledge. So security experts do say that is a legitimate risk and something where it's very hard to sort of find a smoking gun. So what policymakers have been saying is sort of, we're not necessarily saying there's a smoking gun, but there's a risk, and so it's a preventative measure.
So let's just take a big step back here and talk a little bit about what Huawei does and what Huawei is, because I think, like I said, a lot of people, it wasn't really on their radar until this arrest back in 2018 and the extradition process that was really that took years. Yes, there were some consumer devices in the United States available in the U.S. They didn't really take off. What do people need to understand about what Huawei makes and where they are able to sell it?
I think to many people, where they've heard of Huawei is from their smartphones, which for years it's been one of the largest smartphone brands in the world. But really, the reason it's become such a policy concern is also the largest maker of the equipment that goes into phone and internet networks around the world. And of course, these networks, they carry all sorts of information, phone calls, emails, internet traffic. And from that perspective, it's become something that policymakers have become very concerned about, is this one company and its global footprint. It's far head and shoulders the dominant supplier in developing nations around the world, and even in Europe is a dominant supplier in many countries.
One thing we want to ask you, we've spent a lot of time over the last few years talking with Andy Purdy, who was the chief security officer for Huawei America.
He would come in every few months.
Yeah, and we would talk to him about kind of the strained or growing strained relationships, certainly in the tech environment between the U.S. and China.
About Huawei not being a security risk to the United States.
Right, exactly. And so I am wondering, in this environment, access to an administration, you've got Elon Musk, a certainly high-profile member of the tech community. I mean, what are your expectations of Huawei having a strong communication line with the incoming Trump administration and maybe its future changing in a more favorable way here when it comes to the United States?
Well, I think if that happens, that they make this kind of rebound in communications in the United States, that would be defying expectations. In that the incoming Trump administration, if you look at who is in Trump's team, there's a lot of security hawks, a lot of people have been vocal critics of China for many years, and so I think what we can expect is for policy to be, even more stringent than it has been in recent years as far as control of technology being transferred to China. And from that point of view, I would say it's hard to see where the right spot is for Huawei in the U.S. market in the foreseeable future.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, so I have a few questions around this. One of them being the opportunity for Huawei outside of the U.S. Because, we've talked a lot in the past few years about China's growing influence with the Belt and Road Initiative, and I'm wondering, from a cybersecurity perspective, from a telecom infrastructure perspective, are they able to use that as a lever in any way?
Well, I think so, and part of that is just there have been so few alternatives in this market. There are very few players, and so the question is, if you don't use Huawei, what do you use for these developing countries? And so that's sort of been what officials in many of these countries have been saying, which is, the United States wants us to take Huawei equipment out, but what do you do then? Sort of the only comparable vendors, for the most part, have been European companies whose equipment is far more expensive, and that's just outside of the budget for many countries to do. So part of the U.S. policy under the Biden administration has been programs to develop new competitors making this kind of gear so that countries do have an alternative if they actually want to switch.
Hey, one more question on the administration, because Carol mentioned Elon Musk being tech-friendly and being part of the administration in a certain capacity. When you mention China hawks, Elon's not one of those. He has a business in China, he has Tesla there, and he was able to do something that nobody else has been able to do in the past by building his own Tesla facility that doesn't have a joint venture with the Chinese automaker.
And doing it really quickly.
Doing it really quickly. That had never been done. What is his influence, in your view, when it comes to tech policy in China?
Well, yeah. So Elon Musk is very interesting from this perspective. Because he has business interests on both sides. As you mentioned, Tesla, China is a huge market for them and also production base. And at the same time, for SpaceX, very much they're a U.S. military supplier, and so very much sort of building up, seeing their customer base being very skeptical about China. So I think specific to Huawei, actually, Elon Musk is a direct competitor, so it's not often thought of that way. His Starlink satellite system, it provides an alternative for many countries to using these terrestrial phone and internet networks that Huawei and other companies build. So, and Starlink has been expanding at an extraordinarily rapid rate around the world. We'll probably see more of that competitive dynamic between the companies.
We're talking to Eva Doe. She's technology policy reporter at the Washington Post. She's the author of the new book out today, House of Huawei, The Secret History of China's Most Powerful Company. Eva, I am curious, you really get into the details of the history of this company that I think most people didn't even think about until we had the problems and the issues, right, of a few years ago. Why is it important to understand the history of this company in light of the security considerations that many global leaders are concerned about when it comes to this company? Tie it up for me.
Yeah, I think part of it is just understanding how we got to this especially regarding the technology industry now. And so I think Huawei is such a good case study in that it was one of the very first private tech companies founded in China in the early 1800s, and it's been on the front waves of these changing sentiments. You know, China's globalization, that heady period where China was very much embraced by the world, and these tech companies were embraced by the world, and moving towards, you know, this current moment when, you know, the fear that China is a real rival and adversary, a capable adversary to the United States is so on the forefront of the decision making today.
Okay, so bring us to 2018 when the company's CFO, Meng Wanzhou, was arrested in Canada. It set off that unprecedented diplomatic uproar. She was held for years as this played out in the courts. What happened there?
Yeah, so that was the moment when the rubber kind of hit the road. So for years there have been these concerns bubbling up in the United States and other Western countries about Huawei. But it really was that moment when the CFO was detained, and at the same point the Trump administration put these sort of unprecedented sanctions on Huawei that sort of moved us to a new sort of Cold War-esque era where it was clear, like, this era of globalization has come to an end. Now we're into something new, and as far as just seeing China as a competitive rival in a very different way and reacting in a very, very different way.
In a sense, it's a big part of the story is about the shift in China over the years that Huawei has existed. Listen, you did a ton of research on this. Interviews, archival research. You have reported from China, you've reported from Taiwan during your career. Can you answer the question for us whether or not Huawei is a security risk to the United States?
A security risk? I would say probably, and that's something that's outside strictly the company's control, and that what we've seen, I think the clearest evidence we've seen has come out in Edward Snowden's leaks, which is that tech companies' equipment can be used by and is used by intelligence agencies to find backdoors and build backdoors into them, even without the company's knowledge. So, in a way, it's not entirely in Huawei's executives' hands. They can say, you know, our equipment is safe, we're doing everything that we can, but it's not entirely the company's control.
So I am curious, just for size and scope, something we're very into certainly here at Bloomberg, what are the capabilities? I mean, how should we be thinking about them in terms of Huawei surveillance systems, which are used by governments all over?
Yeah, so this has very much become something that's part, like a new business line, these sort of citywide surveillance systems that has to do with, you know, data networks becoming fast enough that you can transmit huge amounts of data, so you can have video cameras and other sorts of sensors all across the city that are just streaming all sorts of information in. So there's a number of governments around the world that are using these systems from Huawei. And it's very controversial. Huawei's not the only company that supplies them. IBM was actually, the US company was actually the first company that started supplying these kinds of systems. But yeah, it's very much a debate, ongoing debate about just how much data governments should be collecting and to what degree citizens have privacy or not.
We're speaking with Eva Doe, technology policy reporter at The Washington Post, also the author of the new book out today, House of Huawei, The Secret History of China's Most Powerful Company.
You know, Tim and I, we spend a lot of time, I'm sure you do too, as we know, talking about large language models, generative AI, what's next in terms of the impact, continuing to track. So I think about what you are saying, what you have learned in the context of Huawei, you know, their role, whether it's 5G in terms of communications or AI technologies. The AI race is on, we know that. So I'm just wondering, how are you thinking about that next chapter and the concerns that we should have considering Huawei's dominance?
Yeah, so Huawei is going to continue to be in the conversation for this AI era. So they are China's most advanced company for designing these chips that drive these AI systems. And so China has been importing huge amounts of U.S. chips for years to build, their big data centers, large language models, and U.S. sanctions have really been tightened in the past couple of years, which means they're more reliant on Huawei chips now than ever before.
Do you think are they being hurt by these restrictions and maybe not having access? And we continue to see headlines about what this means for NVIDIA and being able to share, its higher end technology. I mean, is Huawei being hurt as a result of all of this? Or does it just make them double down from what you have learned? Does it just make China and Huawei double down and make sure that they have the best and greatest?
Well, certainly they've very much been hurt in that if you look at their trajectory before these sanctions began, they were growing year after year at an enormous clip, and now that growth has stopped. I think the question during the first Trump administration was, can they survive? And so the question, the answer to that is clear now that, they're too important to China, that China is not going to let this company die. It's going to do everything possible for it to survive. That being said, they've very much been sort of hurt and slowed down by these growing restrictions from the United States.
It's interesting too because it's not a publicly held company; it's a privately held company. Ownership structure. What is it? Who owns it? And does it remain a private company for the foreseeable future?
Yeah, so it's privately held, but with the shares dispersed among numerous current and former Huawei employees, and that for years has been a major part of the incentive program of how Huawei's founder Ren got engineers to work incredibly hard towards this cause, which was part of their compensation was in the dividends they would receive from the company's performance. Since it's privately owned, that means it does not have much of the scrutiny of a publicly owned company. There's definitely limitations in what they have to disclose to the public, and they also aren't at the whims of the stock market. And so that's been actually part of their success in that they've been able to execute really long-term plans, sort of long-term expensive investments that short-term investors would not necessarily be on board with. And so at this point, it's hard to see why Huawei would go public. They have plenty of funding. China's state policy banks are very supportive when they need funding for the project. And so it's probably going to remain private for the foreseeable future.
I think about consumers, people who are listening, Bloomberg audience, right? There's obviously investors, there's consumers, and they continue to look at their goods and their security breaches and so on and so forth, especially when it comes to telecom. The consumer base, they need to be concerned, right? And I assume you're going to say they want their governments to make sure that they're overseeing global technology because this is the new world order. And to be fair, can we say that U.S. companies, obviously I would assume the U.S. government is not involved in those technologies. It's not apples to apples. It's different, right, when it's China and the Chinese government when it comes to some of their big companies, particularly tech companies.
Yeah, I think so. One thing is just that technology systems are hacked all the time, and probably hacked more than the average consumer would realize. And so, to a certain extent, it is just what is your risk level. If you work for the government, if you work for certain sensitive industries, yeah, you probably want to think twice about exactly what kind of equipment you're using, and in fact, your employer probably has already guidelines in place. For the average consumer, there's a certain risk that your data could be hacked, but that probably existed whether you knew it or not.
Eva, just one last question. Got about a minute and a half here. What was the most revealing thing to you in writing this book, doing the deep dive, going into the archive, talking to so many different voices? What was, again, the most revealing thing in this process for you?
I think one of the most fun parts for me was just seeing all of the places and all the historical moments where Huawei popped up while I was sort of researching in archives in the U.S. and China and around the world. And it really gave me an appreciation of companies like this, just how plugged in, how they are effective, and how they affect events going on around the globe. In China, for the historic Hong Kong Hand River, when Hong Kong was returned from being a British colony to China, Huawei was there and helping to do the video surveillance for it. For the Arab Spring, the Iraq War, Huawei was on the ground. So they're far more than a consumer company. When you supply the phone and internet networks, those are crucial. And the first thing that you're expected to be first on the ground when anything big hitting.
Listen, great stuff. I'm so glad we got so much time. Eva Doe, she's technology policy reporter at Washington Post. New book, House of Huawei.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenovec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week, and let's go now to Los Angeles because hot, dry winds are pummeling the city and surrounding areas of Southern California, raising wildfire risks through at least Wednesday. This is the region reels from blazes. They've killed at least 24 people, dozens still missing, burned neighborhoods to the ground. Our hearts, our thoughts are with everybody who's been affected by these devastating fires, including Hannah Elliott, who is our colleague out there in Los Angeles. She's Bloomberg News auto columnist. Usually we talk to her about cars. We're going to do that. I promise we'll do that. First, though, Hannah, we've got to get an update from you about what you're seeing, what you're experiencing, because in some of these articles, your byline has been there. You've been off the auto beat covering, as all hands have been on deck, covering these fires.
Your concern, it certainly has been a very surreal week here in LA. You know, it's really a testament to how tragic and completely destruction, like the destruction is beyond tragic, and then we also have, like you mentioned, these heartwarming instances of everyone banding together to help each other. On Sunday, I was at some donation centers in Santa Anita, where I think volunteers outnumbered the number of people who were needing help. So it's really been a surreal mix. I can tell you today the skies are blue. The wind is very low, which is good because, of course, the high winds are really increasing the fire danger. And the air quality is improving. So we're feeling a little bit more stable here on the ground, but it's, again, so surreal because while normalcy has returned for some of us, 2 miles up the road, our friends and colleagues have lost everything. So it's just been a roller coaster, and we certainly have felt the love and support from all of our friends in the rest of the country and the world. So thank you.
Yeah, no, we've been thinking about you a lot, and as Tim mentioned, we know everybody has been involved in those stories coming out of the West Coast, including you. I mean, I think about you and some of the reviews you do, and you're driving the roads of the area, and it's hard not to be struck by, obviously, first and foremost, the loss of lives and people losing their homes, but the landscape that, when you think of California, is just so beautiful.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I cover the car beat like you know very well, and this is really what I call the world-class destination for driving because it is so beautiful. And right now it does feel a little bit like a dark paradise. The cost of paradise is that we do have these really catastrophic events. I'm actually working on a story right now about the amount of cars that have been damaged and lost, and how automotive insurers are responding to that, like Highway, for instance, a company that we cover quite a lot, both from a monetary standpoint and also from the emotional connection that a lot of people have with their cars. LA is a big classic and collectible car area. So, obviously, while these are just things we can move on without our cars, for a lot of people, the car really does have quite a high sentimental value. And, as we move forward and get past the death toll and the structural toll, we are still going through how many cars have been lost that really did mean someone to an enthusiast, something to an enthusiast.
Well, I promised we'd also talk more about cars, and we're looking forward to seeing that story from you, Hannah. I've certainly seen those devastating pictures of not just homes burned out, but cars burned out. One of your recent columns focuses on recalls because, look, anyone who's ever had an owned vehicle is familiar with recalls, but it's costly to companies, and also now we have some stats about which cars are most likely to be recalled. What did you find?
Yeah, so this is really interesting. Of course, as 2024 ended, we got a lot of reporting from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration about how many automakers and individual vehicles had recalls last year. And Chrysler and Ford, all for the year 2024, had the most recalls. But what is interesting is our report went a step further and looked at analysis of which cars are projected to have the most recalls over a 30-year time frame. Of course, this is just a projection, but it's not just adding up the number of recalls the vehicles had in a year and then multiplying it by 30. It's actually a weighted diagnosis that takes into account production, the the pace of production and those sorts of things. So what we found actually is a lot of EVs are projected to have quite a few recalls over the course of their life. And number one is the Porsche Taycan, which is projected to have 70 recalls over the course of its lifetime. A couple Teslas were in there too, and the Lucid Air. So this is really, it was an interesting thing to see. And of course, the reason for this that experts and analysts have really told us, including our own from Bloomberg Intelligence, is that electric vehicles tend to have very high levels of complexity, of course, which the more complex something is, the more it might tend to go wrong. And the second is that automakers are still trying to figure out how to make EVs. So there's a learning curve associated with it, and just the high complexity, it combines to make possibly a high number of recalls for some of these new EVs.
You know, we just have about 30 seconds left here, Hannah, and we talked earlier about autonomous driving vehicles with Max Chapkin. In terms of the EV world, do you feel like we are in this moment of reset by global automakers in terms of the way forward? And again, just got about 30 seconds.
It's possible. I think at this moment in time, automakers are re-evaluating. I don't know if you could say they're going to reset. We might be a little bit too far down the road, but it certainly is a pause and a re-evaluation of how much to invest in the future.
All right, we're going to leave it there. Listen, thank you so much. As always, our Hannah Elliott, auto columnist at Bloomberg Pursuits out there in our LA bureau. And stay safe and be well, Hannah. Just wishing everybody out there to be okay and hopefully soon to be on the other side of all of this. Fingers crossed that the weather and the wind stay down.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, exactly. All right, folks, you are listening to and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Tim and I getting ready to wrap up on this Tuesday. And this is Bloomberg Radio.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Kaylee Lyons, I'm Joe Matthew.
Pete Hegseth becomes the first of Donald Trump's cabinet nominees to face a confirmation hearing, denying accusations of sexual assault and alcohol abuse in a session with senators that lasted hours. We'll have highlights from the hearing and analysis from our political panel.
We'll be joined by Republican Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida for his take on the Trump transition, how the razor-thin House majority can enact Donald Trump's agenda.
And as the Biden administration works for a ceasefire in Gaza less than a week before the president leaves office, we'll discuss with Evelyn Farkas, executive director at the McCain Institute, former deputy assistant secretary of defense for Russia.
Thanks for being with us here on the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Indeed, I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons. We went through it together on the early edition of Balance of Power. Quite the experience today for Pete Hegseth in an interview that the likes of which he has never seen before. 27 senators for the better part of, what was it, 4 hours by the time they were done.
Yeah, a grilling on matters of character, also on qualifications for the job to lead the Pentagon, and by and large, it really split down partisan lines. Republicans seeming more inclined to support his confirmation to be defense secretary. Democrats, not so much. And of course, Pete Hegseth himself had the opportunity to plead his case for why he should get to serve in this role.
He believes, and I humbly agree, that it's time to give someone with dust on his boots the helm. A change agent, someone with no vested interest in certain companies or specific programs or approved narratives. My only special interest is the warfighter.
So we start our conversation with Bloomberg's Natalia Gosdiak at the table with us here. Natalia, interesting exercise, as we said, for him. Democrats brought all the firepower that we expected. Alcohol abuse, sexual assault allegations, which of course he maintains his innocence in each of these cases here, along with his management style or lack of management experience. But in the end, everyone seems to think he's complete.
Yeah, I think the key takeaway here is that despite the tough going from the Democrats, he's kept his cool for the most part, and he looks set to get confirmed.
Well, and when we consider the votes for that confirmation, the big one that we have questions about, at least at the the onset was Senator Joni Ernst from Iowa, who is not only a combat veteran herself, but a survivor of sexual assault. And she posed this question to Hegseth about women serving in the military.
As Secretary of Defense, will you support women continuing to have the opportunity to serve in combat roles?
My answer is yes, exactly the way that you caveated it. Yes, women will have access to ground combat roles, given the standards remain high.
She obviously asked it in a less combative way, shall we say, than some of the other women who serve on this committee, members of whom did indeed serve in combat as women as well, including Senator Tammy Duckworth. But for all of the conversation around his views around women in the military, were anyone's minds actually changed by this?
Well, I think, just on Joni Ernst, she was the key member that we were all watching because she's a Republican senator, but her background as a military veteran and a rape survivor meant that what she has to say on this could really matter. And she appeared assuaged by Hegseth's reversal on previous comments saying that women should play a role in combat. And she also seemed assuaged by his pledges to take seriously concerns around sexual assault in the military. So I think, the fact that we didn't see any sort of strong pushback from her also reinforces his strong chances here.
Gene Shaheen, senator from New Hampshire, Democrat, remarks on his 11th hour conversion. How many of these senators see it that way?
Yeah, I think there was, a lot of tough questioning on that, whether, this was a genuine reversal. Shaheen, but also Gillibrand pushed him on that. It's hard to say whether they were convinced by that. In a way, whether the Democrats were convinced or not doesn't really matter, because if he has the Republican support here, he doesn't need the Democratic vote. And, as we were discussing, he didn't meet with any of the Democratic members ahead of the hearing, which is also telling that, they're not relying on them for confirmation.
Natalia Grosiak, thank you so much. Now, day 2 of Senate confirmation hearings is set for tomorrow with high-profile nominees, including Marco Rubio for Secretary of State and Pam Bondi for Attorney General, scheduled for their moments in the hot seat. And joining us now for more is Bloomberg's Josh Wingrove. So, Josh, when we're talking about not just those two, but Scott Bessent, who will come on Thursday, it does seem the slate at which we're looking for this week, most of them have an easier path ahead than Pete Hegseth.
Yeah, this is the low-hanging fruit part of the schedule, I would say. Look, I think the takeaway from today is that Republicans are very confident. They have the votes not only for Hegseth, but for, if not the whole slate, darn near the whole slate. And so President Trump has put a lot of pressure on it. You mentioned Senator Ernst, and of course she did stick her head out on this question a few weeks ago when she herself was being nominated as an alternate candidate. Should Hegseth bow out or not be able to proceed? And she essentially fell back to prime. It was clear that Republicans who were willing to really rattle the cage on some of President-elect Trump's nominees were going to face blowback from party faithful, including heavily on Elon Musk's social media site, Twitter, where Joni Ernst's mentions were complicated. So I think that the lesson was clear. I think the confidence factor is high. You can see it arguably in the faces of the Democratic lawmakers on this committee who don't seem to be holding out much hope that the candidate, if they do oppose them, would actually be derailed. So this is, we're going through the motions with some of these folks, I think, a little bit. And no one, for instance, thinks that there's a lot of risk for Bessent's nomination.
Let me ask you about the ERS, not to be confused with the IRS, that Donald Trump is talking about on social media here, an external revenue service. I thought we were getting rid of federal agencies, not adding them. How would this work?
Well, DOGE is a federal agency. Kind of. I would actually put that in, we collect theirs now. Right, there's a mechanism.
Customs and Border Protection.
Correct. So there's a mechanism to do that. Now, is this going to be a new department with, a building and staff and that? Doesn't seem so. We don't have a lot of detail on that, but the indication seems no. I don't think Bloomberg will be posting for a reporter to cover this full-scale department. Trump is a brand. His allies draw attention to what is a looming fight. He wants to gain more revenue from tariffs and duties and tariffs in particular. Of course, tariffs are not externally collected. They're collected by American importers. Now, some of the sellers offset that and eat some pain on their end. But ultimately, the literal person who pays the tariffs to the U.S. government is the American company or person that imports that goods. So it's not all that external when it comes to tariffs. But nonetheless, Trump called tariffs the most beautiful word in the dictionary. They have been very opaque on just precisely what tariffs they are planning on day 1 or day 2 or day 7. Our colleagues Jenny Leonard and Saleha Mohsen with some reporting this week on that there's a camp within Trump's orbit, not necessarily Trump himself, that is proposing a sort of scaled, ramped-up plan when it comes to tariffs. But I think the takeaway from it, it is kind of like Doge, right? It's a label, and I stand to be corrected if they ultimately do try to put together some sort of department. Trump wants to focus the attention on tariffs. He wants to try to shift revenue to tariffs, which of course are ultimately borne by American consumers to some extent, and potentially away from income taxes, for instance. And we talked about renaming Denali, not McKinley. McKinley was a big tariff president. He loves that. He's all in on tariffs right now. We're just waiting to see not only the fine print, but the bold print. They just haven't said.
Well, we certainly got our attention and the market's attention.
Yeah.
In the meantime, Bloomberg's Josh Wingler. Thank you so much, Josh. Great to have you. Back at the table, coming up, Republican Congressman Byron Donalds, Florida, is going to join us. He'll be here live from Capitol Hill. Next, on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Anticipate lots of specific and detailed questions about what's going to be on that. Let me just give you the answer right now. I'm not going to tell you, okay? This is an internal politics and discussion and things that we are doing in reconciliation as the majority party. We have to allow room for that to breathe.
House Speaker Mike Johnson a bit earlier today talking about his plans for one big reconciliation bill, or will it end up being two? No, Johnson says that's the goal, to have one vote on the one bill on the House floor by Easter. And joining us now live from Capitol Hill is Republican Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida. Congressman, it's great to have you back. I know you always tell us what you think on this one, and everyone says, well, we need some direction. John Thune wants to Mike Johnson wants one. Donald Trump doesn't seem to care. Does the president-elect need to put his foot down and say, this is how we're going to do this, and I need a vote by this date, say Eastern?
No, I don't think so. I think that we're going to figure this thing out. Look, one bill or two bill, it really doesn't matter. It's about delivering the agenda. I think there are some key things that on Capitol Hill that have to be understood. Number one, we are going to reauthorize the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, and some of the new pieces of tax policy that President Trump talked about on the campaign trail. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. We're going to find a way to get all that stuff done. I think the devil in the details is what do some of the mandatory reforms look like? Mandatory spending cuts, some mandatory spending reforms. What is that going to look like in the context of tax policy, energy policy, securing our nation's border, and getting our military in position to be the fighting force it needs to be for the challenges in the future? I think those are the constructs of what one bill or two bills will look like. And if we can accomplish debt ceiling in the process, all the better.
Well, Congressman, you just mentioned no tax on tips specifically, and I understand you're intending to reintroduce no tax on tips legislation as you did in the 118th Congress. I guess I just wonder, is it your intent that that particular bill gets rolled up into this ultimate reconciliation package, or are we going to actually see different changes to the tax code happening piece by piece rather than folded into one big package?
No, look, I mean, I'm going to reintroduce the legislation, and if my colleagues decide that they want to run it on its own, I'm all for it. But I do believe the reality is that it's probably going to be all a part of budget reconciliation. And look, I think the key thing is that the last time we went through budget rec, which is how we call it up here, to do tax policy, we created the very best tax policy in the history of the United States. We raised more revenue than ever before. We raised more revenue as a percentage of our economy than ever before. And we had the fastest and the highest growing economy we've had in more than 3 generations. So tax policy does matter. What matters just as much as tax policy are the regulatory reforms that have to happen in every agency at the federal level. All those things can be accomplished in budget reconciliation. So if it means that no tax on tips is a part of that package, I'm for that as well, because we have a responsibility to answer the call, the political mandate given to us by the American people.
Yeah, we did wonder if individual members like yourself, Congressman, might each kind of take a piece of this. You know, you take no tax on tips, I'll take no tax on overtime, and maybe that helps to speed up the writing of a larger tax reform bill. But I want to ask you about the border. If this is in fact one big bill, the argument for two is to get something done on the border and energy right off the bat. I'm assuming you're going to talk to me about executive actions. We're hearing that President-elect Trump could take as many as 100, maybe more, EOs out with the Sharpie in the Oval Office on day one. Is that actually how Republicans will get to the border, and then you wait for the legislation until it's written?
I mean, look, the president's executive orders are going to happen regardless of what I think, or frankly what anybody thinks, because he was elected, he has the mandate, and it was crystal clear from the voters of our country, they want the border secured, and they want everything that Joe Biden did to be reversed. So that's number one. Number two, and I think this is the conversation around two bills, like I can do it both ways. The positive side of having two reconciliation bills is you address border security with the funding necessary for Tom Homan and his team to get the work done as soon as possible. You also can probably put some money up for defense to try to get some of our material in place that's necessary to help reform DOD, because by the way, Pete Hegseth did a great job today. Fully expect him to be confirmed probably over the next couple of weeks. But you put those two pieces in place under budget reconciliation, you find ways to pay for those, rescinding former Biden spending, which is absolutely ridiculous anyway, and then we move forward to the broader package around energy and tax. Title 42
you want to see those Donald Trump That's how you rip off the Band-Aid on the border, right? You get an EO on Title 42, and then you follow up with something more comprehensive. That's what's about to happen?
I'm not going to step in front of the president and what they're going to do. I'm going to let his team speak to the executive orders. I know for the funding necessary to start repatriating people back to their home countries, Congress is going to have to step up and provide that. It's one of the reasons why I think the Senate and some members of the House want to do two bills. You can address the border issues early. You can actually also address Defense Department issues with the funding that they need. And I also believe you can address debt ceiling as well. Get that stuff done quickly, get it out of the way. You don't have to deal with Chuck Schumer in the Senate and Senate You can get that done immediately, get the president some wins, and then we go through the long negotiations around tax policy, energy policy, spending reforms, etc.
Well, we heard from the incoming president today, sir, on something pertaining to revenue, not when it comes to taxes, but when it comes to tariffs. He says he's announcing he will create the External Revenue Service to collect our tariff duties and all revenue that come from foreign sources. Congressman, we do currently have Customs and Border Protection for that, and if a new agency is to be created, it would require an act of Congress. Is this something you think we need?
So we're open to any proposal from the President of the United States. And the reason why is because he's been sitting, frankly, for 4 years watching the mismanagement of our country. It gives you an opportunity to think outside the box. And let's be very clear. Let's not act like Washington, D.C. has been getting everything right for a long, long time. That is not the case. Washington has actually been wrong. Frankly, that's why I'm here. That's why Donald Trump was reelected, to fix this place. So if it means we think outside the box with something like the ERS, or it's like Doge. If we think outside the box, it is because it requires a new way of thinking on Capitol Hill. Giving new jobs to the same departments has not fixed this town. You might need to break some eggs, redo some of these departments, maybe open up a new one, which makes another one obsolete, and you get rid of that one. That's how you get monumental change, not just in government, that's how it's done in business all the time. Sometimes you gotta shuffle the deck, and that's okay, as long as the customer, in this case the American people, get the biggest bang for their buck.
I know you're just settling into the 119th Congressman, and you're certainly behind Donald Trump and have been in every conversation that we've ever had from a policy, even a personality standpoint. But there's reporting out there that you hired a pretty famous pollster, Tony Fabrizio, and I'm wondering if that's to keep your seat in Congress or if you've got your eyes on a gubernatorial campaign.
No. Look, when you have an ability to bring in great people and work with great people, that's what you do. Actually, I had a couple of my colleagues ask me about that too. And I just said, listen, I'm not sure what I'm going to do next. Right now, my mission is Donald Trump's administration, getting the agenda done through Congress and doing everything we can to reverse the disaster of Joe Biden. But in terms of bringing Tony and his team on, listen, when you find great talent, you bring them in. Don't worry about future elections. As long as you stay ready, you don't have to get ready.
All right. Well, Congressman, when you do make decisions about your future, we hope you'll come back and share those with us. Republican Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida. Always a pleasure, sir. Thanks for joining us. And still ahead, PPI data comes in cool ahead of tomorrow's CPI report. We'll have more on the inflation picture next on Balance of Power. Bloomberg TV.
Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Thanks for joining us. The December Producer Price Index came in below expectations this morning, helping traders breathe a bit of a sigh of relief for the outlook of inflation and, of course, tomorrow's CPI report. Let's get to it right now with Bloomberg Economics' Estelle O. It's great to see you, Estelle. Thank you for joining us. This is going to be the last CPI while Joe Biden's in office.
So you're right, Joe. This morning's CPI print did come in softer than expected. We don't expect that to translate into tomorrow's CPI print. We're actually expecting headline CPI to accelerate to 0.44% versus 0.3% last month in November. And we're expecting the core to stay sticky at 0.3%. So it's not looking good.
Well, so when we consider the different components of it compared to what was putting the greater downward pressure on PPI than expected, part of that was feed costs. So we should just kind of not pay attention to any of that in CPI.
Right, so it doesn't directly translate, unfortunately. Actually, one of the reasons why we're expecting acceleration in the headline is because of food and energy costs.
With that said, this won't be the last CPI reflective of Joe Biden's administration. We're beginning to look towards the follows once Donald Trump is in office. How would you describe it? Considered 4 years.
Right. So throughout these 4 years, we've seen acceleration in inflation throughout 2022. The Fed clamping down on that CPI, slowly falling, but nowhere near the Fed's 2% target. We expect that to likely continue into Donald Trump's first year. We're expecting, CPI to continue to trend slower, but end the year around 2.8% year over year, and at the end of 2025, now 2.8%. You should be in kindergarten to know that that's above 2. That's going to be still a problem for the Fed. So we expect that to.
Well, so when we consider both the inflation and labor market data that the Fed will be looking at, when the market expectation does seem to be we're going to be holding for a while until something suggests the Fed should be doing otherwise. What is it that is likely to inspire that move one way or another?
Yeah. So right now with this month's data, we've got a hot labor jobs report last week that shows the labor market may be stabilizing. Meanwhile, if our forecasts are correct, we're expecting inflation to tick higher. So right now you got labor market seeming to stabilize, inflation trending higher. That's all probably going to give the Fed more confidence to hold rates, and that's actually we really see a risk for rate cuts to be pushed back. So our baseline is still for the Fed to cut rates in the first quarter. We still want to see more labor market data indicating that it's stabilizing, but so far we do see real risk that the Fed could be pushing back its rate cuts further to later this year.
All right. Estelle O of Bloomberg Economics, thank you so much for joining us. And I do wonder, Joe, especially given what we've heard from the president-elect about Fed policy and his views that rates are too high, if Scott Bessent is going to have to face some of those questions on Thursday in his confirmation hearing.
And then talk to us about phasing in tariffs while we're at it, as Bloomberg had reported, making it basically impossible for the Fed to forecast it.
Yeah, so we're going to have to watch tomorrow's data and Thursday, of course, for more. In the meantime, still ahead, Pete Hegseth makes his case for Defense Secretary on Capitol Hill, and we'll have more on his confirmation hearing with Evelyn Farkas of the McCain Institute next on Bloomberg TV and radio.
There's not a single mention in this statement about Ukraine or Russia. Is this code for we're going to abandon Ukraine?
That's a presidential level policy decision. He's made it very clear that he would like to see a end to that conflict. We know who the aggressor is. We know who the good guy is. We'd like to see it as advantageous for the Ukrainians as possible, but that war needs to come.
You talk a lot.
Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth discussing Ukraine during his Senate confirmation hearing earlier today. Joining us now for more here on Bloomberg TV and radio is Evelyn Farkas, Executive Director at the McCain Institute and former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia and Ukraine. Evelyn, welcome back to Balance of Power. Obviously, over the course of hours, Pete Hegseth faced some pretty difficult questions, many of them related to his own character and conduct, a few of them related to the internal dynamics of the Department of the Defense and the budget that comes with it. But did you hear enough from him today on the way in which he actually sees the U.S. military conducting itself abroad in relations with allies like Ukraine or in other theaters?
No, and in fact, it was really disappointing when one of the senators asked him about, what are the members of ASEAN, which is the Southeast Asian alliance, or not alliance, but association of Southeast Asian states. He didn't really comment much. That was an opportunity, actually. She asked him about whether the United States had special relationships with any countries in the region. He could have talked about the Philippines then. He could have talked about standing up to China, and he didn't. The portions of the hearing that I saw really, clearly were not focused on foreign policy.
Well, I guess I'm inferring from you that might be a disservice, because we did talk about a lot of other things, including some of the statements that he's made. For instance, Jack Reed brought this up, the ranking member, about ignoring things like the Geneva Convention, where we got a little bit of a taste of some of the things he had said in the past, but as Jean Shaheen called it, Evelyn, an 11th hour conversion. Is that enough for you?
Yeah, I think this is the problem, that he's on the record. He's written 4 books. He was a Fox host / commentator, kind of in the opinion arena. He's said a lot of things about women in combat, opposed to it, frankly, opposed to women in the military. He's spoken out about the war crimes that were committed by Special Operations Forces and supported President Trump in overturning the convictions and pardoning those people. Those are people who, mind you, were convicted by a jury of their peers and brought forward by their own Special Operations Forces colleagues. So there were real questions about his understanding of the rule of law, of the rules governing warfare, human rights, the Geneva Conventions. We know we put them in place after World War II, that we wouldn't have torture. We would know that our troops and other troops would be treated with a certain basic human rights at the core. So there were a lot of topics covered, but not very much on foreign policy from what I could tell.
Well, so when we do consider some of these foreign policy issues, specifically this notion, and we've heard it suggested by Donald Trump repeatedly, that he would like to see an end to the war in Ukraine, as well as the war between Israel and Hamas. He wants the return of the hostages. He wants all these things to stop. To what extent is it going to be incumbent on Pete Hegseth to help make this happen? Or is that actually more going to be the charge of Marco Rubio, who's having his confirmation hearing tomorrow? Is it just going to be Donald Trump himself? To what extent should people really expect that Pete Hegseth is going to be a decision maker in this administration when it comes to something?
Well, Kelly, I've served 4 secretaries of defense, and the last 3, I was intimately involved in advising them on decisions that they were making with the President of the United States. So they made some of the decisions themselves. Some of them they would take advice from myself in my office and carry that to the President and help the President make decisions. So those were Secretary Robert Gates, Secretary Leon Panetta, Secretary Ash Carter. Those 3 I served directly. I served Secretary Gates indirectly. Those gentlemen knew what they were doing when it came to foreign policy, and also the real importance of having a military that is ready to fight and win the nation's wars. And I think a lot of the questioning today got to that, because if President Trump is to be a credible negotiator, and the Secretary of State is an important part of this, the Secretary of State will have to go and negotiate. That's their main job for the administration. But in order to be a good negotiator, President Trump said it himself, harkening back to President Ronald Reagan, It's peace through strength. That strength is not just economic and political, it's also military. If we have a military that is losing confidence, that is not ready because somehow there's a question about women in combat, or again, the rules of law, whether we're a moral and a principled military, all of those questions, if they're raised inside the military, how the military will be used, because those questions were also raised, whether the military would be used against American citizens for law enforcement purposes, which again is counter to the Constitution and the Posse Comitatus Act that our forefathers passed in order to keep our military out of internal domestic issues. So I would say there are a lot of issues there that the Secretary of Defense, and that was asked, well, not the Secretary of Defense, the nominee was asked about, and that any secretary would have to worry about in order to make sure the military is seen as ready and is actually ready to fight and win the nation's wars.
We're counting down. What do we have? 6 days out with the rest of the Biden administration. And we do wonder what's left in the tank here as they hope for or work for a ceasefire. The administration is saying, the president himself said last night, they appear to be on the brink of something. We heard yesterday a conversation with Bloomberg's Jenny Leonard here at Bloomberg in the Washington Bureau, Jake Sullivan, the president's national security advisor, on this possibility between now and the inaugural. Let's listen.
I think the pressure is building for Hamas to come to yes. I think Israel also has achieved a huge amount of its military objectives in Gaza, and therefore they are in a position to be able to say yes. So there is a distinct possibility that we can get this deal done this week.
What are the chances of that happening, Evelyn, knowing as well that the Trump team is in the very same negotiation?
Yeah, I think that Joe makes it more likely that there will be a deal because President Trump has put his kind of political influence and power, if you will, behind this. He sent his envoy. His envoy has been sitting in the meetings with our current diplomats, so with the Biden team. And President Trump has made it clear that when he comes back into office, he doesn't want this problem on his plate. Now, the current ceasefire and the deal doesn't mean that all hostages will be released. Perhaps all of the Americans among the hostages will be released, but President Trump will still have to deal with it. But I think he's putting good pressure, not just on Hamas. We have to remember that Hamas was ultimately controlled by Tehran, by the Iranians. So he's putting pressure there, and then frankly also on the Israeli government, on Benjamin Netanyahu, who wants to have a good relationship with President Trump.
Evelyn, it's good to have you back. Evelyn Farkas is Executive Director of the McCain Institute, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Russia. Coming up, our political panel will be with us as they weigh in on the contentious hearing for Pete Hegseth today. Will he be our next Secretary of Defense? It's next on Balance of Power, Bloomberg TV.
women who are serving today about your position on whether they should be capable to rise through the highest ranks of our military.
What's wrong with a mom, by the way? Once you have babies, you therefore are no longer able to be lethal?
You didn't reveal any of this to President Trump or the transition team. You didn't reveal the action. You didn't reveal the criminal complaint. You didn't reveal the criminal investigation. You didn't reveal the settlement.
I don't think there's a board of directors in America that would hire you as a CEO with the kind of experience you have on your resume.
How can we ask these warriors to train and perform at absolute highest standards when you are asking us to lower the standards to make you the Secretary of Defense simply because you are buddies with our President-elect? You, sir, are a no-go at this stage. There's a 32-day period in which you suddenly have another description about your views of women in the military. Now, I've heard of deathbed conversions, but this is the first time I've heard of a nomination conversion.
Democratic senators questioning Donald Trump's pick for defense secretary during a rather contentious Senate confirmation hearing earlier today. Of course, Pete Hegseth is that nominee. And joining us now, our political panel for the evening, Adam Hodge, managing director at Bully Pulpit International, our Democratic strategist, alongside Republican strategist Maury Gillespie, founder and principal at Blue Stack Strategies. Great to have you both here. I'm not sure, Adam, your thoughts on where this goes, but everyone's telling us that Pete Hegseth has the votes. What was the purpose of the exercise? The Democrats make any difference to it?
Well, two things happened today that I think are worth noting. One, John Curtis at an event earlier today expressed his reservations about a number of President Trump's national security decisions. So some question about the math and whether he will get a 50 vote. I don't think it's a done deal quite yet. But the thing I took a step back and remembering that yesterday I had the privilege of being at the State Department for President Joe Biden's last foreign policy. And I saw, Secretary Lloyd Austin sitting at my desk, a man who served with distinction for 4 decades, commanding troops in Afghanistan. The split screen between him and Pete Hegseth could not be any greater. I mean, Pete Hegseth was barely qualified to run the United States, let alone the Department of Defense with 3 million people, $850 billion budget. So I think there are fresh questions today, and Tammy Duckworth at the end right now, he's not qualified to serve as Secretary of Defense, and questions about whether he has the judgment and experience to do the job remain for a number of senators, and I think some still on the Republican side.
Well, he, of course, is a veteran himself. He, too, has served this country, Adam, and many senators did thank him for that today. Maura, as we consider that what Adam was just speaking to, this notion that maybe he does not have the qualifications as defense secretaries of the past, Donald Trump didn't necessarily have the same resume as American presidents before he was elected the first time and again the second time. And this is who Donald Trump chose. The American people elected Donald Trump, and this is his will. So for that reason, do you think the Senate is going to give him what he wants on this?
I think when it comes to Pete Hegseth, I see that nomination going through pretty easily, in large part because you're right, the standards have changed. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but they have. And so many times today, you heard Democrats questioning Pete Hegseth about his marital status, and so for things that do not have to do with the job of Secretary of Defense, and unfortunately, that was one of the bigger sound bites you heard. And I think it alludes to the point of this election. The American people voted for change. They voted against being told, this moral superiority that so many in the Democratic Party have positioned themselves to be. But to me, today's hearing also just showed a disarray of Democrats. There's no leadership. They didn't have a very concise message because if they had, to Adam's point, focus solely on his lack of experience in managing such a large department and such a large budget, they would have had probably more success. Unfortunately, they chose to go all over the map and hit so many times on his personal life that didn't really amount to much today.
His personal life, also some other statements that he's made in a series of, as we know, books that he's written, interviews that he's conducted. Democratic Senator Matthew Hirono of Hawaii got to some of these in this exchange with Pete Hegseth. For instance, how far he would go if ordered by Trump.
Would you carry out an order to shoot protesters in the legs?
I saw 50 Secret Service agents get injured by rioters trying to jump over the fence, set the church on fire, and destroy
it. That sounds to me that you will comply with such an order. You will shoot protesters in the leg.
She was just answering the questions for him. Style by the Senate. Do we
couldn't answer those questions. I mean, I think it raises real questions about whether he would have the judgment, independence, and leadership to stand up to the president and say, Mr. President, I think that's a good idea, as many of Donald Trump's secretaries of defense did in his first administration. Time and again, whether it was about the credible allegations of sexual assault, whether it was about his inability to run the two veterans organizations, whether he would continue to actually uphold the standards of the rule of law and the Geneva Convention of the way our troops conduct themselves in combat. The reason it matters is because he, the Secretary of Defense, sends a message to the troops of what's okay. And I think he, by the answers he gave today, sends a signal to many of the rank and file that it is okay to torture, that it is okay to commit sexual assault, that it is okay to run the department and run an organization shoddily with and managing their finances. So that's why I think the questions today are so powerful. And I think it's incumbent upon the senators of the Armed Services Committee to question whether they actually should give him the vote.
I'm glad, Adam, that you raised this notion of whether or not the Secretary of Defense and the President are going to butt heads at all, or if this potential secretary would be willing to do that. It was raised, Maura, in the hearing today by, I believe, Senator Peters, that we saw 5 either confirmed or acting secretaries of defense during the first Trump administration. If he's able to be confirmed, what is Pete Hegseth going to need to do to stay in the job? To stay in the job, does he have to just follow the orders of the commander-in-chief without question?
I mean, that's largely why Donald Trump chose him. I mean, it's not a surprise to anyone who's watched Donald Trump's first term and then watching who he appointed or nominated, this time around. He was looking for people who were going to follow his orders and do the job that he wants them to do. Being loyal to the commander-in-chief, that's not a negative. But at the same time, these positions are, the reason we have these confirmation hearings is because the Senate wants to know that you're going to uphold your oath to do the job that you were raising your right hand to say that you will do. And that's not necessarily always dependent upon who the person is at the top. It is what's the well-being of the country and of that department. And so, but I think in this case, like, those are the standards that we have had for decades, right? That is the idea that we have all subscribed to and believe in, but they've changed. The standards have changed with Donald Trump being in the White House, and I look forward to a day where we can respect our institutions and respect our oaths, but in this new normal, the standards are not the same, and pretending as though they are and harping on questions that aren't getting answers to will he do the job and how will he do the job, there's a missed opportunity by Democrats today.
All right, well, Pete Hegseth has had his turn. We have many more to go this week with Marco Rubio on deck tomorrow. Adam Hodge and Maura Gillespie will be sticking with us. Still ahead, we take a look at the Department of Justice and Jack Smith's report on January 6th. Our political panel weighs in next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Jack Smith and the Department of Justice had access to more grand jury transcripts and information than the January 6th committee did. But the facts remain that President Trump intimately was part of the election interference. What the January 6th committee did is we raised those facts and put them in a report that the former president is not happy with. Now the public will have a more thorough report as a result of Jack Smith's documents being released.
California Congressman Pete Aguilar chaired the House Democratic Caucus, discussing the release of Special Counsel Jack Smith's report on the Trump 2020 election subversion. This came out just after midnight. Back with us now for more here on Bloomberg TV and radio is this evening's political panel, Adam Hodge and Maura Gillespie. So, Adam, Jack Smith has actually left the Department of Justice already. He retired without much fanfare, but we do get this as the final drop, if you will, knowing Donald Trump is not going to continue to be actively prosecuting for these alleged crimes. Jack Smith maintained in this that he was sure a conviction would result if we had seen this go through the process. But what does it matter now?
Oh, I think it matters for not only history, but I think it matters for how the Department of Justice conducts itself going forward and the standards that it sets. And let's take a step back here. Jack Smith was very clear as a prosecutor that I believe there's evidence to support a conviction. That is the standard that all prosecutors have. I think there's a larger thing going on here, though, about the independence of the Department of Justice and the politics seeping into like the way that legal cases are resolved. And it's relevant beyond just DOJ, but to the Federal Reserve. I'll posit that the politicization of where the Supreme Court has thrown up its thumb on the scale of precedent raises questions that if Donald Trump were to decide I'm firing Gordon Powell at the Fed, it's precedent and the law seems to indicate that they should not fire, that the president does not have that authority. There's a lot of questions now whether that would uphold and whether that would still be the case if he did in fact go forward with that. And that's, I think, some of the underlying legal issues that I've been watching over the last few days.
It jumps off the page, more at the special counsel's report, but for Mr. Trump's election and imminent return to the presidency, the office assessed that the admissible evidence was sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction at trial. I realize that this trial is not going to happen here, but we actually have the rest of Donald Trump's national security team and others who will go through confirmation hearings the way Pete Hegseth did today. Should this be brought forth to Tulsi Gabbard, to Kash Patel, for instance, for their reaction?
You know, when we look back at leaders and people who have had positions of power, we tend to look more fondly on them in hindsight, right? Hindsight is often 20/20. I think in the case of Donald Trump, January 6th will forever be tied to his legacy, and it will also have changed the way that we, conduct business as far as where we hold the bar of what's appropriate, what's tolerated, what's acceptable. The bar is gone, and it needs to. January 6th cannot be just glossed over. It cannot just be forgotten. Yes, a conviction and a trial is not going to happen for Donald Trump, but for what happened that day and the things that led up to it, as the January 6th committee and this report also shows, it should absolutely be questioned upon people who are taking positions that would impact what the DOJ does or the FBI does, and when it comes to an insurrection that happened. It was such a monumental day, and I know for so many that they didn't feel the direct impacts, but for those of us who were close to it, but it should jar everyone. It should appall everyone, whether you're Republican or Democrat. It's not something just to be ignored, and I think that this report matters for history and for the legacy impacts of how we look back on a Trump presidency.
Republicans and Democrats can do it.
At least that's one thing.
Yeah, exactly.
We ended on that note.
Searching for more where that came from. Adam Hodge and Maura Gillespie, we thank you for a great conversation, a great panel, and encourage you, as always, if you want to follow up on the stories that we've been talking about and analyzing here tonight, check out the Washington Edition newsletter. You can find it on the terminal and online.
And of course, you can find us back here tomorrow with more on the latest on these confirmation hearings in the Senate. Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State nominee, will be next. Of course, he's seen as one of the ones who has the easiest path forward. The same can't be said for ethical.
And join us for a special tomorrow evening as Joe Biden says farewell to the nation. He'll be speaking from the Oval Office at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll see you back here on Bloomberg TV.
not been a great time for genius. The people who claim to have it do not seem to qualify for it. The people who diagnose it others seem to have a very, very narrow definition in mind. And the people we can all agree are stone-cold geniuses always seem to have a dark side. I read in Bloomberg Business Week about the biggest crypto genius of them all, Sam Bankman-Fried. At his peak, he was worth like $26 billion. And that was before he was accused of running one of the biggest frauds in American history. His defense is that he is not a criminal, essentially, just an activist. What does it mean to have genius in work, in the marketplace, in life? And who is even to say? To make anything simple takes actual genius, and we're going to try to live up to that name together tonight. Hello, I am Max Abelson, and I'm not a genius, just a regular, slightly above average journalist who has spent about the last decade and a half here at Bloomberg News, and sometimes our magazine, Bloomberg Business Week, writing about Wall Street's money and power. And what that means is I write about ambition, and ownership, and imagination, and survival, and risk, and second acts, and, of course, tonight, and in the weeks to come, we are going to be talking about those things at this table with people whose lives and careers and ideas are big or interesting or just really fun. So, welcome. This is a Business Week show, and it's starting right now. If you consider yourself a master of Wall Street, a connoisseur of investing, a soothsaying financial genius, a brilliant portfolio manager, our guest has very bad news to you. Burt Malkiel's book, A Random Walk Down Wall Street, 50 years ago, had a clear and vivid message, which was that Wall Street genius is really just an illusion, and that professionals in pinstripe suits, at the end of the day, are no better than naked animals. It was a genius and radical idea, because what he had to say is that you should forget them and just buy and hold clear, boring, basic, low-cost index funds. He's here to tell us about it. Burt Malkiel, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Your book is actually, it's pretty funny. It's a little saucy sometimes, your book. I mean, you say no one in finance can really forecast the future, or at least they can't do it successfully, consistently. You know, I think you use the word genius in quotation marks, and you give it to Ponzi schemers and whatnot. Right now, are there any actual individual geniuses on Wall Street? You know, real human geniuses, maybe AI is a genius we can already call. Can you identify any current geniuses on Wall Street right now?
Well, as you know, I put genius in quotes because I'm not sure there are geniuses in the market. And I've always said I would much rather be lucky than smart. Are there some hedge fund people who have, in fact, made a lot of money? George Soros bet against the British pound and made a lot of money. There were people who sold short in 2000 and made a lot of money. But I am not willing to say that they were geniuses. I want to say that they were lucky, because for every one of them, there was a hedge fund that in fact lost money. No, I don't think there are geniuses. I think there are a lot of very smart people on Wall Street, but it is not possible to predict the future. And, you know, it's kind of very interesting how you talk about AI. I recently had to give a presentation on the economic outlook. And I thought, you know, just for kicks, I will go to ChatGPT and I will ask, can you give me an outline of what I should say? And actually, ChatGPT gave me a wonderful answer. It was a one-sentence answer. I cannot predict the future.
It might not necessarily qualify as genius, but you're able to write about Wall Street with clarity, which is really unusual because Wall Street, and I suffer from this myself, I mean, you speak to Wall Street executives and they absolutely fetishize complexity. Why does Wall Street like to make things sound so complicated? Is there something sinister or something that has to do with ego?
There is sinister, but this is a very highly paid profession. And someone like me who says, listen, don't listen to anybody. Just buy a simple index fund and keep on investing period after period. If I'm charging you 2% a year to manage your money, I want you to think you can't do it yourself. So sure, you've got a vested interest. This is a very highly paid profession. These guys do very, very well. Is that sinister? You know, I don't know. You call it sinister, anything you want, but is there an incentive to make it seem like it's very complicated, that ordinary people can't do it themselves? I think that's absolutely right.
The honest truth, it's not necessarily that I think that the aura of complexity in Wall Street is coming from a sinister place. It's more like it makes me feel bad, or makes me feel dumb, and that I appreciate that your book is sort of written so that I can understand it. But it does make me think about exclusion in a small way, because so many stocks are owned by so few people in this country, because the very wealthiest people in America have such giant portfolios, that when the stock market goes up, inequality goes up too. Is there anything that can be done to change that in the future?
One of the things that's impressed me throughout my life is really how capable so many people are. And I think to the extent that we can eliminate discrimination, and, for example, opening up our jobs, our economic opportunities to women has been a very good thing, and I think has been generally helpful for women. I think it's the same sort of thing in terms of racial discrimination. I am absolutely convinced that rather than there being just a small coterie of geniuses, that intelligence is very widely distributed in our population. And so my own sense would be the more we can do with education, the better.
Why is it that we need geniuses, or really just the concept of genius? Is it like the way we need heroes and heroism, you know, to help just explain the world and justify?
I think we need innovators, and I'm not saying that innovation isn't good. We absolutely do, but I'm not going to call them geniuses, and Jack Bogle would certainly never have called himself a genius. But I think we do need innovators. There will undoubtedly be financial products that are actually good for one. You know, I'm not a fan of Bitcoin. I don't think, I don't recommend that any investor buy it, but will there be improvements in the payment system in the future? And will there be digital currencies in the future that are stable and that are useful, as opposed to something that goes up $1,000 or down $1,000 in a day? Absolutely. And there's room for much more innovation in finance. So I think there will be innovation. There should be innovation. I just wouldn't call it genius.
That was great. Burt Malkiel, thank you.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed our conversation.
Stay tuned, because next we have a very no one way to achieve extremely far out. You could be scrupulous, scientific. You could work within the institutional establishment, or you could honor indigenous wisdom. All of those descriptions apply to this. More of a job is a space environmentalist, an astrodynamicist, a spacecraft navigator, and the first African-American professor of aerospace engineering at the University of Texas. Last year, the MacArthur Foundation gave him a fellowship that is informally known as Genius Grant. So, if you want, you can call him a genius, you can call him Professor Job, or you'd rather call him Morva. So, Morva, welcome.
Great to be here, my brother. Thank you so much.
I really love the phrase, a straight genius. You were in Alaska with your family, in a hotel, in April, and you had this feeling and this vision. And, you know, whether or not it anything else. Tell us about that moment.
You know, I'm in the shower, and I felt a presence. And in my mind's eye, I saw flashes of scenes from like history and how in the beginning, whatever that means, it seems like there was this intergenerational contract of stewardship with the planet, but that humanity over time has mostly abandoned that intergenerational contract of stewardship and has forgotten about how interconnected things are.
Did that moment change the life you led and the work you do?
Absolutely. So one of the people that I really look up to is Jane Goodall. I watched something about Jane where she said that she went to a meeting as a scientist and she left that meeting an activist. In very similar ways, I went to Anchorage kind of just as scientist, and I came back both a scientist and now this space environmentalist activist to really try to, I guess, really showcase how we need to protect it.
If there's a kind of genius that means something to you, something that you would want to live up to, if you want to recognize in yourself, what would that kind of genius actually look like?
To me, the best kind of genius is simply allowing myself to let the universe go through me and I guess use me as some sort of vehicle for the work that I'm trying to do. And if I can keep myself kind of in the moment and in a place of compassion and empathy, then I think genius is just what comes through when you allow that to happen.
There's more garbage orbiting the Earth than there are working satellites. You now work not just to make sure that all that stuff is properly tracked, but to be an evangelist for expanding the way we think about environmental protection so that it includes all that stuff. What can those of us who are not scientists, what can we do to help?
Every day, the technologies that we have are more and more reliant on these robots in space that we call satellites. And we're tracking about 50,000 things ranging in size from the cell phone to the space station. 5,000 are working, and everything else is garbage. That's like 90% of the stuff is trash. The thing that most people just don't realize is that these satellites that are providing these critical services and capabilities, position, navigation, time communications, internet with the Starlink satellites, right? Any of these things can get schwacked, that's the technical term, get schwacked by a piece of junk, and that's game over, and then you lose that capability. So I think more and more people just need to be aware that, oh, well, that space, that's somebody else's problem. No, it's our problem because our way of life, our technology, is now going through this infrastructure.
There's a real stereotypical idea of genius that I'm thinking of a kind of solitary genius working by herself or himself off in a fun cabin, you know? What does it mean? What would it mean to be a genius collaborator?
Back in the times of like the Renaissance, people looked at folks like, you know, Da Vinci, Michelangelo, and said, okay, these are geniuses in their own right, right? And people say, well, how can anybody be like another one of those? Science has developed so much beyond those days that there's no way for somebody to be able to be, quote unquote, this Renaissance person that knows very deeply things in all these different fields. Like, those days are gone, okay? But to to me, the real genius is recognizing where you bring in smart people from other fields that complement and augment your own to solve wicked problems.
Yeah, connections with one another. But my understanding, though, from reading a little bit of your writing, is that you were, I think in your childhood you felt really isolated.
I did, yeah. My mom was born in Haiti, and she was naturalized citizen. My father, Sierra Leone, naturalized citizen. They got divorced when I was very young, and my father was just very abusive. At the age of 7, he kidnapped me, and 9 days later, they found me in some apartment in the Bay Area, put me back on a plane to my mom. And my mom had, we had a cousin that lived in Caracas, and so we fled the country because my mom's like, I don't want your father to ever find you again. He never did physically again. But growing up in Venezuela, I felt very isolated. I felt very alone. I came into contact in this void with what seemed to feel like an ocean of infinite love and compassion. And then I realized, I have a choice here. I can choose to meet my experiences with equal anger, or I can choose to act from a place of love and compassion and heal from my pain and make my healing be of service to others. And that's what I've chosen to do.
When the MacArthur Foundation, when they named you a fellow, they said it was because, and it's a beautiful phrase, it's because you envision transparent and collaborative solutions for the Earth's orbital sphere. What are those solutions? And maybe when are they coming?
My inspiration for this comes from indigenous people, from traditional ecological knowledge. TEK, I call it ancient tech. And so for me, the vision of my future is seeing Western science and traditional ecological knowledge come together, not annihilate each other, but actually harmonize with each other, so that then that could be the way of the future, so that humanity does recognize interconnectedness, empathy, and solution.
Thank you so much for being here, sharing your story, sharing your thoughts. Really enjoy it. Coming up next, a genius I would like to be. Wanna enjoy that. Getting older is not easy, but the good news is time brings opportunities to become a more practiced, a more seasoned, a more you version of you. The guest who's sitting with me at this table is one of the most accomplished people I've ever met, and she is 17 years old. 2021, Sayula Avant-Garde won the Scripps National Spelling Bee. But she considers herself not so much a speller as a basketball player, and she has multiple Guinness World Records in juggling. A few weeks ago, this young genius started the 11th grade. Sayula, so glad you're here.
Thanks for having me.
Truth is, we're all super different. We all have our own gifts. We all have our own limitations. When and how did you come to realize how special you are?
So that's a complicated question, I would say, because I didn't sort of realize, I realized I was special, but I became special through a process of like training and stuff. If you look back on it, like I wouldn't say I popped out the womb like a genius or something like that. It's like when people would start to stop and look at me while I was dribbling or practicing out of court, people like stop and look and, hey, look at this cute little girl. I was very small when I was that age, so this cute little girl dribbling 2 balls and going up and continuing like step back, take a shot, or stuff. So pretty early on I realized that, yeah, I need to be a little bit different than the average student.
You won this like completely beloved national competition, but it's something that I think you no longer consider your main passion, or maybe you didn't even consider it your main passion then. What does basketball make you feel that spelling doesn't?
I would say basketball gives me even more of like the competitive rush. Like I just really love to compete and stuff. So like in like spelling, it's more like it's not really like person to person competition. It's more like person versus dictionary. And you hear a lot of people. It's like it's me versus dictionary because that's where the words are coming from. Whereas with basketball, it's more like physical competition, like, oh, I made it between the legs and there's a girl on me and I have to shield her off, and it's like more tangible competition as opposed to more philosophical competition of spelling.
I want to ask you about a very different kind of genius. There's this billionaire named Sam Bankman-Fried. Think you've heard of him?
Correct.
Widely considered to be the world's great crypto genius before he was then charged with fraud, which he has denied. How should the rest of us look at people who get called geniuses, but maybe they still have shortcomings, just like everybody else?
Sometimes I feel like the term genius is like nowadays it's so loaded. Like it's not maybe it's like, oh, it doesn't just mean, oh, look at her, she's a genius, like she's so smart or whatever. But like then like if you're labeled with that like your whole life, that kind of puts pressure on you. Like maybe once upon a time, like I listened to a podcast about Sam Bankman-Fried, but I don't know him personally, so I can't speak for him. But hypothetically, like he's like his parents are like, oh my God, you're so smart. You go to accelerated programs in school, and that's just putting pressure to a very early age. Like I'm a genius, I have to be a genius, I have to always be a genius. So I always feel like people like some of the scammers and stuff should get maybe just a little bit of sympathy, just a little bit, if they are like causing all sorts of trouble, because like they've been considered geniuses their whole life and they had a nice business plan or something, but then it didn't work out. And so what are they supposed to do? Go to all these people and say, oh, you're a genius? That just puts a little pressure on you to like give you that extra push you needed to try to maybe go into the murky waters of life.
The murky waters of life. I want to ask you one final question about pressure. I think that there is sometimes pressure in the United States, maybe everywhere. Pressure on really smart people, genius or otherwise, to use their intelligence to like make a lot of money, to be successful. And like, I guess I'm thinking specifically about the finance industry and mathematicians, but it's true of the business world. You're smart, go make money. Do you have a favorite company, or industry, or like a job that appeals to you?
I'm not like super like making $1,000 millions. I mean, if anybody who's watching or listening wants to give me millions of dollars, please, yeah. However, like I'm interested in going to neuroscience, or maybe working for NASA, or maybe being an NBA head coach. Like, but I just realized I've never thought how much money would I get for this? Because that's not really something like I think of, because you can make a lot of money, not to sound trite, but you can also be really miserable making a lot of money. So that's not even something I actually consider, like how much money will I make. I'll cross that bridge when it comes.
Anyway, you're gonna cross the bridge, you're gonna have a great time. I have had a great time talking to you. I'm thrilled you're here.
Thanks for having me.
When you ask geniuses, what a genius is, or if we need geniuses for their genius, the answer we get will be genius. It turns out that there is not one way to be a genius, finance or art or language, just as there's not one way to think about genius itself. What matters is not what you call unusually high levels of intelligence and talent. What matters is what you do. Thank you so much for watching the first episode of The Business Week Show. See you again for another one.
Are you completely virtuous person? I have no missing virtues, but I do wish I could think.
People clearly tend to be impatient where they should be patient.
I waste the most money on champagne. I love champagne every day. Every day I have 2 glasses of champagne. That's my thing. 2 glasses of champagne every day.
Risk is everywhere. It is a risk to get out of bed, to get a sip of coffee, step into the street, shake someone's hand, eat a tuna melt. Trust risk betrayal, authenticity risk rejection, and if you want to play it safe, doing nothing risks missing out on everything. We associate risk with what you might lose, but there is no winning in the marketplace without it. If anyone ever comes up to you and offers you something that is completely risk-free, buyer beware. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I read this thing in Bloomberg Business Week about Silicon Valley Bank, which bought billions of dollars of bonds, a risk, and the value of those bonds fell, depositors went running out the door. The impact of that risk was one of the biggest bank failures in the history of this country. What does it feel like to take risk in business and in life? And try to find out actual risk takers. It's a risk. We're going to take it together, and we're going to take it tonight. Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, risk. The very idea of who gets to take financial risk in global markets, how they go about taking that risk, and then how they talk about that risk changed thanks to tonight's first guest. In 2012, Jamie Rogozinski logged onto Reddit, he started a new page, and he called it Wall Street Bet. In the years that followed, it got millions of users. It sparked real frenzies in stocks like GameStop and AMC, and at one point, it got its own Super Bowl ad. But as you may imagine, things did not work out all that well for everyone. And Jamie is here tonight to tell us all about it. Jamie, seriously, thanks for being here.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Risk is a funny thing because it freaks some people out, me included. But there's also something about it that is so attractive, so exciting. Why have you been so strong?
Risk is a funny thing because when people say risk, especially when you frame it that way, the implication is either there's an element of randomness, right, or that the outcome can be very, very costly because it's either unlikely to pay off or really costly. But the way that I see risk is really, if you're able to actually quantify those elements, it's really a price that you pay for an opportunity. The way that I look at risk in that sense, it's not that I'm attracted to these real suits. I think this is worth it. I think I can identify these probabilities or possibilities, and sometimes I can't, but I can map them out. And this is what the possible outcome is.
Okay, let's do this. Let's really talk about that. Because what you're saying is you're really talking about what needs to come to be risky. When you started Wall Street Bets, the way you talked about it is that you said you wanted a place where people could talk about risky ideas, and they could talk about it kind of proudly, risky trade ideas. You were enabling other people to take risks. So, can you tell us, like, what worries did you have at the time that things potentially could go wrong for you?
You know, my definition, my understanding and my position on risk has evolved, right? It's become clear as the years gone by. And early on, I justified this by saying, well, look, they're all adults. You have to be 18 by the in order to open a brokerage. Same thing if you go to a casino. You know, everyone can go to it. When I said I wanted to be able to discuss high risk, I wanted to discuss high risk, high return, right? It wasn't just high risk is throwing your money out the window and having it go away with 100% certainty. This was high risk with the possibility of making money. And those two obviously go hand in hand. There are some that are irresponsible with it, but I can't make myself responsible, in much the same way that there's gambling addicts, right? But outside of that, what I start seeing is a learning process, much like the one that I personally went through. I lost tons of money, but I walked away with so much knowledge and understanding and hands-on experience that textbooks can never explain to you.
I want to ask you about someone who sort of counts as your really complete opposite, Jack Doyle. He was the founder of Vanguard. He helped popularize the very vanilla, very boring idea that if you're an investor, you can diversify your bets. He ended up popularizing the index fund. How did it feel that you, in some ways, were kind of singularly responsible for changing the way that just millions of people think about investing? What did that feel like?
It was humbling for sure. You know, it was unexpected to see the enthusiasm. If I were to have predicted the outcome of it, would have been people looking down at me. Secretly, it was almost a goal of mine. But the beauty of it is what conservative investors do, Bogle, Buffett, you know, whatever it might be, is no different than what gamblers that literally go to Twitter to bet. The changes in the vision that Wall Street Bets for, it demystified the idea of finance that people might otherwise think if choose to excel.
You also took a different kind of risk. You sued Reddit and you lost. Will you tell us a little bit about what that felt like?
Yeah, that was probably in the top 5 riskiest things, if not 3. You know, I get kicked out, and the stubbornness behind Reddit, they never answered like tweeting and sorry and threats and back channels and more. They would just be like, no, we're done. They got to a point where they said, no, we're done trying to negotiate. We want to take you to court with it. All right, well, I guess now I have to actually go to court. So this is when I decided to counter.
So it didn't feel like a risk. It felt like something you had to do.
I used to do a foreclosure. It still had a chip on my shoulder, and I couldn't fully commit to anything. I still kind of look at every time I see Wall Street Bets on the news, people talking about it. I still have that kind of sour feeling. So, and I need to get past that. I'm like, look, if I lose, I lose. And it is what it is, and it would have been a fight of said true for me or a lifetime for me, but then I can do it.
Is that how you feel now? Are you at peace?
Unfortunately not, because it's not. I would have liked I would have liked for the judge to have been like, no, dude, you lose and it's over. You know, I don't want to come too much on the legal side of things, but the judge, let's just say they left plenty of room for maneuvering. So unfortunately, it's not over.
I was told, I really don't know what it is. I was told you brought an object, I think, that maybe encapsulates risk. I think Natasha, my colleague, is gonna pass it to us, I do believe. What is this? Okay. All right. Tell us about this.
Familiar with this?
Yeah. Remind me.
So this is from a meme. All right. So this is fine, little dog, and this encapsulates so much of both my life and my ability to handle emotions, especially with the volatility of markets, but also life in general. It gives you so many ups and downs, so many ways to go through it. Oftentimes, when faced with adversity, my composure resembles.
Can I see?
Yeah.
All right. Well, this is mine now. Jamie, thank you so much for being here. Love having you. We have more risk. When executives across corporate America want to take a little risk or manage it, they often turn to Wall Street. And there is no entity on Wall Street with a more interesting relationship to risk, including Wall Street bets, than the company Goldman Sachs. And when I think about Goldman, which I do often because I'm a Wall Street reporter, my mind often turns to Maeve Valley. Maeve is a longtime media executive and until recently was a managing director of Goldman. The truth of the matter is, we have a cordial relationship, but a kind of antagonistic one because it's my job to report on Wall Street's money and power. It's her job to push back. Recently, I finished her wonderful memoir, Maeve Rising, which is an account of her journey from being a lonely and angry person to the woman who is sitting at this table with me right now. Maeve Valley, welcome.
Max, thanks for having me. You know, I would say we don't have an antagonistic relationship. I would say that we've locked horns through the years.
Okay.
Is that a better characterization?
I think that's a better characterization, but I'm going to ask you in just a couple minutes about all kinds of risks that you have taken, personally and professionally. But I feel like we should start first things first.
Yep.
Why is risk, which is really just a fancy way of saying basically the things that can go wrong, why is risk so important to the work that happens on the company?
Well, from a market perspective, obviously managing market risk managing operational risk, that somebody pushes a button they're not supposed to, and the trade that happens is bigger than it was supposed to be. Those are obvious risks. And, you know, there's also kind of macro risk, right? That a central bank does something that people weren't expecting. But the kind of risk that I manage, and incidentally everybody at Goldman Sachs is taught they have to manage, is reputational risk.
Okay, so I want to talk about 2018, I think my favorite page of the book. You put on makeup at the office for the first time. What I really want to ask about is, like, tell me about the day. Like, what do you remember in full about that day?
Well, it was the day of the Knight Badger Fellowship dinner, which you've probably been to. Knight Badger Fellowship is a fellowship for mid-career financial journalists at Columbia University. I'm a alumni of that program and also on the board of Knight Badger Fellowship. It's really a nice gathering. I usually look forward to the dinner, but sometime early that afternoon, I literally had this overwhelming feeling and desire that I needed to wear makeup for the event that evening. And once I had that thought, I couldn't get it out of my mind. And I bolted out the door and walked a third of a mile to the closest Sephora and bought a bunch of makeup, which I put on at the end of the day. And I went to that dinner with some makeup on for the first time.
You put on the makeup, you end up kind of negotiating with yourself. And you say to yourself that you basically have this barrel of femininity, and you think, like, should I just keep the lid on? You know, should I just keep the lid on? What would you have risked if you had done that?
I think that would have been impossible, but if I did that, I would have been miserable.
I was wondering when I read your book how it felt to kind of risk your male privilege. You were risking your male privilege in a male-dominated industry.
I'm certain I had male privilege, and I'm certain through the years I exercised male privilege, but I wasn't really consciously aware of it. And to be perfectly honest, it's not something that really matters to me.
When it's time for you to choose a name, you pick one that means she, you're toxic.
Yep.
Which blew me away when I read it, because right before, I mean months before, you stopped it. Why did you?
Well, I had a series of progressively bad bottoms. My last bottom, which was in January 2018, I holed myself up in an apartment. I only left to get alcohol. I drank around the clock. And I made an attempt on my life. So if I continued drinking, I'm convinced that I would have killed myself. After that episode, I made a decision that I wanted to live. And I knew if I wanted to live, I had to stop drinking.
Look, I mean, we have a professional relationship, so part of me feels like it's hard to say this, but it's also hard not to say it. You know, I'm glad you made that decision. A lot of people who are miserable, they don't get out of their misery.
Yeah.
You know, they say that.
So the reality is there are a lot of drug addicts and alcoholics in the world, and the vast majority of them do not get sober and do not get clean, and they die alcoholic and addict deaths. That's the reality. So those of us who have made it to recovery don't take it for granted, number one, and two, realize that it was a gift. And it's a gift that has to be nourished all the time, because if you take it for granted, you're going to wind up right back on the street.
When you came out,
yeah,
you got, I think, literal bouquets from traders at Goldman. I think you got, like, these very warm notes from people. I think you got phone calls.
Yeah.
Those were from traders, and they were not from investment bankers. And you write in the book, clarity, investment bankers, quiet. So why did that? What? Can you explain that? Why did that happen?
I think probably some of my relationships with investment bankers were shallower than I thought. And I think investment bankers are very good at having really expansive relationships kind of across a wide group of people. But, you know, maybe some of those relationships aren't as deep as they would appear.
I love that you're using investment bankers at large of a certain kind of interpersonal shallowness.
I'm not sure I said it exactly that way.
I'm hoping that
You're not going to put words in my mouth, are you?
I'm the engineer now.
Yeah.
You know, I asked you earlier about Milton coming out as trans in the milieu of, first of all, New York City, where we are, but also a corporation which I'm sure, as I'm also keen with, has a lot of pressures too. Can you talk, if you want to at all, about, I don't know, maybe the kind of privileges that come with having a really good career as you do?
Sure. So I certainly have white privilege. I have the privilege of having worked at Goldman Sachs. I'm relatively well off. I live in the Chelsea section of New York, which is arguably the best place to be an out transgender person in the world. And even before I left Goldman Sachs, I began to, and I've continued to be, an advocate or activist for the LGBTQ community more broadly. Because, you know, not everybody is in a position to speak out. Not everybody wants to speak out, but I'm in a position to, and I want to speak out, so I'm going to.
Thank you so much for being here. I really enjoyed it.
Thanks for having me, Max.
If the names RZA, Jizza, and Old Dirty Bastard mean anything to you, or if you've ever been moved by the music of A Tribe Called Quest or D'Angelo, then you owe a debt of thanks to Sophia Chang. As an artist manager and as a music label executive, she helped shape the landscape of a golden age of New York City rap in the 1990s in a way that would be totally under-celebrated if it weren't for her own book, which is called The Baddest Bitch in the Room. It's a book about the music business, but it's also a book about taking risks, some that work out and some that don't. We've talked tonight about personal risks. We've talked about professional risks. We've talked about financial risks. Sophia's story is a story about what happens when those things come together. Sophia Chang, welcome to the show.
I am so excited to be here. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You managed Old Dirty Bastard without any experience as manager. You ran RZA's record label without any experience running a record label. I think you say in the book that risk is in my DNA.
Did I?
You do.
I wonder if I plagiarized that from somebody. That's really clever.
Risk-taking was in my DNA. Sophia, why is that?
I would say certainly my parents' stories have a lot to do with that. My mother, Tong-Suk Chang, born in 1932, she escaped North Korea when she was 14. She was one of 10 civilians. That was a huge risk. It was a very risky boat ride. My father, he was, God rest his soul, he was estranged from his father, and he took a risk when he studied mathematics in Vancouver. They went to Canada to build a better life for their family. So none of that was explicit in my head as a child, but I think that that's probably the model And I think the other thing that really supported my journey and my risk-taking was that my parents, every move that I made, they encouraged me. After I moved to New York, I didn't have a job. I didn't have a place. Their peers would say, your daughter, what's she doing?
Well, they would have had a good answer, because when you moved to New York, I think one of the first jobs you had was working for Paul Simon. Paul Simon had a personal assistant who I think was a Korean American woman.
That's right.
And I think she taught you almost explicitly that it was important for you to take up space in a room. How is, not just confidence, but something like unapologetic confidence? How is that a risk?
I think when you take an intersectional view, right? When you think about the fact that I am a woman and I am Asian, and I mostly navigated that very male-dominated movement. And yes, I remember, her name is Sonia Che, God rest her soul, and I remember watching her move and I thought, wow, and she was smaller than me. She would just burst into a room and you could just feel her. She didn't have to yell, she didn't have to do any of that, but her energy just emanated off her, and I really took that lesson from her.
But, it occurs to me that you talked about losing the fear of embarrassing yourself. I think when you're at like Atlantic Records in an early job, people have a fear of embarrassing themselves for a reason, because it's self-protective. It's a kind of shield. So it occurs to me to ask, maybe the question I really want to know is why is it so risky to be yourself?
I think that in general, we as humans operate out of fear. Just in general. So if we're in a meeting and there are 10 people sitting around the table, and maybe I'm junior, and I have an idea, my fear, even my fear is I open my mouth and it's like the record scratch. Rewind, and then everybody looks. I think we all live with a real fear of humiliation, embarrassment, excommunication, reprisal. So I have gotten to the point where I just don't care. I mean, it's so incredibly liberating not to care what other people think. It doesn't mean that I don't believe things. For me to be out here speaking as openly and fearlessly as I do, I know from people who come up to me that I'm setting an example.
One way of thinking about risk is that it's a kind of bet on the unknown. It's a way of endorsing one kind of people over another. What are the risks, or maybe a single risk, that you still want to take?
I feel like I take risks all the time. I feel like my life is full of risk, and that does feel reckless, but, I just turned 58, and I want to fall in love with you. And that's really scary for me. That's scary for me. Never mind when I'm 40 or 50, close to 60, and what does that mean for a woman of a certain age to want to fall in love again? Well, that means you've got to put yourself out there. That's a risk. Because of patriarchy, because of ageism, because of all of those things.
Well, I wish you love, and I wish you many happy risks. Sophia Chang, seriously, I love having you.
And I love being here. Thank you so, so much. Thank you.
Tonight, our three guests, with three very different careers, showed us that you can take just about any risk you want at work and outside of work if you've got the risk appetite and you're in the market for it. You can create a mechanism for other people to take all sorts of outlandish bets on stocks and options. You can reintroduce yourself at your very fancy job without a guarantee that your colleagues are going to appreciate the change. You can take a job in a big business that you're not really qualified for, and then if you don't like it, you can leave. What you can't do, according to these three interviews, is know for certain what the payoff's going to be before you take the risk. The best you can do is stay carefully about the risks you want to take, think about why you want to take them, reconsider the risks you've taken already, and wonder about the risks still to come. Thank you so much for watching. See you next time.
The biggest and most consistent lie that I told in the work is telling my clients and or members of my
what time the lobby call is or what time the flight is and making it an hour. In terms of what causes me the most anxiety, it's when a news story I worked on didn't quite turn out like I planned. That's when you can get into trouble, when people have an unexpected negative surprise.
What's the worst thing that I've ever done professionally? Nothing that I can recall that was not moral or not ethical. Mistakes, on the other hand, I've made plenty of those, but all of those have been good. Right? They were all steps to succeeding, to being able to create and actually fulfilling stuff.
I wouldn't say that I've had one sweeping gesture of generosity. You know, and you got a car, you got a car. I've never been in that position. What I do that manifests generosity is telling people to do their best and always giving them credit when it's due. And it costs them nothing.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. When my colleagues and I thought about what kind of themes of the magazine we want to turn into episodes of the show, we spoke about envy, failure, feuds, family, heists, generosity, legends, risk, rivals, and then we had a really far out idea. Moonshots. We reached out to many different kinds of people, including like actual real NASA astronauts. First person we talked to is a billionaire who is spending $100 million to try to cure a rare kind of muscular dystrophy that he has called FSHD by the year 2027. His name is Chip Wilson. He's the founder of Lululemon, and that is one of the most valuable apparel brands in the world today. But when we heard about his life and his career and his feelings about honesty and one extremely serious example of dishonesty, we decided to shoot another. So, tonight's episode is built around one interview and built around moonshots of one person who doesn't totally think they're really moonshots at all. Here is Chip Wilson. Chip, welcome to the show.
Oh, thanks for having me, Matt.
You've written about feeling kind of disgusted with business and in life by what you call patriotic. You know, and that's like complaining or caution or
never really thought of moonshots ever. Like, so, I mean, you're bringing this up, and I guess Peter Diamandis from Singularity University and fame in the X Prize would have been kind of the master of this kind of idea about having an idea that could make $1 billion, affect 1 billion people in the world. And so what is that? How do you exponentially set your company or yourself on that trajectory to get there? And of course, the big ways are setting a firm goal with a buy-win date and conditions for satisfaction, and then putting action in place in order to get there.
Am I right there? Even if you're not thinking about it as a moonshot, am I thinking that sort of maybe your life has been built around this idea of really kind of loathing, like an acceptance of mediocrity, and that what you want instead is to put yourself in a position to make kind of the impossible possible, which is, I guess, how I think of moonshot.
Yeah, I think more like I almost feel sorry for people that get to near the end of their life and they go, oh my God, my life is over, and I really feel like over. And something that we'll talk about maybe later is this thing about looking at life from the stands rather than playing on the court.
By the year 2030, I think you said you'll be unable to walk by yourself. You're about 18 months now into, I think there's a 5-year window for the $100 million US grant. How is this new moonshot, if that's the word for it, how is it going?
I would say it's phenomenal. Before 2018, when we really started thinking about the SOLVE FSHD model that we have right now, myself and a man named Neil Marta, who's the CEO of Shell Oil, and all the family also has this. We belong to a firm out of the Netherlands called Facio, and it was like the only thing dealing with FSHD in the world, and we went through about 6 or 7 years of it, $30–40 million, and nothing really came out of it. I got to the point where my muscular dystrophy was telling me, like, oh my God, like, I can't pretend like it's not going to happen anymore. Like, it's really starting to affect me. So I went, okay, I've got to put some action in place to make this happen. And I had been studying Peter Diamandis' model about how to set up a $100 million prize, and then what that does. And what it does is it brings everybody out of the woodwork. One, you get a lot of publicity for it. There's funding there, and people go, you know, I have an idea that I think can be attributed and help FSHD or maybe even cure it. But there was a lot of steps that had to get there to do that. So hopefully that gave you the foundation of where it came from.
You were diagnosed when you were, I think, like 32.
Right.
Before Lululemon, I'm wondering if maybe an idea that there was something wrong going on, if that subconsciously put a kind of internal pressure to sort of be great in the years ahead, and that even if you weren't thinking about it, somehow it pressured you to do something that's kind of struggling.
I would never compare myself to Steve Jobs, but I often thought that about Steve, like whether internally he knew something was going on and he had to make things happen. I don't think that was necessarily it for me. I think I got diagnosed with it. I think I'm a very lucky person in that I have a very slow-moving one. There's thousands of children in wheelchairs who have it. And I go, well, why was I so lucky to have a slow-moving one? I was always an athlete. I mean, like 3 or 4 hours a day my whole life. And so I think I was lucky to have this part of it kind of repress I guess the inflammation that occurs in the expression of the epigenetics of the expression of the DNA. So I feel like I've been very lucky to have been born with the athletic love, but on the other hand, I had this problem, and
I know that you consider yourself lucky, and I know that you like to think about yourself as a player on the field, and that you were a triathlete, and you swam, and you worked out 2 or 3 times a day. It sounds very stressful to me. But I'd like to try to channel, if it's true, the feelings that, I don't know, the feelings that I live with, you know, for no particular reason. Feelings of like self-pity and anger or regret? You know, the common sort of ugliness of life. Have you gotten in touch with some of those things over the last couple of years?
Oh yeah, I definitely lived that life a lot till I was 40, and I think that I did a couple of things. I mean, I went through that period of like self-reflection at the age of 40. Read 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, The Psychology of Achievement by Tracy. I took the Landmark Forum course, read the book Good to Great by Jim Collins, and these things kind of formed a leadership lesson, so to speak, and it reframed who I was and how I was going to move forward. So I was able to like very easily now flex this muscle called amnesia. And amnesia is something where it's like waking up in the morning and I had no past. And if you have no past, then interestingly enough, you have no future.
A slightly different tune in the memoir. You are very clear that you're really future-oriented, and you describe it kind of beautifully, like this way of like, you do kind of talk about like living in the future. And I associate, that's one reason why I think about you and Moontraps. I'm curious to ask about the way in which you can put yourself in the future, and the way in which, you know, I guess your success has afforded you an ability to try to change your future. So I'm wondering if you still feel as future-oriented as you used to.
No, I'm definitely there. I think the best way to affect life in the present is to determine what my future is going to be. So I set goals for 1, 5, 10 years out. I have a 30-year vision of what my life wants, I want it to look like. And I work back from that 3-year vision to set my 10, 5, and 1-year goals. And I put actions in place in order to get there, and I get the life that I want to live.
Do you feel that you've ever been disappointed that the present death doesn't turn out to be what you thought the future would be?
I don't mind failing 50% of the time at my goal. But I think failing is a muscle that very few people are used to now. And people talk about stress and mental illness, and it's just a failure, and it's a failure to be dealt with. And I think people that learn how to deal with failure learn how to reset goals, reset conditions of satisfaction, new dates, and get on with it.
What's the connection to stress and mental illness? Do you think that sometimes people misinterpret what's really the same?
Yeah, I mean, we've all heard of this thing called helicopter parents that are taking care of kids and doing everything for them. I never let them fail, never let them have any adversity. I I think that that's the worst thing parents can do, and I think we're going through an epidemic right now.
All right, but you know, that's ironic though, because your dad, who told you, I think at swimming pool, that instead of saving your energy in a race, later on, the final laps, you should go all out. Will you tell us more about the poolside theory that your dad gave you? And I'm pretty sure that's like it's important to your life.
Yeah. It's really critical. Everybody in that era, it seemed like in the 60s, 70s, it was kind of like, it was always a thing about looking good at the end of the race, like sprinting the last 100 meters in a running race or in a swim race, going to the end, hitting the wall. But nobody really like went full out at the beginning. And of course, it's very common now in the Olympics. You can see everybody doing it. But at the time, it was rare. And so to actually like decide to go full out and fully commit, you know, had me get a Canadian record. I think it was #2 time in the world at the time. And I went, wow, you know, like what? So now I became actually fearful, which is kind of an instinct way of being, of going through life and doing things and not committing 100%. I never wanted to get to my deathbed and go, I only gave that idea 97%. If I would have done 3% more, would I have done it and would the life have shown different? I never want to be on my deathbed with 30%.
Chip, CEOs are not known for saying what they really think, and they're not known to be themselves. You printed your own manifesto of sayings on the actual Lululemon bag. You know, it included one I think that people ended up getting upset about children with the orgasm of life, I think. You wrote in your memoir that I think you said something along the lines of like, I'd rather see a child have a job than just waste away. And then in an interview with a colleague here, you said, I think, some women's bodies just actually don't work for Lululemon pants. What is the point for you of talking like so brash?
Well, I think it was the culture of Lululemon to be fully open and undefended and to have every discussion right on the table. I think especially when you are addressing people and you're looking at all the different types of bodies and the different personalities that want different colors, different shapes, different everything. I mean, there's 1 billion nuances that have to occur and things like that. But really, it's the psychology of like looking at people and determining who the muse is, who's actually going to buy your product, but almost as importantly, who do you not want to have buying your product? And can a brand do everything to everybody? Does that become the Gap? Well, I never want to become the Gap, and I certainly didn't want to become one of the most failed, quite frankly, American apparel companies. I wanted to be a space. I wanted that my market was a very healthy person that was interested in fun and longevity and community, and that's who my market was.
We do not need to relitigate the comment about pants, but I mean, I guess that I could sort of imagine that maybe you've learned that like it, you know, just like hurt people's feelings, that people felt left out, and they felt left out because of things they couldn't control. Maybe you wouldn't say the same thing nowadays.
No, I don't think so. I think, you know, like let's face it here. I probably had done hundreds and hundreds of interviews and said thousands and thousands of things. It's just the roll of the dice, the odds that I would say something that was very truthful that is going to affect how some people think. Now, let's put it in context. I mean, that type of thing was in 2013, just at the start of social media. Nobody really understood social media or the power of it. Now, this is a very interesting statistic, and that was the 3rd most sold book in the world is The Sorcerer's Stone by J.K. Rowling. Okay, there's the Bible, the Mao, and then it's fascinating when you think about that. 14% of people gave it a 1 star and said it was the worst book they'd ever written. So if you kind of think about any subject or any line that anybody says about anything, you can assume at the very minimum you're going to get 14%. Now, that was a great book. So let's say the average is 22 to 23% of people are going to vehemently oppose anything that anybody says about anything.
Listen, I don't think, though, that we should... First of all, I don't want to harp on this too much, but saying saying something about, yoga pants and writing Harry Potter are different. That if 14% of people who read Harry Potter don't like it, that may be the case. But I guess to make it a little bit bigger, I'm betting that you must have a sense that you're taking a risk. You're making a bet that by saying kind of what you want about bodies or the children lying on the bag or child labor, a bet that you're just going to be yourself and you say what you want and you don't really care what's going to happen. I'm sort of assuming that must be like a conscious gamble in your mind, or at least it was then.
I don't think so. I think it's, it was 2013 was the entering of the stage of the world where people couldn't have an opinion. Or I could have an opinion, but it didn't mean that people couldn't come in and voice it globally on a platform that would go global. I mean, before that, people said ideas all the time. What it is to be an entrepreneur is to have ideas that nobody else has.
Is there anything, I know that you really orient yourself to the future. Is there anything about the past that you wish now that you could change? Something that you did or something that you didn't do, something that you said or something that you didn't say?
I'd say my only regret was I had total control and it was on 100%. It was a cash cow making a lot of money. I had 3 children at the age of 2 and I wanted to be a family man. So I sold the private equity and didn't really realize after selling the private equity that, that people would. I was a very trusting type of person. Over the previous 5 years of the public, public in the year, everything that, they promised me kind of flew out the window. And what really happened is I lost control of the world. I didn't have any lead last year, which I could have easily asked for. I didn't have the right advice, which is my fault. And so by not controlling the board, I lost
So your big professional regret is selling to private equity and losing control of your board of directors?
No, my regret would more be like I didn't spend time developing relationships with advisors and calling people that have gone through the process before, really understanding what it is I need to do. I think I also surrounded myself with advisors that were also very respectful of meetings, and I think, it's just that private equity isn't set up to tell you the whole truth about what's been happening to your
You thought you were naive. What do you want to say to people who are working retail jobs, maybe a job as a barista, a job as a boss, and they really crave doing their own thing, but feel like they don't have the resources or the capacity to actually try? What do you want to tell them?
Well, I think it comes back to what we've been talking about already. Like, you want to be on your deathbed and go, I wonder if I would have done that. What's the point of living a life like that? You have 2 kids, and you live in suburbia. At 60, I'm going to retire, become a field cyclist, and I'm going to die. It's great, because then I've lived an entire life. If I would have...
Where does this idea of, like, the horror of a kind of, like, basic life come from? I mean, you asked, like, what's the point of that? I mean, I can think of some reasons to do it. You know, like decency, you know, comfort, family, like, but yeah, spending time with people you love and enjoy, you know. I guess that's like a low stakes life, but I don't think it sounds as bad to me. It sounds like it's kind of horrified.
Well, it is interesting. I think everybody makes the life basically a reaction to something that happened when they were in their childhood. And what you're talking about is the type of person who maybe had a very rough childhood and very chaotic childhood, and in reaction to that, they want a very normal, safe, predictable life. Now, you could say I had a very chaotic childhood and everything, but I think my parents loved me, and I think that I was a firstborn child, and I was kind of, whatever my genetic makeup is or anything, I wasn't ever going to be happy with a normal life.
There are those of us who have a boss, and a boss's boss, and sometimes a boss for that boss as well. But, like, you know, we appreciate our paychecks, and we like the stability of it, you know, a sense of certainty that it offers. Can you sell us on the idea of living life your way?
Well, a leader is someone who creates a future that would otherwise not have happened. And a leader can be anybody. It can be the person, the maintenance person sweeping the floors, and it can be the CEO and everybody in between. I think you can have that life that you want to live, but it's important to be a leader to yourself. And so what does that leader do? He inspires and loves other people and makes everyone around them attain their very, very best.
Is it possible to have that life, a life of generosity and love, but without being a successful entrepreneur, just having a kind of stable job, maybe even in some ways what might look to the outside world like a mediocre job? Could it be possible to be successful in your book like that?
A truly happy person is living a choice. So choice means I'm not deciding. So deciding is something that's kind of like suicide. You're cutting off choices. So choice is really about like coming up with 4 or 5 different possibilities for how life is lived, or almost how every moment is lived. And that's really only possible by, again, having that amnesia, knowing that the past go and creating the present from the future. So I think as long as somebody is choosing the life that they're living and not doing it in reaction to their past, then they're living it fulfilled.
We're going to leave it there. Chip Wilson, really enjoyed having you.
My pleasure. Thanks, Max. Okay, very good.
You just watched an interview with a billionaire who goes from one very far out challenge to the next, kind of reshaping his present by reconceptualizing his future. But it turns out he has mixed feelings about the word moonshot. If you're the kind of person who aims extremely high professionally, maybe you do too. Maybe you just do what you do. However, no matter how you feel about the word, when you take a moonshot, things do not go as planned. In fact, as you are about to see in the closing moments of our interview, things go to places that no one could predict. Take a look. We'll see you soon.
That was not so bad. That was not so bad, was it? That was not so bad.
Yes, I can remember the last time I was dishonest, and it actually makes me quite sick. I was being interviewed by the SEC, and I think I had to say what wasn't true in order to, how can I say this?
To the left now. To the right
If I would have said what was true, then I would have spent 3 or 4 years in court, flying back and forth from Vancouver to who knows where in the United States, and I probably lost $1 billion in stock value. But more so, I just had 3 kids at a very young age, and I wasn't willing to be away from them, and that took more precedence over telling the truth. No, I won't.
You're just gonna leave it mysterious?
Yeah.
All right, well, I honestly want to know more.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Ambition and success are similar, but they are not the same. You can be ambitious and a total failure. You can be a success with no ambition at all. If you call someone ambitious, you might not even mean it as a compliment. You might be trying to say they're more of a schemer than a dreamer. The truth is, ambition can be a little embarrassing. The coolest kind of success doesn't seem effortful. It's less manifested than destined. Total ambition about everything, like no ambition about anything, isn't always so ideal. I read this thing in Google Business Week about the Google billionaire Sergey Brin, who has spent years backing a secret mission to build giant airships. The rumors he spent more than like $250 million. Now, people don't really know what he's up to, and that can be kind of intriguing, but also kind of scary. Yet, he presses on. So how much ambition is the right amount? And who is to say? Let's be ambitious. We're gonna try to figure it out together tonight. Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, ambition. The guest who's sitting at this table with me right now has been called the most exciting Black American scholar ever. And that's because the ambitious work that Dr. Cornel West does as an activist, as a philosopher, as an intellectual, As a teacher who quit Harvard not once, but twice, combined the Baptist Church with Chekhov, with Marx, with John Coltrane, with Toni Morrison, and he makes a criticism of American power and money that is old and italicized. And now he's doing something more ambitious than ever. He's trying to put himself in the most important position in this world, and he aims for nothing less than disrupting and interrupting the landscape of power and money. Dr. Cornel West, thank you for being here. It's so good to have you here. Ambition is a complicated subject, but it's a deep one. When is ambition something to be ashamed of, and when is it something to revel in and celebrate?
As long as ambition has a spiritual moral dimension, it's a beautiful thing. Tolstoy was ambitious, Marshall was ambitious, John Coltrane was ambitious, Stephen Sondheim was ambitious. All of these folks who were ambitious, really, people your vocation ain't the same as profession. If you're in a profession, you don't have a vocation, you're going to get caught up in the dominant forces. And what are the dominant forces of our day? Market, buying, selling, spectacle, image, celebrity.
Let's go back.
Too much narcissism and hedonism, but not enough caring and nurturing of others as well as self. But it's always been that way. See, I'm not an alarmist.
No? Doesn't alarm?
Oh, no, every moment of human history. Human history is pretty ugly. You know, the challenge has always been the self-destructive tendencies of the species.
I want to mention something about Donald Trump, which is that a year before the 2016 election, I sat with him, I reported on his corporate bankruptcies. There were many things that surprised me about being in his presence and talking to him. But one of them back then was he had never had any kind of representative role before in his life. He went from not representing anyone politically to being president. I think it's essentially fair to say the same thing about you. Tell us about why you're qualified in a way that he wasn't. In this life you've had where you've done many things, but being a political leader in the regular sense, not one of them.
Yeah, I mean, one is that anytime you engage in that kind of service to others, you have to come to the spirit of humility and grace. So I'd have to have some high quality folk in the tradition of the system. But you're right, never holding office. So I'd have to come in the spirit of humility. But most important, you see, we're at the edge of a cliff when it comes to the United States. It's a very, very sad moment because the worst of any country, just like the worst of any human being, is allowed that hatred and greed, especially when it's organized, institutionalized, and regionalized. It's almost subversive to try to have integrity, honesty, and decency in that country. So for me, my role is to reintroduce America to the best of us. And that's the tradition in the United States. Really, yeah.
In all the good times I find myself
financial question. You mentioned the word accountability. There are reports that you have owed hundreds of thousands of dollars in federal taxes, and then a smaller amount, I think tens of thousands of dollars in child support.
That was the one that was a lie. I've never actually had any child back in that sense, though.
Let's talk about taxes.
Very much. Oh, yeah.
It's fair to hold candidates to really high standards.
I agree.
What happened so that you didn't pay, whatever was owed?
Well, one, I've always been broke. Getting behind But the good news has always been that I set up these plans. Now, because it's true that people are right to live in question that money doesn't really matter. As long as I can keep my money flow, I live from paycheck to paycheck. And that's true for 63% of my fellow citizens in the country. These precious citizens barely making it. I do, in fact, recognize my checks are bigger, but my debts are bigger. And I've always been chasing that next check in order to make it, but I've always been open.
Is it something that you're going to work on, I guess, now and before the election?
Well, it's the same because I've always had the installment plans. But you see, the important thing is, the great Mel Hill, Blaze Matters, he used to say that truth is without borders. So if you're going to commit the truth, you're not just speaking truth to polish, you're also speaking truth to polish. So that's so bad at it. That's self-examination, that's self-scrutiny. And it takes a certain kind of courage to do that. Not just in private, but in public.
Are there things that you've found when you look inside that you don't like?
With myself? Oh, absolutely. Evolutionary potential, I got regular proclivity, and I'm wrestling with this every day. Every time I have the same recipe. I like that. Any decent human being does. Michael Hurley does.
Michael Hurley.
Oh, yes, those valley of tears, he finds himself in stealing the right to live. Tell the truth, brother Michael, about yourself. But he bounced back. Hip-hop bounces back. I attempt to bounce back, but it's human.
Let's talk about capitalism. Do you feel optimistic, something akin to optimistic about American capitalism? Can you imagine a world where capitalism somehow allows us to fix climate change, to somehow heal inequality? Can you envision a world where that happens?
Well, one is that you can never downplay the creativity of human beings. There's no doubt that the virtues of markets have to do with scientific breakthroughs and technological innovation. What you have to do is make sure the markets are subordinate to public welfare. But unfortunately, especially in the United States, it's very difficult to be optimistic about American capitalism. It's had a long time to generate these results. Yet, through my campaign, we call it abolition of poverty, abolition of homelessness, strong defense of workers, strong defense of women, control over bodies and so forth, and a real accountability of the organized greed. So in that sense, I wouldn't say optimistic, but I'm not optimistic about anything.
You're not? You seem like an optimist.
Oh, no, I'm a believer. There's no optimism in me.
I want to ask you not about what other people think, but about what you would think and how you would self-examine if the day came when, as Republicans, I think, ambitiously hope in their own way, you peel off votes from Biden, Trump wins. How will it square with your values and your internal voice? What would happen on that day if that day came?
I think we have to be, even in the political context, even though we're aware of strategic consideration. You know 40% of U.S. citizens don't vote. That's what I'm talking about. 62% of those who vote for a party, the Libertarian or Green, say they would never, ever, ever vote. still ain't talking about suicide. But I can tell you this, the flip side is it. So that I do understand, you know, that kind of thing of what it calls fascism and America because you got 4% and towards on that. Yes, that's something that I wrestle with. That's part of that Civil War battlefield of my soul too.
What I'm learning is that your real ambition is to be a kind of transcendent existential pressure inside the country to provide something that you think is not bad.
Well, it's a good way of putting it, but I wouldn't need to go transcend. The funkiness. Not transcendent. It's immanent. It's grounded in the culture and lived experiences of ordinary people, of those like those. And that's true for all of the social movements. They have transcendent visions because it embraces everybody, color, gender, and so forth. But it is in the fall. And the problem in America is when you playing your guitar, you know where the funky notes are.
Only Ron Hume said it, but I don't think he's a very funky guitar player.
Well, you sound good to me.
Okay,
I'm telling you that.
I'll take it. Dr. Cornell West, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really, really enjoyed it.
This is wonderful, brother.
It was wonderful for me. Coming up next, a director, a model, an activist. But is she ambitious? Stay tuned. What do you call it when high-end American fashion all but leaves out the faces of black women? You call it high-end American fashion. The guest who's sitting with me at this table didn't just reshape what beauty looks like on TV and magazines and on runways. She helped debunk the myth that the imagery of black beauty does. Beth Ann Hardison's ambition as a model agency owner, and as an advocate wasn't just to thrive, which she did, it was to blaze paths for other people to follow. And now, at 81, she is co-director and of an ambitious new film called Invisible Beauty. Beth Ann Hardison, so glad you're here. Can we talk about just like a very specific word, ambition? There's something, I think maybe sometimes it's like, that's a little like, little to go with nastiness maybe. You know, like ambition sounds a little bit meaner than like drive, determination. To me, you're such an interesting, ambitious person. How do you even feel about the word?
It's not like I don't like the word, I just don't think that I really am the one who really demonstrates it in the way that I think. Ambition to me is someone who actually plans to actually do something and do it in such a way that they work towards it, like becoming a doctor, a singer, a musician. The ambition has to be there, passion has to be there. I come along like a troubleshooter, but it's not a plan before that, until I see the problem. To me, that's just like someone who's a house cleaner. You know, they're domestic. They just go, oh, there's dust on it. Oh, let me just wipe that off. That's me.
I want to ask you about your son, though, because when you modeled, you always kept a second job. And one reason why is that you were raising sort of semi-secretly in the industry a kid. You had a child. You said, my son and I needed to cross the line, the winning line. He became an actor who played on a different world. How did you encourage a sense of ambition in him? And tell us about the toll that it took on your relationship.
I think what it really was is that, you know, I got pregnant when I was young, and I think there was a fear of his family. I got lucky that it worked out another way, and I wound up being successful in my own way, you know. But I think the reason why I was had to give Kareem something to do is because he never knew what he wanted to do.
I love the story that you gave me the scene to be a boy with a missing dog. You know, you turned him on to acting. You encouraged it. But look, I mean, it was your idea, not his. Do you have you thought yourself, or have you talked to him about the way that instilling ambition in other people can sometimes be a little dangerous?
I don't think it's, and I like that you're stuck on this word ambition, because you and I should go out on a date. We can argue this point.
Oh, thank you so much. It's the first time I've been asked out on this television show. Thank you, Becky.
Because I tell you, I didn't think I was trying to impose ambition. That's for you to do on your own. I think what I was doing is really basically giving him an opportunity to grasp something. Ambition, I don't think you can really teach people ambition.
Let's talk about you and your drive, your career. So in 1980, you became an agent at Click Model. I think you represented a very young Whitney Houston. Then you start your own agency. It's Beth Ann Management. And you discover Veronica Webb. Then you discover Tyson Beckford, whose contract with Ralph Lauren was, I think, also major. What did it feel like to channel your drive, your ambition, if you want, to other people to help them succeed? It was no longer about you as a model. You were channeling other people. How did that feel?
I didn't want to have a model agency. The last thing I wanted was a model that they made me do. Most things that I'm doing, someone made me do. It's never my ambition to say, oh, I'm going to do this.
Will you let me try to be ambitious myself and push back on something?
Go ahead.
Okay. We talk about your extremely ambitious career, and you're like, no, I wasn't really that ambitious. We talk about your son, who you push into acting, and you're like, well, no, I wasn't really doing that. And we talk about you starting a modeling agency, and you say, oh, I didn't want to start a modeling agency. Sure. But Beth Ann, is it possible that that there's something about you and the way that you look at your career where you undersell the challenges that you face instead of doing what most people do, which is oversell them?
I'll even get better. I didn't have a career. What I had was many different things that I did. I used to have people who stand behind me, and I used to say, this is my backup band, they're going to train me better than I can. And people would step in front of me when I would be introduced to someone and say, oh, she's so nice. Let me tell you. I don't take it on so well. I see that.
Why do you do it?
I think because I don't think that much of it in the act of doing it. I think that it's something that just had to be done, someone has to do it.
Be a little less road than that. So in '96, you closed your agency, you moved to Mexico. You said, I had no idea what I'd do next because I had no ambition. I had no ambition. If you have no ambition, you don't know what you're going to do. You just make sure you don't. Well said.
That's a good thing. Those things.
How did that feel? Coming back to Mexico, it was like you had nothing doing after this decades of action.
I basically knew that I was having a nice downtime. It was good. And I didn't have to worry about doing too much. I still had to work a little bit because I still had Tyson. And then I started getting those calls. I think when I left the industry, New York Times had written an article saying who was going to do the work that I was doing and how support was. And I was like, oh, please, I'm out of here. I want to go. Don't put that on me. Someone else can pick it up. And then when I started getting these calls about the models that disappeared and all, I was getting these calls from me. You gotta come back, you gotta come back. And I wasn't going as long, it was like 3 or 4 months.
Just to expand on what you're saying that Naomi Campbell was calling you to say the black models have disappeared. And I want to give a little bit more context. You had started an advocacy group called Black Girls Coalition.
Yes.
And that was an advocacy group for models with Amon, with Naomi Campbell.
Yeah, but it was when it first started, just to be clear, when it first started, it was just to celebrate the girls, introducing to each other. There's so many of them were working, doing editorial, which had never happened before, but they don't know that. They're the first ones on the scene. I've been around. I'd known this the first time. Then eventually, about 3 or 4 years later, I decided to go up against the advertising because they were not reflecting the content.
And you tell me about it.
No, that's not a bit. Hey, can I get a?
because this is serious stuff. I mean, look, the reality is you played a really important role in getting black faces onto runways and into magazines. But then, lo and behold, what happened? The faces start disappearing. Things, the diversity, as it so often does in corporate America, especially, it makes progress and then it comes back. What was it like to see failure following progress, and what did you do about it?
Well, that's the thing. You always say you go 3 steps forward and you fall 4 steps back or something like that. And it took me 4 years before I can really get back on that horse. I'm coming back, and that wasn't so much like ambition to me. That's more like, once again, like revolutionary. I lived it very well. I believe I am. I know I am.
I want to, actually, I'm going to bring up something else you said, and it's about change. You said, I always know, because I've lived life long enough, you can change things. You might need to be put against your pedal, but you can change things. There are so many forms of being driven, but I feel like it's so rare for people to aim to make things better for other people instead of themselves.
I think when I leave here, I'm going to feel different. I think you're really convincing me. I'm going to go out of here with my head held high and a big head, too. I'm going to swell this head up, and I'm going to try to get to that door.
Oh, then I'll walk out with a small head, too. That's what you're saying. I think I want to end, if you don't mind, Bethany. At the end of your film, you talk about dying, going home. A good end to a good life. I mean, that seems like the most beautiful ambition that I can think of. If you don't mind talking about it, what would you like to do?
When I leave this earth, not so painful. I want people to celebrate, have a good time. I know I'm going to be buried upstate New York in wonderful cemetery. And I just hope that I just cruise right along and that something is left behind. One thing I would like to do, and this is required, I want to go one more. Well, yeah, I gotta finish the film keeps going on. And also I just would like to finish the book. And, fear stops. That's scary. The One Woman Show is not like a stand-up comedian. I'm going to do it interactively with the audience. I'm just going to tell stories. But I just want to do that.
Will it be okay if I or if the world remembers you as an ambitious woman?
Yeah, you can do anything you want once I'm gone.
Bethany Harrison, thank you so much for being here.
I'm happy I came. I learned a lot about you.
So did I. It was extremely ambitious. So you think that you could learn about ambition? Enough. Too much. I think asking ambitious people to, as it turns out, sometimes we can easily recognize ambition inside of us, and sometimes we clearly result. Maybe the lesson is that ambition is something to recognize inside ourselves, something to be proud of, as long as it's lived wisely. Maybe the most ambitious form of ambition is generous. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you join
That little inch makes a difference. How do I waste time like now? I'm wasting time.
I'm being proud of everybody, but I'm blessed to be able to think the highest vote to get together?
The most valuable virtue to me with anyone that I'm close to is compassion. I think compassion is the most important.
I have not made myself offended. The language of Jews of the Paul who wrote the Christian New Testament.
The most challenging thing for me to have in moderation was having the Southern Booker learn to take. That was the most challenging, never the model. That's
difficult to win a good reputation, and it's hard, but not impossible, to turn a bad reputation into a good one. But if reputation is what other people think about you, then what does it even matter? More importantly, when do you ever have control over other people's thoughts and feelings? I read in Business Week about crypto, which has had a terrible reputation for scams. The journalist Zeke Fox, who has a reputation for very funny writing, also very serious reporting, looked into the coin Tether. And what he found was a crypto-powered human trafficking ring in Cambodia. Sometimes reality turns out to be much worse than reputation, and sometimes reputation turns out to be a lot worse than reality. How are you supposed to sort out which is which? We're going to try to do it together tonight. Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, in the NBA, everybody has a reputation. The stars, the rookies, the fans, the coaches, the refs, even the reporters. But few figures have a more complicated reputation than sports agents. And few sports agents have a more interesting reputation than the man who is at the table with me right now. You may know that Rich Paul is one of the most influential figures in his business. You may know he works with his friend LeBron James. You might even know his partner is Adele, but you do not know his full story. In a gripping new memoir called Lucky Luke, he talks about growing up with a loving mom who was addicted to drugs. He writes about selling them and writes about getting on the road and becoming someone else. So I'm really glad that he's doing this. Mr. Paul, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
with your role in the NBA movement that's called player empowerment. So I think, broadly speaking, it's a shift in influence away from owners, who are mostly white, I think, by far, to players, stars, who are mostly black. At this moment, what don't fans understand about who wields the power in the business of basketball?
When you talk about player empowerment, I like to use a different E word. Because sometimes when you say empower, it gives off this perception that the players can do whatever they want. And that's not true. It's still a business. And I like to talk about the education of it, because I think players being educated allows them to understand that they have options. What those options are, well, that's to be negotiated, but also it's to be understood. And a lot of guys don't really have a perspective of the business. It's been something they've been doing all their life. And you can be taken advantage of just playing the game.
I want to ask you about LeBron, because he's performed at such a legendary level for so long under such close examination.
He's a GOAT.
What have you learned from him about how to be?
As he became more and more successful, the person in him became better. But also, just like everything I've done has been earned. Nobody gave me anything per se, a sacrifice to put myself in a better position, because I didn't want to be dependent on LeBron. And so when I see people say, oh, yeah, lucky you met somebody in the airport and happened to LeBron and you're running for LeBron, you wouldn't do this or that. I would have been successful at anything.
What would you want?
A commissioner in the NBA.
I believe it.
I manifest that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your ecosystem, it's much bigger than LeBron. I mean, you have had these really, really important times, but it's hard not to think about him just as he's starting. I think it's 21st season.
Yes.
And like sixth person to do that.
Yes.
It's very, very unusual. So I'm wondering what you want your life in the NBA and also outside the NBA to look like in a post LeBron world one day when he's ready.
It's gonna look the same. That's why I built it. You know, today in meetings, you know it's there, but we don't go in and pitch on LeBron. We go in and pitch on Clutch. And here's the thing. People say, oh, well, LeBron gave you an opportunity, lucky you did this. But you don't talk about, Donald Trump's dad gave him a loan, right? James Dolan's dad gave him a business. Somebody gave Mark Zuckerberg a loan. What's the difference? Because it wasn't my dad? You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Everybody has to have an opportunity somewhere, especially me coming from a place where if you had any entrepreneurial aspirations, who's gonna look at your business? Who's gonna help you do a business?
Right. Here's an equity investment.
Right. Then who has the experience and the know-how and the resources and the relationships to help you even navigate to a place to where you're doing it properly?
favorite character in this book is your son. He lived with another family, but, he helped raise you.
Yeah, my brother and sister.
You mentioned his business, R&J Confectionery.
Yeah.
You write, Dad was the type of guy that everybody wanted to know. 5'7" tall with a 6'5" reputation.
Yes.
So you got to work every day, I think 6 a.m.
6 a.m.
What did he teach you about how the business works?
Oh man, I mean, he just taught me the importance of consistency, getting up every day, rain, sleet, hail, snow, hot. There was no holidays. I watched how he treated people. I watched how he went about his day. I watched the things, the detail of it. And he could see things in people that they probably couldn't see in themselves, and he took the time out to have a conversation with them. I watched how he treated other business owners around him. So I'm learning this business every day, and so it got to the point to where my dad could just sit in a chair, and me, my brother, or my sisters could actually run the store.
Your dad is my favorite character in the book, but I would like to talk for a second about your mom, because you know, your depiction of your mom in the book is like it's not cliche though. It's not corny. You describe your mom as like not a bad person, just a person who is addicted to drugs for a long time.
Yeah.
But then your dad dies.
Yeah.
And after watching the impact of addiction on your mom, you make a decision whose context is like, you know, people should read the book to understand what's happening in your life. Yeah. But you make a decision to sell. You don't do it for that long. It's like a part of the. It's a part of
my toe in the water. Yeah.
When you talk about like, I was impressed that you spoke about watching addiction and the choice to go drugs. Like I found it like among other things just very honest. Were you worried that it would somehow like impact your reputation or what?
No, I mean, how many people in high positions actually are using today, still right now? You know, and that's not a decision out of survival. That's something that they choose to do every day because they enjoy it. So you can't judge, right? I was a kid trying to survive, and so yeah, my mom was great. My mom, she had an issue, no different than the issues right now with fentanyl in our communities. But I can honestly say, going through those things, watching my mom, watching other people's moms, watching other people's dad, I was lucky enough to have my dad. And I was also lucky enough for my dad to explain to us at a very young age what was actually happening. And so I never lost the respect for my mom. And my mom had so much respect for us that today I understand why she was absent, because she never wanted us to have a visual of that. And so the book is important for it to be real. I don't fake anything. There's no gray, black, and then white. And again, I'm blessed to be in the position I am today. I'm also thankful for what I went through as a kid. It was my assembly line. It really was. It molded me.
It makes me think before we end that reputation, like if it lives long enough, it turns into something else. Yes, and then it becomes like your legacy.
Reputation becomes legacy.
What do you want yours to be?
You know, I think my reputation is pretty solid across America. When I walk around everywhere, people know that guy is a stand-up guy. My dad wouldn't want no other way. But the difference is today, you know, I just want to be a great example. I want to continue being a great example, and not just making it about me, not just look what I did type of thing, but I want to build things, continue to be a builder. Today when I go to work, I have 80 employees, 75 employees. Right? And they're young, between the ages of 21 and 55 probably. But continue that, you know, that opening different verticals of the ecosystem of sport and building things to where I can provide opportunity. That makes sense.
You know what comes into my head is my final question when you talk about that. Building something, ownership.
Yeah.
May I ask?
I have no interest in owning the team. I don't. I know, my competitors are trying to push that narrative out there.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
They're trying to.
They
save
tell
the-
families that all the time. Oh, don't vote with him. When LeBron retires, he's going to go and own a team. But I don't have enough money to own a team. First of all, so let's just get that out there. And then secondly, I think owning a team will hinder me. I'm a creative at heart, so I have to have a lot of different irons in the fire. Because one thing people don't realize, those owners, they built something. They don't own a team all day, every day. They go to work. They run Aries. They run, Blackstone. They run, so many different businesses that they have. Carnival Crew, all these different things that the owners have. They don't just own a team all day. So you think I'm gonna go sit on my couch and own a team? No, I don't want to do that.
I can definitely imagine you starting what you mentioned earlier, private equity fund. Would that appeal to you?
Yeah, it would. Yeah, and I just might.
What would you call it?
I got the name.
We better end there.
I'll give it to you all.
I'll hold you to it.
I got it.
What a pleasure. What a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for
Great, man. Thank you.
I enjoyed it very much. All right, you take care. Coming up next, more Reputation. This guest has a reputation for being able to do a lot of things better than many people, me included. She is a visionary about collective activism. She is funny. She speaks truth to power. She gets results. She's clear about the ways that she is limited, and she's clear about the ways that she is limited. For example, she needs some help doing things that sometimes many people take for granted, like breathing or walking or talking. And Alice Wong, the author of Year of the Tiger, is also one of the most influential disability advocates in this country. It is a joy, as in like an absolute joy, for me to have her here. Alice, welcome.
Thanks so much for having me. It's a delight to be here talking with you.
Honestly, it's a delight for me to have you here. Let's get into the questions. So much of the reputation that disabled people have is built by non-disabled people, and it's built around ideas of misfortune, sadness, embarrassment, burden. What have you learned about the ways that reputations, even ones that are old and stale, what have you learned about the ways that reputations can actually sometimes begin to change?
On reputation and reputation building specifically, so much of it is dependent on culture. Part of why I'm a writer and activist is to help push the culture forward, but ableism is such an ingrained part of our society that change happens at a glacial pace, and it takes a collective effort, not just pure handful of disabled people, but to non-disabled people reflect and confront their implicit bias about disability and do the work on unlearning their ableism. Will disabled people be able to truly play a larger role in constructing their reputation? There will always be people in power who want to maintain the status quo and the ability to distort and erase disabled people's sense of self and their reputations because it serves them. I myself try not to care too much about what people think of me and continue to do work that gives me joy. And if that helps others see that there's more to life than a good reputation, that can be a positive step in the right direction.
Speaking of the work that you do that brings you joy, your body of work, Alice, is so wide and it's so deep. You're the founder of the Disability Visibility Project. You're a co-partner on the political group that's called Crip the Vote. You served on the National Council of Disability. You've edited anthologies of work by disabled writers, and you've done much more. What's the reputation, though, that Alice, that you want to have?
If I were a reputation, it would be that I am someone who shows up, is thoughtful, accountable, and collaborative. That I am someone who owns, critique, and change, and that I want to learn and grow from my mistakes and do cool things with cool people. That's a mouthful, but that's how I would like people to perceive me, whether they are acquainted with me or not.
Alice, A lot of companies in this country and around the world, but not all of them, have a reputation for paying lip service to inclusion and diversity. But, you know, I'm thinking about workers who are disabled but also black, or queer, or trans, or Asian, or indigenous, beyond. But the reputation is that they don't actually then do the real work of reshaping their own cultures after talking about it. What are a few examples, if you can name some, of companies and their leaders who really are, in your mind, really actually doing it right?